people can hear me here. Shouldn't be any lag. Dean's texting. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Last time I was for the last hangout last Tuesday, I started it up for people that wanted to do that at 7, and then I went away and Fitnat joined, and it was pretty funny to watch him because he's looking on the screen, and then he comes to the realization that somebody might be watching. He's like, if you're watching the replay of this, just skip ahead. It was pretty funny. I wonder if that's too sensitive. Too sensitive. There we go. It seems like it's picking up on 2 microphones. Waiting for a link. Whoopsie. Sorry, Yoshi. Let's get a link. Let's get a link out there. Oh, now it's in.
Can you hear me?
I don't like that.
Can you hear me or not? Can you see me?
It's too complicated for me. Hey, deer or the pecans back.
Can you hear me or not? I don't think you can hear
I
me.
can't hear you though.
Mm.
I don't know. Could be
Okay,
me.
hold on.
Because I'm having trouble hearing.
There, can you hear me now?
So don't go by my word.
Can you hear me or not? Can you hear me now?
I can see your mic's moving on your icon. It's probably me.
Weird.
I think I'm having trouble.
I don't know. Okay, hold on. Let me try this. All right, does that work any
It's
better?
messing with audio controls. I press something. Now I don't know how to change it.
Excuse me. All right, hold on.
So yeah, I was trying to figure how to play Are You Afraid of the Dark and share the audio as well as the video. Uh-oh. Did I lose you?
I don't think so. I'm still here. I can
I
still
can't
see
even
you.
hear myself. Close window. I don't know. Now I did something. I'm trying to do too many things.
Okay. Maybe.
No, I don't think it's you. Here, try saying something again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's coming up on here. It's me that can't hear you. It's not that the Hangout won't hear you. It's just unfortunately I'm the only one in the Hangout right now, so I've somehow messed up my own sound. All right, sounds.
Oh, crap. Ah.
Hello.
Hear me? Can you hear me at all?
Yep. Yep.
Because Cartridge kind of can't hear me. So,
Change my audio.
There's the Yoshinator.
Yep.
can you hear him?
You're a wizard, Harry.
Not happening.
I'm watching Are You Afraid of the Dark? No, I can't hear him, but you guys can hear each other, which just means that I messed something up.
Wait, so you
Uh-oh.
can't hear me? Can
So
nobody hear
sorry,
me?
Yoshi.
I can hear
I'll
you.
be able to hear you here.
Okay.
I can hear you. I think it's just Paul's messed up
Oh,
his
I can
audio
hear something
somehow,
now. I can hear it now.
and I don't know.
Hmm.
So I don't know what he did. So he
Can you
can't
hear
hear
me?
us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We
Yep.
hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now.
All right.
So let me
Hey, baby, what's up?
see what I did. Weird. Mm-hmm. Wait, can you still hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mm-hmm. Stereo mix.
Hmm?
No, I don't want that. Is that me?
What?
What's you? I actually can't see Yoshi's picture. I just see his, like, whatever you want to call it, avatar or whatever.
Oh,
Oh. Yeah, it hasn't like
Like,
put me up on there at all.
Yoshi, what is that all behind you? It looks like NES cards.
What, right there?
Yeah,
That's about 300 NES games.
really. I
Yeah.
didn't. I didn't really know that you were that into collecting them. I don't really hear you
I
talk
used
about
to
collecting.
be. I used to be.
And what's next to them?
First, Super Nintendo games, loose Genesis games, Sega Dreamcast games, N64 games, and some boxed games.
I gotta come over to your place.
And I also got more like box Sega Genesis games down here. A whole bunch of PS2, some PS1, the oh hi. And over here I have some things I need to clean and move and rearrange.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good NES
Also,
collection.
oh,
that's
that's
only half of it.
So did you get into it when it was cheap?
I got into it as it was starting to get expensive.
Yeah,
So I managed to get like a boatload for
yeah,
cheap. And then it like got to the point where I'm like, okay, instead of paying $1 each for most of these games, I'm paying like $5, $6 each for most of these games.
nice.
So I stopped for a while. That and I've been unemployed for a while. So
Hey, you let me know if they need to find a new home. I'll give them a good home. You can visit them on the Google Hangouts.
the
he'll do him a
shipping will
favor.
kill you.
You what?
Shipping
I
will
said
kill
he'll.
you.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. So I'm gonna risk messing up this thing again, but I just got my audio running through a voice meter program.
Mm,
Um,
you're getting all fancy.
Getting fancy. Alright, so that's my main input. Stereo.
That Game Boy Advance tried to kill itself.
Ooh, Jiba. Jiba.
I need to mod this thing for a front light.
You know what? You need to calm down.
No, it needs a front light.
Too much modding going on here.
This one needs a front light too. Hey, if I can improve the consoles, I'm gonna improve the consoles. Plus, like, I would have lit Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. That'd be awesome. Except I can't play them until next year, so I'm in no rush.
What are you currently playing?
Not much of anything.
Mm.
I'm playing College.
Yeah.
But anyway, Game Boy games.
Mhm.
Hmm.
So did you have to work late, Paul?
No, well, a little later for me, but I'm able to still do this sooner than normal, because
Okay.
normally I gotta put Lindsay to a bath and get ready for bed and stuff. So 7 is kind of a little early, but I'll still start it up and then people can join. So this is about a whole hour earlier. Yeah, same as yesterday and probably tomorrow, because when I'm off of work, there's nothing really else to do. So I'll try to mess around and see if I can hook up that. I feel like there's a microphone that's echoing.
Well,
Mm.
I hope I can beat these this year.
Ease?
No, these games this year. Little games. It doesn't like me.
Oh, nice. How are you gonna play those?
I'm allowed to play the Wii U?
Is that your console?
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Which is probably why I haven't played that many games this year. Because, like, I want to play games, and I'm like, I should have chosen the NES. Except I couldn't do that because the NES RGB modded mine. So, like, they're not allowing any mods. So it's like, really?
So that counts as a mod as far as gameplay goes?
I think that they say it does.
I
The
didn't
rules
think,
say
I
no
thought somebody
mods.
asked about it and they said no. I think that's allowed. That doesn't sound like it's in line with the spirit of the challenge, right?
I don't know.
You're not modding it to play more games. You're just modding the video on it.
Yeah, that's
It'd be
pretty
like
much what
saying,
I'm
can you
doing.
put a sticker on your NES controller, and that's considered modifying the appearance, right? But anyway. Oh, man, I wish I could get this thing figured out. Yeah, so it doesn't come back into my ears really, but that's okay.
Or is it just through your regular speakers?
I don't know. I messed up playback, which is fine because sometimes I don't really like to. I don't think I typically make it so that I can hear myself. Ooh. Hey, what happened there? I killed it. Killed it. Yeah, if I go up to 10, it doesn't pick up. I don't know. Does that change the volume at all for you guys when I do that? No?
I
Not
don't
really.
notice anything.
I don't. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not noticing anything. Mm-mm.
Doo-doo-doo.
I think my girls watching Netflix is messing up my video.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But you
It's like
guys are on... You guys are on fiber, so it really shouldn't interfere at all.
I know,
I
but
wish I was on the fiber.
I don't know. I can't see. Like I can't. I can see you guys down below. You know, the little tiny windows. But when you're talking, you know how like when you're talking, that person comes up on the main part of the window. It doesn't show you. It just
Oh.
shows your little icon.
Well,
I
I
don't know.
can get it to see YouTube, but mine never like pops up on the screen for some reason.
Mm,
You mean other people
okay.
don't for you?
No, I mean like you guys do, but I don't pop up on my screen.
Yeah, I don't either. But it's just other people who do usually.
Oh,
But I'm not seeing that. I'm
Yeah, I
not seeing
think
that at all. Like I just
anyway,
see.
all three.
I got a cat hat. See if anybody knows the cat.
Do you have a cat in the hat?
No, but I have a cat.
Okay.
Probably sleeping in a box over there.
So let's go over some of these NES titles. So what games do you got? You
You're
have a
really gonna
list?
make me go. I don't have a list
Well, why don't you have a list?
because it's in here.
Well, then
You
just
need
then
to type it into that RF generation.
yeah.
Okay then, I'll have to go
All right. Well,
grab
that's
some of those. Hopefully this doesn't create like feedback or anything. It doesn't. I also have a Splatoon hat.
nice. Yeah, Yoshi looks a lot bigger than I imagined he would. He's like a
What?
Hagrid. He's impressively like tall.
Hagrid.
All right, I can't
Here's
read.
one
I
thing.
can see some of them.
Let's
Dynamic.
see. Do you want me to go through all of them?
Give me whatever ones you think are kind of. Give us like a top 20 of your more rare, elusive ones. Rare slash valuable. Sometimes they don't necessarily correlate.
I'm gonna turn you guys up.
Right hose.
I see every day. Adventure Island, Adventure Island 2, and Adventure Island 3.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna go through them from like start to finish.
Adventure Island 3.
Yeah, this one's not very common,
Nice. Yeah,
and I got it for a good price.
I need that one. So put that
Most
aside.
most of the games I have, I got for a really good price.
Yeah. Was he bringing over two at a time? What was the other one?
It was the Adventure Island trilogy for the NES.
Ah, okay. Nice. Yeah, 1 and 2 I found. 3's a little harder. I had a chance to buy it.
Lolo 2,
Lolo 2, nice.
which I've had since I was a kid. Same
Oh,
copy. Let's see. I got that, man. All the three Castlevania games, obviously. I have a bunch of the Disney games. I have
Mhm.
Flash Demon Head, which I've been meaning to try, but I can't do it.
Nice.
I have a ton of NES games. It's like I wish I had a capture card, because then I'd just like set it up and like pick NES games and play them.
Yeah. See, doesn't it look like an optical illusion, Melissa? It looks like that shelf is really far away,
Mm-hmm.
but then he stands next to it and he's like, Oh, hello, tiny NES game. Here's a video game, Harry. All right, Hagrid, show us the next one.
Are you going for a complete collection?
I was
Crystals.
at one point. That's where most of these came from, and then I went and then one day I like woke up and realized, holy crap! I have hundreds of games I don't like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that happens with the complete collection.
Hmm.
You can
This
only play
this should be a club game someday.
Chrysalis.
Yeah, I think it's a notable action RPG.
Oh,
It's
nice.
like the best action RPG on the NES, I think. But
Raiho's listening in. He's at work.
eh.
Raiho.
Yeah,
I still can't get over that. It looks like he's like crouching down because his apartment's too small for him.
Hmm.
And I just imagine that shelf is like 7 feet tall. What's that one?
Dragon Spirit.
Okay. You're getting some of the more obscure rare ones.
Oh,
Nice.
you want rare, huh?
Sure.
You want rare, huh?
Oh, I have that.
Yeah, this is still rare though.
Everybody has that. No, I'm joking. But I told you that story, right? The
I
guy
got
had
them for a really good price actually. So
how much?
let's see. I think I got 2 and 3 for $20 each.
Yeah.
One was like less than $5 with the manual, I think. And I think I paid around 50 for 4.
I got you beat.
One for like 70.
Yeah, I got you beat. Did I tell you?
Rare. What
I-
did you do?
So I strolled up to a garage sale and I delivered my classic line. Do you know anybody that's got old video games? And
I gotta start doing that.
he's the dad, and he says, "No, I don't, but I think my son does." And here he is now. So his son starts coming up the driveway, and and he says, "Hey, you do you have those old video games still?" He's like, "Yeah, I think I do. Uh, they're at my place. If you want to follow me back, I guess, or you can wait here." I said, "I will follow you right now." So in a non-creepy way, I followed him like 15 minutes to a different town, and then he pulled them out, and sure enough, there they were. There's an NES, 2 controllers, a light gun, and the best part was he had Dragon Warrior 1, 2, 3, and 4 all there for me. So not
Wow.
only did I get them, they're all one-person set, and he's like $20 for everything. So,
No.
yeah,
Well, that's awesome.
so that was pretty fun.
Well,
Ooh,
if you know this one,
I haven't even seen that one.
Felix the Cat.
Yeah, all your labels are really nice.
A lot of them are, yeah.
Good collection. Let me see. All right, next one. Do you have Cowboy Kids?
No, I don't.
Do you have Fire and Ice?
No, I don't. And
Do
you
you
get a lot of the rare ones because they
do
were
you
jokes.
have Snow Brothers? That's
No,
a fun game.
I don't have the rare ones.
Do you have um, do you have Color a Dinosaur?
Why are you picking like all these obscure rare games that are super expensive?
Do you have Gargoyles Quest 2?
No, I don't. I want that.
Okay, that's
You don't
another
have
one.
them.
Nice. The Mega Mans. Very
All
good.
of them.
All right, no, you probably get a good deal on those. Hey?
I don't remember what I paid for most of these. I really don't care.
That was another one where I think I nabbed them before the price jumped up. Like 5 just jumped up overnight, it seems. Because when I looked up the price, he gave it to me complete in box. And I don't think I paid more than like $80 for like 1, 4, and 5. and 4 and 5 was complete in box, and then he gave me the box for 2, 3.
I picked up some more Wii games. I don't know if I showed these last week.
Ooh, Red Steel 2's a good one. Supposed to use the plus. But yeah, that's nice to get all the Mega Mans now because everybody's just going bonkers over them.
Dude, I got them before everyone started going bonkers over them.
Nice. All right. Do you have? I like this. Do you have game? Do you have Blues Brothers?
No.
Do you? do you have Bases Loaded 4?
No, I don't. I don't collect sports games, man.
Because Bases Loaded 4 is hard to find. What's a hockey game that's hard to find? I can't remember. It's just one of those rare but not expensive games. That's usually one of the last ones that people end up getting because they put it off, and then they can't find it when they need to buy it. So.
Well, I do have this.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine went up to a yard sale and did the same thing that I did, and the guy pulled out a whole bunch of games. He had like Kirby's Avalanche and Mega Man 7 there, and he paid him $100 for everything, but he was able to resell some stuff to even out.
That's a move to Super Nintendo. Well, this is probably like.
Ooh, you got to show that to Dean. Is that number 1 or 2?
That's number 1.
I can't remember if he wanted 1 or 2.
I want number 2, but.
Ooh, Harvest Moon.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's over like $200 these days, probably at least.
Last I checked, it was like 100 something.
Yeah,
And
it's
the height thing might be from where my computer's sitting.
no.
So.
You're magical.
Dean was looking for that at PRGE, wasn't he?
I don't know if he was looking for 1 or 2. I think he bought one of them, but then he couldn't get 2 because they were asking a lot. I have them loose. I don't have them in the box.
I got Outrun 2019,
Nice.
which is actually fun.
Wait, is that is that rare at all?
Probably not.
Let's see. I mean, it's a good game.
I don't know what's rare with Genesis.
I just ask because I see him at the store a lot, so I'm like, oh, well.
I just kind of like stopped caring which ones were rare. I just go for games I think look fun.
Oh, yeah. Like, I'm not going out of my way to buy rare games. I mean, I know of them, but I'm like, yeah, that's nice. Color a dinosaur. Enjoy it. Like,
I thought Mega Man Legends too, but it's only disc and manual.
Nice.
So it's got no back art, which is like annoying as hell. But
Oh, yeah.
that was like one of those like I'll take it. I would have taken it if it was just the disc probably.
Yeah.
I'm like that with like PS1 games and Saturn games and Sega CD games. For some reason I don't care with those, but when it's like these cases, I kind of get annoyed because I don't want like I don't know.
I wish I would have bought that stuff that I was tweeting today, because Dean really wanted, well, he wants that Sonic radio and Pac-Man plushie, but I'm just gonna keep it all until I have enough that I can trade him for a game.
I have this Exile for Genesis.
Nice.
I've been wanting to play it.
What's that game like?
It's like an action RPG.
Okay.
I'm wanting to play it, but like, it's not gonna happen anytime soon.
Do you have some good RPGs on the Super Nintendo?
Huh?
Do you have some good RPGs on the Super Nintendo? What was that one?
That's Valis for the Sega Genesis.
Oh, okay, nice.
Good RPGs, huh? I got
You have Harvest Moon. What's that?
Razor.
ActRaiser 1?
One and 2. No, I don't like 2.
Oh, okay.
He's a load of crap.
Oh, Melissa's making brownies. Now I'm jealous.
I have Earthbound.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's one that I still have yet to get.
Childhood game.
Nice. Did you? Where's your manual and
It was picked up
strategy guide?
used for $5 by my older brother.
Say what?
This was picked up used for $5 by my older brother.
Oh wow.
Probably around 2000 or so.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good time. I mean, heck, even 2010 was a good year
A
to
lot of
buy.
the people I find that had like a bunch of have like massive collections did a lot of their collecting way back then, or they have either work a really good job now.
Yeah,
That's kind of how it works. You either get a really good job and then you can afford all this shit, or you like collect slowly.
yeah. Yeah, Curtis, I know, like he doesn't really hunt very much. He goes to stores and he buys them, at probably a discounted price, but he doesn't really do the yard sales. So um, he's able to, I guess he's able to, budget for whatever games he wants to get. He doesn't just go out and buy everything, but you know,
Well,
some
gotta have these.
Final Fantasies, nice. I actually traded a game store, local
The
game
Premier
store.
Batch.
He never tested anything, so he just took all my junk basically that I didn't even want to use anymore, and I got like $100 credit, and I was able to pick up Final Fantasy 2, and 3.
Right.
So I really didn't pay anything for them because it was all just leftover crap that I had already gotten my money back on the good stuff from those lots. This is just like a basket of remotes, PlayStation remotes, and
Right.
Xbox stuff.
Fusion Gaia.
Ooh, nice. I don't know
This
if I have a Losing a Gaia. I think I do.
this is an awesome game. I've been looking for Soul Blazer. I have
Ooh,
Super Mario RPG.
Dean. Oh, nice. I need RPG. That's the one that I'm saving all these licensed merchants for Dean. We're gonna do a trade, and I think I do have Illusion of Gaia. I think I have that whole Gaia trilogy. It's Illusion of Gaia. Uh,
What I want to learn how to do is the repros, so I can just start making like repro carts.
yeah. Oh, you should be able to do those pretty quick.
And I'm gonna learn how to like design a PCB and
Yeah.
then make a PCB that's pretty much an exact copy of that
Nice.
or whatever.
Oh, and
See,
then you'll have it for like another 30 years, right?
but I think the problem there is like lockout chip,
Yeah.
which that's disabled. That's not hard to disable.
Yeah. Well, you can order them like I think Vintage is talking about that on the latest or one of the later uh, Fandangos, right? He orders these pirate carts from China or whatever, and they're really cheap. So he ordered like Dracula X for like 15 or $20, and it says a repro label on it, and the cartridge looks it has like plastic screws in the back, and so it's an obviously different cartridge. You'd have to willingly take it apart, put the PCB in an actual Super Nintendo cartridge, and put a label on it. So they make you work for it just as hard as you would if you'd make your own. So I kind of, oh nice, Xenogears greatest hits.
Dude, I don't care.
Is that musty? Mmm, brownies. Yeah, she's teasing us here. Oh shoot, I forgot. Where's my where's my fudge? How about fudge? Let me go look. I bought fudge. I hope I didn't leave it in the car. I might have. What's that?
Kill a Kill shirt.
Oh, nice.
I like that show.
All right, hold on. I won't be able to hear you. I'm looking for fudge. BM Radio. Do you have an intro yet, Kevin? Do you need somebody to do an intro? That'd be fun. Ooh, nice.
Not nice.
Are you
Oh,
gonna sun bleach them so that they turn nice and gray again?
no, they're gonna get spray painted because they're getting backlit with new screens.
Nice.
So one's gonna get blue with a white screen and a white backlight.
I wouldn't mind a modded GBA because you can play color and Game Boy
Yeah.
in GBA, right?
Well, you can either do that or get a GBA SP. And I don't have the stuff to do the front lights yet because you need a UV lamp
Yeah.
to glue the glow. Because there's a special glue you put on the front of it, and it like makes it so that it's like there's no cracks or no bull. I don't know how to explain it,
Yeah.
but these look like crap.
Yeah, they're kind of
I don't know if you can tell the color, but they're like pink
like
yellow.
a smoker's gray, a smoker's yellow. Yeah.
Kind of. It's like that
Just oxidized weird.
damn bromine in the plastic.
But
But
those
it-
are pockets?
These are originals, because if you look at the inside, it's that color. You turn it around, it's that color.
Those are original Game Boys?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. They just, I don't know, look different.
I got them a bunch. I got 3 of them over there apart.
Nice. Anyway, hey Kevin, how's it going?
Super fantastic.
At work?
Yep. I forgot my camera, so you gotta deal with my built-in camera and mic.
Oh,
I'm
no
all like static.
worries.
Are you cold?
Yeah, it's freezing.
Mm.
We're in like a middle of a big snowstorm right now.
Mm,
Can't wait for the drive home.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys are getting nailed this year. Like, it's kind of like a vacation out here this year because the previous one we were shoveling nonstop. But
This is the first one this year. First big
Oh, really?
storm. Yeah, we haven't really had much snow at all.
I
North
thought,
of us, like where Bill lives. Got
okay,
hammered, but not us.
didn't get down that far. Okay,
I'll be back in a second.
no problem.
Yeah.
So Yoshi, just make me a GBA modded, like backlit modded.
You can't
Hey,
do
there's Curtis and his new internet location.
Woo!
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You moved.
Yes.
This is
Right.
the inside guts of an original Game Boy. Well, this is a busted unit anyway. The screen doesn't display shit.
Hmm.
It displays a whole bunch of black. That's all it does. So I didn't care. It was my test unit.
Well,
'Cause
those
I had to
screens,
remove the backing.
those screens only ever really showed shit anyway, right? Like you'd have to like hold it underneath the lamp to see it, right?
This is why I'm putting backlight mods into Game Boys.
Yeah, they look really good once you put it back.
But
Well,
you have
is there a backlight mod, or do you order like a kit and you can plug in the new one? Because I think people just order new screens, right? LCD or LED screens.
No, not quite. It's basically you have to like peel off the layer on the back of the screen very carefully without busting this tiny little ribbon cable or this like the flat flex cables. And it only comes out like that far. So you gotta get in there with the razor blade and then start it and then peel it the rest of the way back. And then you gotta clean the screen off real good. And I need to get stuff to do that.
Sounds like a pain.
So. Plus, I'm gonna recap
What's
what
up?
I'm actually doing.
Hey,
Screws.
Mark.
What's up?
Mark Mildenberger.
How's everybody?
Oh, good, good.
What's up, Yoshi?
Showing us his plethora of knowledge of
I'm loving it.
circuitry, and
It's a Game Boy.
he's
This
showing
one
us the.
doesn't work,
what was
which is why I don't care about doing this because this is like throwing ESD safety to the wind.
What was that cable that you were showing us? The flux,
The flat flex. It's a flat flex.
Watch your mouth.
flat flax. or Flat Flux,
Hey, Curtis, is that you down there?
or Fat Flux.
Is that Curtis Frizzle?
The chip on cable. So
Curtis.
that's like the STD driver.
Curtis Ike Zizzle.
And then you got that inner one, which is the one that's near impossible to fix if it goes bad. At least I don't have the right stuff to fix it yet. So.
Is that Melissa?
Mm-hmm.
Are they not hearing us?
The PCAM is back. No, I think they can. They're just being
Curtis,
quiet.
are you there? See, he's not hearing us. Or I can't hear him.
I think he's just messing.
Oh.
That one too.
How you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
But yeah.
Curtis, every time I see you, you got a different hairdo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Are you messing with me? Are you
You're
messing with
messing-
me right now? You're messing with me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think we must have a lag or
Are
something.
you
like
messing?
that.
You're messing with me.
I'm not messing with you.
Are you messing with me?
No, me?
What is
confused.
going on?
I know, I'm confused.
Are you serious? What's going on?
Everybody, I can hear everybody else, right, Yoshi?
Can you hear me?
I can't hear Melissa. I can hear Curtis.
Melissa's just yelling at somebody.
Can you hear me, Curtis?
I can't hear Melissa.
I can't hear Melissa either.
All right, nobody's muted.
You know what? I totally forgot I muted myself.
There we go.
I was talking to my daughter, so I muted myself because I was yelling at her to turn off the oven.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me, Curtis?
You could hear me the whole time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why didn't you answer?
I
Well, not
did.
you, Melissa. But Paul, you didn't say anything.
I need to this thing.
Paul don't know what's going on. He's...
I thought I thought I was saying something, but I didn't want to interrupt if you were talking to Mark.
No, I wanted to know that you could hear me. Whatever.
Oh, we can see it. Your lower thirds is looking more clear, but it kind of comes and goes. Like maybe it's just getting better as the call
Lower
goes.
thirds, is that techie
Yeah.
talk there?
Let's say that that's what it is.
What about your upper fourths?
Upper fourth, yeah. I prefer the middle fifths.
You guys are too high tech for me.
Uh,
Lower
No, are
thirds.
you on your computer there, Mark?
Me, I'm on my iPhone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you're on PC, you can add that to your picture.
I can't hear Mark. Can you hear Mark?
Yep.
yeah, we can hear him.
You can't hear me,
Oh,
Curtis?
I can't hear him.
Mm.
Huh.
Weird.
What am I talking about?
Dude, what is going on?
I don't even know what I'm talking about. So,
Paul, you need to take these lower thirds and get them fixed up because Curtis can't hear me. That's a problem.
You gotta unmute the lower. All right, here. Where's Mark? I'll mute Mark and then I'll unmute him. Oh, no, I did.
Oh, now you're gonna ruin it all.
There. Mark, can you say something?
Hello? Can you hear me, Curtis?
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
hear me.
Huh?
No.
Maybe I don't know.
Like I can control the volume of people, but I haven't even touched that or gone near it.
Do you want me to hang up and call back in? Would that help, you think?
Wait,
Or
can I mute him?
Maybe you. Yeah. Maybe
you muted me.
him.
Yeah, you can mute certain people.
I think you click on their little picture on the bottom,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
And then that's when you say mute.
No, he's not muted.
Hmm. I'll be back. I gotta check my brownies again.
You want me to hang up and call
Light
back
I'm
in,
under.
Paul?
Well, you can.
Let me
Looks
try that.
sinister.
I'll hang out. I'll hang up and call back in.
All right. Gotta love Google Hangouts. People watch this and they're like, "What the hell are these guys doing?" All they do is say, "Can you hear me? Can you?"
Where is everyone? Is it just me and you right now?
Yeah, Yoshi. I don't know where Yoshi went.
Dude, Yoshi's crazy, man.
Melissa went to get brownies.
Curtis, can you hear me now?
Curtis is
No, he can't hear me. It's got to be on his end.
yeah. because I
Well,
can
Paul,
hear you.
Paul, can we do this through you, Paul? Hey, Curtis.
can't-
and you say,
is
"Hey,
Mark
Curtis,"
talking?
to him.
Yep.
Paul, tell him I said, "Hey, Curtis."
He said, "Hey, Curtis."
Now tell
Hey,
him I
Mark.
said,
I wish I could
every
hear
time
you.
I see you-
I don't.
now, Paul,
why
tell
is
him every
that?
time
It's
I
so
see you, you
weird.
have a new haircut.
Is this my internet? Is it my new internet?
Mark says every time that he sees you, you have a new haircut.
This isn't even a hair. Oh, you know what it was? I was wearing a hat today. I got
Okay.
hat hair.
You're so young.
Hey,
Yeah,
so me and Dean were trying to figure out what the latest Easter egg was in the girlfriends versus video was, and we think that there was only one.
No, there's 5.
So do you want to hear what we think the one was?
Well, 1 has already been found, but there are 5. There's 1 for each couple, but go ahead.
Your hair changed on the beginning of the episode and the end, and in the middle it was cut. So that's
That's
what
not
we
an
have.
Easter egg.
An astute observation.
Yes.
But no, that is not the Easter egg. That was actually just because a couple we originally had for the video, when we shot our section, there was a different couple, and they had to step out, and another couple stepped in, and so we had recorded it saying their name.
Yeah.
And we had to re-record when I had longer hair, the opening and outro thing.
Your hair grows the same as mine. I have to keep it really short on the sides because what I call it is my hair kind of clowns out. It just grows like straight out and makes it bubbles.
Yes!
Yeah.
That's exactly what happens. Right
That's why I keep it long and then I do it short on the side because Darcy hates it. She's like, shave it off.
Oh, you understand my pain.
Yeah. Very thin hair.
Why don't you tell Curtis to try to hang up and call back? Because
You know what's great about this Google
You can't-
Hangouts thing?
Yeah.
Is Mark talking?
yeah.
So
Paul, you
Mark-
need to say yes.
Mark said yes. He
Oh.
told you to hang up and
Who,
try.
me?
Yeah, try calling in again because he thinks it's your problem.
Yeah, probably.
There we go.
He always
he was
has
on a
problems.
major delay. He was talking and his mouth wasn't matching up to what he was saying too on my end. So maybe he's got a bad connection or something.
Raiho packed house. Raiho's in the YouTube, so you can't see that, I guess. But there's a YouTube. Or no, can you? Can you see the YouTube chat there, Mark?
No.
Anyway, so it's streaming on YouTube as well. So
Yeah.
Raiho's there. Musty's listening. Dean's just joining in.
Hey, I can see Mark.
Can you hear me now?
I can!
Oh, there we go. We can continue now.
Curtis doesn't like Google Hangouts. It hasn't treated him very well.
At all. At all.
And it kind of is a pain in my ass, too, but I don't know. I guess I'm a sucker for punishment. So. Man,
So hey, Curtis.
How you doing, Mark?
Doing good, thanks.
Kevin is busy.
I see you got a camera finally.
Me?
Yeah, you didn't have a camera last week.
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, he had
you
a
know
camera
what?
and then he went away,
Yeah.
but his wife said, "Oh, you can listen to them," and
Yeah,
they
that's
were
right. I
hanging
did
in.
halfway through. I hung up and then I just went to the chat. So yeah, you're right.
They were cuddling. You got to get the cuddles in when the kids aren't around.
Yeah.
So. I only have one, and she already is aware of what's going on. So
Yeah.
it's at the cute phase right now. So every time she sees us kiss, she wants to kiss. She thinks it's a funny game. So it'll get weird later.
Yeah.
Ew, Dad. Yeah.
Yeah. We're there now.
So, all right. Ow! Oh, I hit my ankle. So
Yeah, that's nasty.
we moved into our new place yesterday, right?
Oh, congrats.
Thank you. We're loving it so far, and we hired movers to move all of our stuff. And our dining room table, which is this nice like hardwood like table, really good craftsmanship. They took off the legs underneath, which is basically like a tripod, right? And there's two of them, one on each side. And when they put it back together, we didn't realize this till way after they were gone. They put it back together wrong, so the legs are all going in weird directions, and they don't match with how they should because of the chairs. So I'm constantly banging my ankles and stuff when I sit down now because I'm not used to like the leg being right there. I tell you.
That's a great story.
Moving channels.
I don't know about that, but.
Did you guys hear I got a PS2 recently?
Oh, is that what you decided on?
2001.
Number one selling console of all time.
Well, I went to the forums to ask some advice on. I wanted to try to get a more modern console to try. I'm sick of missing some of the club games because the last couple games I haven't been able to play because I don't have them. I don't have the consoles to play them on.
I feel your pain.
Yeah. So I went to the forums and got some advice, and I was deciding between a PS2, an original Xbox, or a 360, and I decided to go with the PS2 because I forgot that I already had one that Luke picked up at a flea market like, I don't know, 2 years ago for like $10, and we couldn't get it to work. So Luke's like, why don't you try to fix the one that I got? I was like, oh yeah, that's right, you bought one. So I went and looked at it and jumped on YouTube and kind of looked at the problems, and I had it fixed in about half an hour, and it works perfectly. So
Nice.
it's a PS2 Slim, and
Nice.
I'm just now, I can't believe how cheap the games are. I went to a local retro gaming shop, and all their PS2 games are buy one, get one free, and most of them are under $15. So I just picked up.
Come on, show it. Let's get some pickups going.
Wolfenstein and Castlevania,
Nice.
$3.50 a piece.
Nice.
Both of these for $7. So.
Is that Castlevania? Is that supposed to be any good?
Well, P2 recommended it. He said it was really good and underrated. So.
Oh yeah.
Look, Yoshi's got it right there too. It's Castlevania: Lament of Innocence. I've never heard of it because I never had a PS2 or a PS1.
Right.
But P2 recommended it, so I picked it up.
I think I completed this game, like 100% completed it or something.
What's your opinion of it?
I liked it.
Good. What
So
about
it's
this
more
Castle
fun when you're
Wolfenstein?
not going for completion. Most games are more fun to me when you're not going for completion.
Yeah. What about? I know I hear a lot about Castle Wolfenstein. I've never actually played this either, but I know I hear a lot about it. So for $3.50, I'm like, yeah, I'll try that too.
Why not? Right.
And it was a good first-person shooter until I got to like one stealth mission, and then I just couldn't get past the stealth mission. I am horrible at stealth missions.
Yeah. So I know that not this month, but next month is God Hand, is it?
Yeah.
That's a PS2 game. So
Yeah.
What?
It's
God
also
Hand?
really, really hard. So
is it?
That's a club game?
Yeah.
yeah.
Next month,
Go ahead.
April.
Hi.
Who's that?
Okay.
Hello.
That was
Is
my
Mary
daughter.
Mars back?
Go ahead. Go ahead. She wanted to say hi. Sorry.
No, don't worry. She's cute.
Apology accepted. Very
Can you-
upset you would let your child into this Google Hangout.
I know, right?
Adorable
This is for
child.
gamers
Not
only.
welcome here.
Who would bring their kids into their hobby? It's
I know.
ridiculous.
Right? Only crazy people.
So Alan Wake, I just ordered that as well. That's a 360 game, so that should be coming any day now. So I can finally play along with that too.
I'm half tempted to just like order it on Amazon through Prime or whatever, because I've been looking for it locally, and I just keep finding copies with like replacement labels.
Yeah, well, I got it. I just ordered it off eBay for. It was only like I don't know, $12, maybe 15 at the most. It was pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Now, see, I know I mentioned that I was considering getting a 360, so you're probably confused, but I have a 360, but it's up in the kids' room. That's their console, so I'll just have to bring it downstairs for this month. That's all. But I wanted the PS2 is another good thing about the PS2 is it's composite out, so I can use it with my retro TV and not have to worry about. Because if I would have went the route of a 360, I would have had to have bought a flat screen TV for my retro room, which I really didn't want to do. It would have just added to the cost. So I'm very happy with my PS2 Slim hooked up to my CRT TV. Very cool.
Nice.
Can I say I'm very excited that the upcoming Cartridge Club, 2 games that I suggested to Dean both got into the Cartridge Club this summer, I believe.
And which ones are those?
I suggested Shovel Knight.
Oh, yeah.
Shovel Knight was one,
That's awesome.
which seems like a given. That was pretty easy.
Yeah.
And this other one, it's actually not what I suggested, but upon considering what they chose, it's probably because of what I suggested. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong about that. But it makes more sense and it's a better choice. I had suggested Donkey Kong for Game Boy because I was like, oh, we should get some Game Boy love in there and do a Game Boy game for once. And I thought that Donkey Kong for the original Game Boy is great because it's like a puzzle game and they haven't really done a puzzle game before. And it's got a story and it's all cute and everything. And they went with Donkey Kong Country, which is actually a really good idea too. So.
Yeah, I'm excited about that too. I have that one, and I played that back in the day, and that's
I'm
gonna be a
excited
good
to
one
go
too.
back and that, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great game. But I haven't played that since I was a teenager, so I'm real excited to play it again.
And even though I didn't directly suggest that game, I'm going to take credit for it.
Okay. I have yet to suggest a club game. I've never done it, so maybe one day I'll...
Okay. What would you suggest?
That's a good question. I probably want to go back to the NES again. Have they done, gosh. You know what? Let me see here.
Yeah, pick one that you own.
What
or
if
you
I
want
own
to own.
Well, Super Nintendo or NES. I'd probably pick a Super Nintendo or NES game. Maybe Castlevania 4. They haven't done that yet, have they?
Yeah, they did Symphony of the Night. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Castlevania 4.
Yeah,
Super
for the
Nintendo.
Super.
Oh, 4. Super Castlevania.
Yeah,
right.
Super Castlevania, yeah.
Well, that's kind of a...
Yeah. Yoshi's always on the ready with the games.
There you go. That would be a good one. That's more like traditional Castlevania versus Symphony of the Night.
You know what? Symphony of the Night would be a great one, too, because I've never played that, and now that I got my PS2 Slim, I can play PS1 games on it as well. So
I think they did Symphony of the Night.
A little pricey, but...
They did?
Yeah, and you know why I know this is because I don't know if it was something wrong with my feed or what, but when I downloaded the episode, about half the episode, you couldn't hear P1's audio.
Oh, yeah.
And about halfway through, he kicked in. So it was really weird because I'm so confused. It felt like people would pause and listen and then laugh at nothing for no reason and then, keep talking. I was so confused.
Trippy. How about this month's episode was fantastic, Alan Wake episode, which I didn't play the game, but what a great podcast. Everybody was on their, I'm sorry, Nier. That's what I meant.
I'm like, did I miss Alan Wake?
No, I'm sorry, Nier.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I didn't play the game, but it was a great podcast. They were really on the ball. Funny.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah, it was a good one.
What can you play Nier on?
I think just 360. Maybe I'm wrong. No, it was 360, and they also played on the PS3.
Yeah, PS3.
Yeah. Because I think only one person, I think Donovan Viper, I think was the only one that played it on the 360. Everybody else played it on the PS3.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, Mrs. Q-Dog.
Yeah.
Have you ever suggested a club game?
I did suggest some on the forums, but nobody's listening.
What did you suggest? Thank you, Yoshi.
Well, I had to get it anyway.
You just gotta complain enough, like me, and eventually they'll just want you to be quiet. So then the stone cutters will grant.
Maybe I'll pick an N64 game.
Yeah.
Like Turok or something, or.
Yeah.
Well, Majora's Mask is coming up, right?
Oh yeah, it is. That's right. I'm real excited about that too.
We could do one of your Star Wars games.
Yoshi, show a picture of Majora's Mask, please. You're getting a little slow here.
Keep up.
What was the last game that you suggested, Dean? He's in the...
There you go.
There it is.
He said the last game that he suggested, Dean suggested...
Yeah. Speaking of Majora's Mask, you want to hear a funny story?
Sure.
This might even top Curtis's table story. I was at a retro store the other day, and they have their games just sitting on the shelf, and they have Majora's Mask, the one with the hologram label. So I picked it up, and it slipped out of my hand and shattered all over the floor. So I looked at it, I was like, oh my gosh. So I picked it up, and on the back of it, it was $60. cart only. I was like, oh my gosh. The guy's real cool. I know him. He's like, don't worry about it, man. I was like, man, I feel so bad. But it was, I mean, it was partially my fault, but they got all the game just sitting on a shelf, like right there. And I just picked it up and it just slipped right out of my hand and it just shattered all over the floor. I felt so terrible. But it was unplayable. I mean, the cartridge itself just shattered. It was so weird. It must have just hit just perfectly on the corner. Man, it broke. Oh, I felt so bad. I couldn't believe it was 60. I didn't know it was $60 game, card only. I was like, whoa.
So where's Dean? You said Dean was?
He said that he forgot his laptop, and I think he's at work. So, or somewhere.
No, he's asking you where. How do you know where is he on the
Oh, he's on
the chat.
The YouTube chat.
Oh, I gotta get that. I missed that.
You gotta put that in your window next to it so you can see what people are saying and chat with them.
Wait, how do I do that?
You go on the YouTube and watch this show and
you can
mute
watch
it.
it live and mute it. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta mute it.
Go to Paul's channel, his YouTube channel.
Oh, and then just make the screen smaller.
Well, I am like side by side, like.
I'm just watching it on my iPad while I'm on my iPhone. You gotta get a bunch of iDevices together, and
I'm gonna do it on my phone.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There, side by side. Oh.
In fact, the picture on Paul's channel is me, my big ugly face. Gosh, how do you erase that?
How do you erase that?
It'll change.
Oh, okay.
It's just because you're talking.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah. So.
No, I mean the still image.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, the still image for his channel is my big mug.
So what do pages?
Oh snap, dude! There's a bunch of people.
Yeah.
What the F? Okay, there's 3 people to be fair, maybe 4.
So,
I'm gonna see if you can add.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna jump out because I gotta go to a meeting, and Eric's gonna jump in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna be jumping out here shortly too. I just want to jump in and say hey, but I gotta go hang out with the wife for a little bit.
I guess.
And like you can.
I'm not seeing any of the chat though in the YouTube channel.
For like 20 minutes. Let him cool a little bit longer, okay?
Wow, this is so weird. Like if there's delay on the YouTube channel, I'm seeing myself like talk. Oh my gosh, it's like I'm in Twilight Zone. It's so weird.
All right, have a good night, guys.
All right,
take care. Good night.
Yeah, Mrs. Q Dog.
Brownies.
I'm not seeing the chat.
Oh, we're gonna have them tonight.
Oh, there it is. There's the live chat. Oh yeah, there's Dean, Raiho.
Yeah.
And L'amour Le Pen.
L'amour
Le Pen.
L'amour Le Pen.
L'amour Le Pine.
Let me see what this will do. If I put this up to the camera, will that cause like a cataclysmic explosion or something?
Crossing the stream.
All right, I'm gonna freak you guys out. Look at my. I'm putting the picture of the YouTube channel on the camera just to get.
Whoa.
Yeah.
It's infinity.
It's getting freaky. All right, that's enough of that.
That's your phone?
Oh, hey.
That's how big your phone is?
That's my iPad.
Oh, okay.
I'm on my phone. My phone is right there.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm like, do you strap that? Do you wear that on your chest like
That's
Iron
my
Man
iPad Mini 2.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, what's the? I wonder how close are the sizes between like the big iPhone and the iPad Mini? Like some of those or a Galaxy tab phone or whatever.
Yeah, there's an iPhone 6 Plus, which is their big iPhone.
Yeah.
It is smaller than the iPad Mini, but I guess not too much smaller.
I have a 6 for reference.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But
and here's
the 6 Plus is huge.
Here's my iPad Mini 2.
Okay.
Yeah, the 6 Plus is enormous. I mean, you can't even put it in your pocket.
Hey,
yeah,
Eric doesn't have a P cam.
You're not yellow like Sonic.
What the F?
I'm using my work laptop.
You look so weird in color.
This is fake color. The yellow is what I actually look like.
What the heck is that?
It might have been my daughter playing piano. until
Oh
I'm
yeah,
muted.
that's what we're hearing.
It's kind of nice theme music.
Yeah, we're
Wait
fine.
for it. Yoshi's about to hold up a piano.
Uh,
The wit is off the charts.
What's up, Eric?
Did you ask me what's up? Not much. Just got home from work. Neglect.
I believe you have one question left.
Well, is that true? I mean, Vintage sort of asked, I think, a question that was wrong.
I replied because you pointed out that it does not have baseball in the title, so I didn't count it because it was a mistake.
Very gracious of you. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
by the way, it's my turn to put a picture up on Guess This Game. I haven't done it yet because I guessed the last game.
oh, good.
Yeah.
That one's too hard for me. I know very few of them. I thought I'd be better at the guess the game by the picture, but no.
You know what I do? I cheat. I'm going to tell you how the last one was Silkworm,
Yeah.
right? And Dean put up a picture of it was a Jeep, a blue Jeep shooting a green helicopter. So I literally Googled games with blue Jeeps, and it popped right up.
Wow.
So that's how I guessed
impressive.
it. Yeah.
oh, okay. See, I was trying to
I
hold
didn't
back.
know the game. You know what? I do. When I did say it, I was like, I do remember that game, but I didn't know it unless I looked it up.
Well, and some of these people are like, it's like, how do you know that game? It's just.
Well, if you guys watched my MagFest recap video, we went to a panel there that was Name That Tune, video game music.
Yeah.
Man, I was so impressed. That was one of the most entertaining things. These guys were guessing the music with literally a half a second of playtime. It was unbelievable how good these guys were picking out the music of the games.
Oh, really?
It was crazy. It was really fun. It was a contest. They were competing and who could name the tune first.
How were you getting some of them? I mean, like, did you know them? Some of them?
Yes, I knew a few of them. I could not have ever competed. These guys had a vast knowledge of like every game ever made, it seemed.
Right.
But yeah, there was a lot of them that I knew, and that was exciting for me. Oh, I know that one. But these guys were within a couple of seconds naming the name, not only the game, but the name of the song and the composer. I mean, it was crazy. The knowledge they had. It was
Right.
really entertaining and fun to watch.
Hey, Eric, question for you.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't realize the black Game Boy carts, they play
Yeah.
on a regular Game Boy
Yes.
Yeah.
and a Game Boy Color.
Yeah, they'll be in color. Yeah, they'll be in color. They'll support the Game Boy Color features on the Game Boy Color, and then on the Game Boy they'll just revert to whatever the grays, obviously whatever the grays are. But yeah, they'll work on both.
I never friggin' knew that. So you can play these on a Super Game Boy?
Yes.
Okay, he says yes. I think you should be able to. Yeah.
Who said yes?
But
Yoshi?
Yoshi, yeah. I think that's true. It's the ones that are clear, with the thumb grip bubbles out instead of being concave. Those are Game Boy Color. Those are those are Game Boy Color exclusive. So yeah.
Does anybody else think that? Anybody else think that #1 consoles thing is stupid? Oh, hey, Kevin.
The one console challenge.
Just kidding. I'm starting trouble again.
I think we've got a quorum of people here who are in the one console still.
Yeah.
There's 4 of us online here.
Yeah.
So only 2 of you non-participants. So.
Yeah. It's funny, all the people who are not in it love to badmouth it.
I'm just joking, gosh.
Yeah. Keep digging that knife in, Duke.
What?
Just keep digging that knife in.
I get myself in trouble. I don't mean to.
It's tough. It's tough. I'm struggling with this challenge already. What is it?
Yeah.
March 2nd? March 1st?
You're cracking?
I'm not cracking, but I do want to pull out. I mean, I just want to sit down and play something for like 30 minutes, just I bought some shooters, some shoot 'em ups.
You're struggling there, Eric? How about you play the Genesis plug and play for a year?
Yeah,
you know
you're
what a struggle is.
You're in more trouble than I am. Yeah, you're in deeper trouble, Curtis.
I think
Where'd
I
Kevin
I don't know
go?
what to tell you.
that was before the challenge started, and no heed was given.
Yeah.
How are like regular Genesis games on there? Is that one of the ones that like the audio sounds like crap, or is it actually half decent?
I haven't noticed one. I mean, I'm not an audiophile, so it could be off. It sounds normal to me, and it's not. And
Curtis.
every game that I've tried plays fine, with the exception of reproduction cartridges. Repros don't play.
Curtis, is that little tiny black one that you
Yeah.
can put the
What
cards
is it,
in?
honey?
Yeah,
No,
from
Joe-
Matt Games.
What do you want, baby?
Joe Goes Retro just
Come here.
did a review of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave it a terrible review. He said it was a piece of junk.
Well, haters gonna hate.
No, he showed some.
Okay, go ahead.
I think mainly complained about the audio. He said the audio was terrible.
Yeah, it was. At least the audio. Hey.
Well, most of the time,
Yes.
Game.
I'm playing, and maybe it'll be different in the new.
Because-
Oh, thank you, Yoshi.
Yoshi.
Okay, go put.
Maybe it'll be different in the new apartment, but the old place, Layla was always like right next
Go
to
like
me,
this.
and so I was constantly having to turn the volume down. So I don't
Yeah.
really listen to the volume anyway. I would usually either play a podcast or something. I barely hear the audio.
Oh, by the way, Bobby's
Right
so
there.
excited. He got his Retron 3 today. And
Oh, very
Yeah.
cool. Very
yeah,
cool.
he's all into starting his own retro collection.
Okay.
Nice.
I saw he's got Final Fantasy and Final Fight,
Yeah, yeah.
knocking off
Finally.
those F games.
You finally got him. Yeah.
Pretty good ones.
Looks like
What else is he gunning for? Does he have anything else on his?
Yeah, he wants to he wants to get Super Metroid and a lot of the classic NES games. He wants to get a lot of the ones that I already have. I'm like,
Yeah, yeah.
Mine. He's like, no, my own collection.
no,
I was like,
don't
all
do
right.
that.
But yeah, wouldn't he want to get different
Go.
ones because he can play?
Are you done?
I mean, I totally understand because I'm that same way too. Me and my roommate, my old roommate, we when we were collecting, I would want to get the same thing as him,
Yeah.
even though he owned it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll probably mostly get games I don't have, but he just wants to have his own collection, so, But the Retron 3, I've only played it for a couple minutes. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I had a Retro Duo, and that thing was a piece of junk.
was it?
But this thing seems to be a little better quality, and I did some research, and I actually went to the forums for this, too, and asked some people's opinion, because I was considering the Retron 5, but a lot of people said just go with the Retron 3. So that's what we did. And plus, it was a lot cheaper. It was only like $60. It was pretty cheap.
Right.
So,
So 120 Canadian.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect.
How about that BM radio, man? That was fantastic Sunday. Good job,
Good
Kevin.
times, eh? You went to bed early. We played Frank Zappa for about a half hour.
Oh, man, that's cool. I love Frank Zappa.
Yeah, we had a good time. I was just picking random tracks.
That's cool.
And it was all a
Cornelius
gamble.
back.
Some
That's
of the
cool.
tracks were good, and some of them were really crass. But
Yeah.
it was good times.
Get away.
That's good stuff to play. Frank Zappa, he's pretty eccentric, and his
What
stuff's
is it, honey?
pretty wild stuff.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, it's become, I don't know how often you're going to do that, but our little Sunday evening tradition is
Okay.
pretty nice.
Go.
Yeah, I don't know. I think every weekend might be a little too
Oh,
much.
yeah,
but,
yeah.
I like to do if Bill and Joe are working, then they can join in. So
It's very cool. Very cool.
yeah, it's fun.
Hey, question for you, or anyone. Has anyone ever swapped the doors on a fridge so it opens from the opposite side?
I have,
You can
yeah.
do that. Yeah.
I have.
Is it difficult?
No. Nope.
Okay, so
There's usually a plug associated with it. You'll have to take the pins out. Depending on the brand, it's all different. Different brands are going to be different, but
yeah.
only only ones that you can do it. It has to be designed to do it. Not every fridge can do it.
No, my fridge can do it for sure.
No, it's not hard. You just got.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's not hard.
Just pop off the open side. Does that just pop out?
Well, it depends on the brand. I think the one that I did had like a set of pins in it, and you drove the pins out, and there was a plug you had to unplug as well, and just flipped it around.
Mine looks
I
like
have no
there's
idea.
just one thing that you can maybe pop out.
Yeah, it's been 15. Am I not on mute?
No, you're not.
Oh, I wonder why you guys keep laughing.
Okay, I'm just distracted here. Yeah, here we go.
Between Eric and Yoshi, I'm getting the full comedy
I must have
routine.
the laptop mic on.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it, but it is entertaining.
No.
Well, stay tuned for updates on the old fridge saga because I got to swap that around. It's really awkward right now. It's against the wall, but it opens the wrong way, so you have to like kind of crawl around the other side and grab whatever you're gonna get. You know.
If you put this story together with your table story and then add a third, you got an epic trilogy there of stories.
Hold on,
stories.
Mark, maybe you can help me with this one. So half of our electrical sockets just don't work.
Half of them?
Yeah. So like in the bedroom, we don't have a ceiling light, so you got to plug in lights, and none of them work. We can't plug in anything. So
have you checked your circuit breakers?
Like a friggin' dungeon.
Where's your
have you
breaker?
checked the breakers?
No.
Well, check the breaker panel and see if there's any breakers either turned off or tripped.
Now, would it matter if like half the plug works? Like the bottom one works, but the top one doesn't?
Is that what's happening?
On some of them.
Okay, what that usually is an indication of is a split receptacle, which they'll oftentimes attach half the receptacle to a switch on the wall,
Yeah,
so you can turn lamps on and off. So, plug a lamp into the one that doesn't work and go flip some switches and see if it comes on. That's pretty common.
You know what? That might be totally true.
Yeah, because if they're split, they're purposefully split. You have to physically split them on purpose, and when you do that, you're going to be doing it for a reason. So they're probably wired up to be switched by a switch.
OMFG. I'm totally going to do that.
That's what it is. I guarantee that's what it is.
Well, thank you.
I make a lot of money off that same thing. People will be like, my receptacle doesn't work. I go out and flip the switch. Yeah, it's fine.
Wow. I'm totally going to give that a try.
Yeah. And then check your breakers and make sure all your breakers are on, not tripped. And I'm sure it's just something simple.
It probably is, yeah. It doesn't matter. I'm in an apartment, so I don't have to pay for it. Who was that was just here?
Canadian Retro.
Canadian Retro. Yeah.
What happened?
He got bored.
Hey, Kevo,
He already knows.
He came here to talk about games. You guys are talking about electrical pickups.
You saw these, Kevin, right?
Hey, I got
Twitter.
Twitter. Can I still?
It's $3.50 a piece. That's amazing.
Oh,
Nice.
I'm so excited about this new world of PS2 cheap games.
That's why I started collecting Xbox. It's affordable. You can find them. You're not.
I'm starting to get into Wii. Other than it's hard to find Wii games that aren't crap.
Yeah, there's a lot of garbage.
Shovelware, yeah.
These are decent.
But those are good, yeah.
Well, not only are the PS2 games I'm finding...
$2 each, so...
Yeah, I'm not only finding that the PS2 games, not only are they cheap, there's tons of them. This store had like 5 shelves of PS2 games, and they were all $15 or less, and they're all buy one, get one free. I was like,
Mark,
wow.
I'm telling you. Mark, set aside... Don't go to MagFest next year. Set aside some time. Come out to the West Coast. Come to Portland with us.
I know.
Spend a couple days in LA. I'm going to blow your mind. I'm going to blow your effing mind, Mark.
I know.
You're cutting out there. All I heard was you're going to blow. You're going to blow his gut?
I am going to blow you, Mark. No, what?
Wow.
What?
You heard it here.
Where's Eric and his kids?
Yeah.
Are we showing pickups? I just
Go
came
ahead.
from the store.
Yeah, you actually usually miss the pickups. I don't know. There's not really segments, but usually later on we kind of get bored of each other. So then it's like, you want to see what I bought? So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You missed the part where everyone gets bored and shows pickups.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, maybe I'll just wait then.
No, no, so man.
No.
This is a very sporadic, off-the-cuff kind of thing.
Well, if you're following me on Instagram, you would see I just posted recently. I got my first amiibo.
Oh yeah.
Can anyone guess which one it was?
Shovel Knight.
Man.
Mega Man. Yeah, that's a good one. That's probably what it is.
Hold on, I'm just looking up your Instagram account.
No, that's cheating.
I wanna.
I say Mega Man.
Yeah, I'd say Mega Man. That's my guess. Oh,
I'll
look
say
at
Shovel
Yoshi with his.
That's not Mega Man, Yoshi.
I know it's not Mega Man. I don't have Mega Man. I
Oh,
want a
Curtis.
Mega Man.
Yep, we were right. Mega Man.
There we go.
Very
Boom.
cool.
I couldn't take it. I couldn't
There we
take
go.
it anymore.
I haven't even opened mine. This one yet. I got for Christmas.
Yeah, check it. Out of the package, bitches.
Squid. Squid.
I feel.
But see,
like
that Mario, that's like the 30th anniversary one or whatever.
Yeah.
That one's awesome. I want to get
Yeah.
that one.
Do
I
you
haven't opened
guys
it yet.
in the States? Do you guys have the red and blue Mario, like the modern Mario colors
Yeah.
on the retro?
I got
Yeah.
this rare Donkey Kong. amiibo. It's the banana that he eats.
Is that
Anyone want to buy it? It's very
Dude, you know
rare.
what you should do? You should take like a red Sharpie and write Nintendo on the side, and then you could sell it for like
That's funny.
buku bucks.
Maybe I should take off the Chiquita sticker first.
I bet Dean would buy it. It's official merch.
Probably.
No.
Is the Shovel Knight amiibo? Is the
Yoshi.
Shovel Knight amiibo actually out yet? I
Yeah.
don't remember.
Oh yeah. I see it all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get it on Amazon. They got a ton.
Question: what amiibos are actually worth getting? What do they actually get you? Like which ones? Because there's some that like work better than others, right?
Depending on the game.
Well,
Mario Kart when you
Not
put the.
Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Basically, what I look at it is, just get the characters you like. Don't try and get all of them. You're nuts if you want all of them.
I would never. The only one I would get besides Mega Man is maybe the like Rob the Robot, Duck Hunt, that and Game and Watch one. That one's pretty sweet.
I just got Link and Samus, and I got the Mario one there for Christmas. But it's pretty cool. Like with Mario Kart, if you put the amiibos on, you can wear like a Link outfit and a Samus outfit when you're racing around.
Oh, that's
Um,
cool.
And
Can you hear me?
yeah,
Now that works for Super Mario Kart.
Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U.
This is Eric. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You're quiet,
Are
but
you
we can hear you.
serious?
Yeah.
You can hear me talking?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't understand this microphone.
You sound
We can-
quiet, but we can hear you.
Sorry.
We can
sorry
see
about
you too.
How's this sound?
Your camera's working as well.
Sounds great.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I
I
just-
don't know how to
I
mute
just-
this thing.
I just turned Eric back up.
Is Yoshi showing all of these amiibos?
What was that?
Maybe. Not quite.
Mr.
You can
Canadian.
fix your video and then your headset starts
I'm
screwing up.
I'm gonna.
That one.
Why are all of these within reach?
No, I want it to work on Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo.
Oh yeah. I don't think so.
Doesn't the Shovel Knight amiibo open something good? Like
Yeah, I think that was
player or something?
co-op
Two
mode.
player,
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, how does that work?
This broke as a kid, and we put electrical tape on it.
How
Or
does
you can
how
put
does
an
the
amiibo in
player
front
work
of
in
that.
Shovel Knight?
It's co-op,
How does it-
like Contra, right?
Yeah,
Oh, so you have two people on screen?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it myself.
Cool.
I'd love to try it, but one console and all.
Hey, Kevo, is Shovel Knight worth? I have it for 3DS. That's what I played it on.
Yeah.
I'm considering getting it for the Wii U. Is it a big difference playing it on the Wii U, or what's your opinion on that?
I preferred to play it on the Wii U because I found the controls a little
Yeah.
better. I don't think I could finish it on the 3DS.
I did.
It's too cramped for me.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's
I
all I
finished
played it
the
on.
Wii U.
Yeah, I think I might get it for the Wii U just to have the physical version of it on the, because I downloaded it for my 3DS, so I don't even have a 3D. I don't even have a physical version of it.
Yeah,
I loved it.
if you want a physical copy, you might as well get it for the
Yeah.
system you don't have, and
Yep.
there you go.
I loved it so much, and I really think I might get that. That amiibo looks pretty cool. I might get that amiibo too.
Yeah. Yeah, I bought it 3 times, so.
Yeah, I know you did. I'm gonna pop out, guys. Just want to say hey.
All right.
You
Hey.
guys have a good night.
All right. See ya.
All right, take care.
See you, Mark. So Shovel Knight's not on the 360, eh?
Nope.
No.
Wait, it might be.
No.
Digitally.
Oh, it might be digitally. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not on Xbox One physically. It's the only one that didn't actually end up coming out. I don't know why. They had to cancel it.
It's because they wanted to. Microsoft wanted too much of the money. They wanted a big chunk. They had to. There was like a base price. Remember when they wanted to release it for $20, right?
Yeah, and then it went up to 30.
Because it wasn't. It would be thrown into the bargain bin, like at Walmart.
Yeah.
They would just take it from the bargain bin. They wouldn't like sell it properly.
Yeah, it would have gone right next to Max Payne 3.
Right. Yeah. So then, for Microsoft, it was going to bring the price up to $40 or something, and they didn't want that. They couldn't. So they couldn't. They ended up not being able to work it out, which
Yeah,
shame.
That sucks. Because of course that's the version I wanted.
Yeah, me too. But
Already.
I just ended up buying it digitally because of Battletoads.
Yeah, that's what I'll probably end up doing. I've already got it digitally on 3DS too, of course, so buying that physically probably isn't really necessary.
You know,
If it goes on sale, I probably will anyway.
On the Wikipedia, it says it's not on the 360. It's on Windows, 3DS, Wii U, OS X, so Mac, Linux, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, the Vita, the Xbox One, Amazon Fire TV, but no 360.
Yeah. I think the bonus on the PlayStation one is that you can fight Kratos as a boss.
Yeah.
And the bonus for Nintendo is that it's on a Nintendo console.
Well, you got the 2-player, right?
Maybe.
But I guess you need the amiibo to do it.
Yeah. At least on Wii U, I guess.
Yeah.
I have no idea about that because I don't have anything past the Wii or the 3DS. 3DS is the newest Nintendo thing I have.
Cool. And we got a Musty Hobbit coming in.
What's up?
Hey.
Yo.
Hey, guys.
Okay, did you open your mail yet, or what?
Who, me?
Yeah. Don't you usually have mail sitting there on the table?
Yeah, I posted it to Twitter already, if any of you already saw that, but yes, I did get it.
You didn't save it for us?
I was getting it from a person I hadn't made a deal with before, so I wanted to make sure that the quality was what I was expecting. And it was.
Excuse me.
But yeah, he was new to the Facebook group that I normally do a lot of dealing in, so I didn't want to
So you're
risk opening that
disappointed
in
on
front of
that.
all you guys if it was not what I expected. So we got Wario's Woods.
Oh, right. Okay.
And Turtles in Time.
Nice.
Very nice. And I need to give a shout out to your beanie.
Yeah. I thought we were doing hats today.
I'm not yet.
Yeah, well, Yoshi, you got that squid hat you can put on.
Or the cat one instead.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Is that Gigi or Totoro?
GG.
I figured.
Also,
everyone else probably has no idea what I'm talking about.
No idea.
Studio Ghibli movies.
I thought he was that guy from the Yahtzee videos. You know, that little imp that he puts in all his videos? Okay.
The Gigi is the cat from Kiki's Delivery Service.
Yep.
Good movie.
All right.
Hey, for a little update, Mark was totally right about the one that only works, the socket that only works the bottom half and then the top half doesn't work. I tried it. It totally works.
There you go.
I went and tried the bedroom one, and I flipped the breaker, and it did nothing there. So I don't know what's going on with that one.
He should charge you for that. That's some professional opinion there.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah. You should send him something for that. Nice little game or something.
I'm gonna get right on that, Kevin.
Yeah.
Ogre Battle.
Super Mario Duck Hunt.
Yeah, better not
But
be
no
Mario
label.
Duck Hunt. Better be something good.
Yeah.
Like Gyromite. That's a good one.
Wow, he'll put you on video and everything. Are you? Okay.
Kevin's going Mach 5.
Ooh, that was exciting.
Yoshi, look at see. Yoshi never talks about his collecting, or at least I wasn't aware. But I'm looking at his collection behind him. He's got a pretty hefty stack of NES games. Sorry, I just brought on the beast of Yoshi presenting games to the screen. But he was doing a show and tell of his NES games. How many? You
And he
got like
finally
400?
stopped.
Not here.
I prompted him.
There's another shelf full of them over there.
Yeah.
How many do you have?
Somewhere between 300 and 350, I think. I haven't counted them in a long time. And I have pawned off a few because it's like, yeah, I'd rather get rid of Die Hard and Bram Stoker's Dracula and get a Game Boy player.
Yeah.
But
Well, okay.
Your place is starting to look like that kind of every bit of everything kind of store that I like to go into. Oh, what do you got there? You got games on the floor. You got boxes behind you. I'll take some of that.
I'm just trying to understand. You said you would rather get rid of Die Hard and get a Game Boy player, like a $100 game versus a $10 Game Boy player.
no, it had the disc.
So $20 Game Boy player.
Dude, I can't find those for that cheap around here.
Yeah.
I
For way more than that, usually.
It was worth it, and I didn't care because I didn't pay anywhere near that for Die Hard. I got in a lot with like 20 games for $200, so I paid like, and that's the same lot I got like Felix the Cat and a whole bunch of other games that were worth quite a bit, so I didn't care. Whatever.
Well,
Why wouldn't
Party-
you just trade Die Hard for like 5 Game Boy players?
that's right. You should have milked them for all their Game Boy players.
That's what everybody does
I
now.
wouldn't do that. I got one. That's all I needed. And
That's
here's a
what
cat.
retro gaming's all about these days, is deceiving and extorting people for false projects. Segue into the Glico Chameleon. No,
They should have hired some actual engineers for that thing.
I don't know what's going on there.
I haven't even been paying attention to that, so I don't even know what people are talking about.
Apparently, they stuck some capture card in a Jaguar shell and called it a prototype.
Hmm.
Or that's the gist of the story.
I thought it was a DVR. Like it just had game footage on it.
That might be the case too. I think
No.
prototype.
It was a capture card per PCI slot.
Gotcha.
It seems weird. I mean, the internet likes to get angry over things, especially gamers on the internet. But it's obviously they're trying to pull the wool over somebody's eyes. Like, I don't get it.
I should make more of these. I have 2 more NES sitting here.
You should
Nice.
rebrand them and call them the NES Chameleon.
Yes, and we'll test them for you. Just send the demo over. We'll review it on our channels.
So Yoshi, how many of those are you going to send me for my old camcorder?
This isn't a cheap mod.
I didn't ask you how expensive it is. I said how many are you going to send me? That's a number.
That seems kind of.
He'll send you half of one that never worked in the first place.
Great. Then it really would be a Coleco Chameleon.
You'll get half of an empty shell.
Oh, great. Awesome.
You'll get the
You're
parts for
quite
the
the
mod.
negotiator. All right, well.
Are any of you guys familiar with the XRGB FrameMeister?
No. I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it.
Watched a couple videos on it. I haven't used one, but it
You
looks
guys
like a
know-
good product. It's
No
expensive.
one's ever. Yeah, it's real expensive, but it seems like it might be I don't know. I've been looking into it lately. We were talking about mods and stuff like that, and some of the old retro systems support RGB, and then this FrameMeister will take that in and kick it up to 1080, and maybe I'll put something out on the forums. I was just wondering. Not that I can afford one because they're over. I think they're going for $330 right now.
You got a good
All right.
CRT?
No, I was gonna. Well, I have a CRT, a 27-inch. I used to have a Trinitron, but that doesn't work anymore. No, why? Why do you ask? Because you view that as. Now you've done a video, haven't you, Kevin, on retro consoles on new?
Yeah.
How you hook up your retro consoles?
Yeah, and I don't know. There was a lot of rhetoric out there that said that you couldn't do it. So I just did a video on showing people like a method on how I did it, and I have a stereo receiver that actually upconverts video signal. Like I didn't buy it for that purpose. I bought it to be a home theater.
Yeah.
And that's just one of the features that it came with. So I hooked it up and I started playing, and it looked great, and there was no lag or anything like that. So I thought, well, maybe other people have just have these home theaters, for surround sound or whatever, and they don't even think to try using their old consoles on it.
Now you said it upconverts it. It upconverts it to what?
I think everything goes to it doesn't upconvert. I guess is the wrong word. It's like it just it displays it at a higher resolution. You're still limited to whatever the machine itself is going to pop out, right?
Yeah.
Or the cables you're using.
Yeah. What kind of cables do you use? What does it output on?
Well, it depends on the system.
Okay.
The receiver itself will take anything.
So it doesn't cross convert. If you put it in component,
No.
you're going out on component, right?
Right. But what it does
put
is
it in on.
it cleans up the signal a little bit, right? Like it just makes it a little more crisp and that.
Okay.
I guess,
Basically, it makes it run better on the television.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And that does that, and I got an old DVD burner that does the exact same thing. It'll take whatever signal and it converts it to HDMI, so it'll play on your TV, and it looks great too.
Yeah, that's what this FrameMeister does, and apparently it's very good at understanding old retro consoles that emit what they called a 240 progressive signal. It's the low resolution in a progressive format that NES, Sega Master System, Genesis, those things do. And it does a better job of converting those up, and it'll do a cross convert. It'll take composite, S-video, RGB, and component and convert them all to an HDMI. And they said, well, it's nice because what it allows you to do is it allows you to hook up your old systems to HDMI. It allows you to customize the settings on that, and then your video capture, which is just taking HDMI, then your video capture can be just set for one type of input, the HDMI, and everything comes out pretty uniform. And then it supports this analog format called RGB, or SCART, which is one of the physical mechanisms, the physical cables that's used, which gives a really nice, sharp, pixelated view.
Yeah, the SCART is that was more popular in Europe than here.
Yeah.
Like you would have to order all the cables from Europe to get it over here. It could be done, but like your television itself doesn't have a SCART input.
Actually.
Oh, it would.
if you want SCART cables right now, go look at console5.com. They have them all for reasonable prices, and their shipping's quite reasonable to the US. I can't say what it's like for Canada.
Probably not reasonable.
It's all shipping to Canada.
Well, I'm not sure I'm taking this plunge, but I thought I'd ask around. I know some people use this thing.
I think only really extreme people that want a really high quality out of their CRT end up doing this, the SCART cables too.
Yeah.
Because they got to get the professional monitors, right? They got to get the SCART Sony monitor, and it's like a 13-inch TV. So
there's 20-inch versions. They're 20-inch versions. The ones you want to get retro game are 20-inch. I have a 13-inch one, but I'm using that to test consoles.
Yeah.
Mainly, that's the main use of the TV, is just to test out consoles. Because I wanted an actual RGB signal. Because if I'm doing RGB mods, how can I say it's tested if I don't have an RGB TV to test it on?
Yeah. Well, I just don't see it being worth the effort to seek out that type of TV, right? But it's mostly it's only purists that really want
price. What I'm going to say about PVMs, if you look upon one for a good price, get it. If you don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's a better picture, but it's not that much of a difference. You won't notice that much of a difference.
Yeah,
it's not like going from like RF composite to say S video or component. It's not like that kind of difference, but it's like it is clearer and crisper.
Yeah, it's the cathode ray tube enthusiasts that really like them, and they are cool. It's kind of a cool niche thing to have. But I saw them at the convention, and I'm like, oh, that's really nice for me, but nobody else can play on it. So I'd say, Eric, you'd be better. Like if you want something on a bigger CRT, like if you have, or if like most times people do it for their widescreen TV, so they can play the NES, RGB modded and whatever on their big screen, and it looks good. I've seen good reviews. $350 though.
I'm looking for something that's going to make it look a little bit better on an LCD, on a modern television, right? So apparently this thing is
Retron, right?
Yeah, that's the cheapest. Yes, or a cheaper option, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would still say it's bar none the cheapest. Like what, $150 compared to buying the FrameMeister plus the cables and possibly modding your NES and things. It's a lot of effort. It's cool.
It depends on the game too, though. Like, don't you find that some games it just looks too like it just a lot of times they took those squares, those pixels, and they arranged them in a way so when it's downgraded for the CRT TV, it all blends together.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Yeah. When you get too crisp, it's all you're just looking at a bunch of squares. Like I'm even noticing that with Battletoads on Rare Replay. It doesn't look that good.
Yeah.
Because but Mega Man looks great because Mega Man, there's not that much to it.
Yeah.
So you're just like you're making the blues look better or whatever.
Yeah, it's like the preference of converting older computer graphic based movies. Like, do you really need a 1080p Jurassic Park? Because then you just see the fake dinosaurs even more to be fake. So I find it highly dependent on your preference as opposed to it's guaranteed to give you something that'll wow you beyond belief. It's kind of more of like just a highly specialized niche that people enjoy exploiting. That's just something that they really enjoy about the retro scene, is what can I get out of the device, right? But yeah, I don't know.
Gentlemen.
Okay, thanks.
I think I got to roll out.
All right, man.
I think you're right,
Good
Paul.
night.
I think it is my computer that's bad.
It's slowly dying because it's edited so many good videos, right? So.
Yeah, it's on its last legs, that's for sure.
I can't get my lower third to work at all today. It says it's on. I've got it typed in. It just won't pop up.
Yeah, I can never get it to work.
On. How do you turn that thing on?
Oh gosh, here we go.
Tutorial part 500.
Before you do the screen mirroring thing, Paul, I'm just going to say goodbye to you guys.
Yeah.
Bye, Curtis.
Always a pleasure.
Curtis.
Take care.
Take care.
Good night.
Do not do the screen mirroring.
No, I won't do that.
Just Yoshi, go to the left, and when the control bar comes up, just hit Hangout toolbar. It'll be the 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Fifth one down. You hit that, and when you open it up, there should be a profile face icon, the farthest to the left. Click on that, and it'll say lower third. Type in whatever you want and hit on.
And so now for mine, it never updates unless I turn that on-off switch back
Are you
and
still
forth.
afraid of the dark, by the way?
Yes. I'm gonna get this to work. I was messing around with it today, and I could actually get the audio. I downloaded a mixing program, and it took my audio from YouTube and put it through my output to like the Hangout. Except I messed around with it too much, and then I muted myself altogether. So
is that working now? Because I can't see it.
No.
No.
It's not.
Try the on-off thing again.
Like I said, Yoshi, it's not working for me either, and I'm using Chrome.
Google hates us.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm using Chrome too, so that's kind of weird.
So,
Like, Google, why does your stuff not work with its own browser?
It's like they're getting lazy. Google, Apple, they're like, who cares? They already are buying our products. Why do we need to make quality stuff anymore?
I'm on an iMac using the default Apple browser, Safari, and it's working fine.
Yeah.
And this is an 8-year-old computer.
Nice. Retro.
Because, your computer was around when Steve Jobs was around. He's not there to crap the whip anymore. They don't care. Just sit back, they roll. No. When was the last time Apple came up with something innovative? It's been a while. The iPad was how long ago?
They're just getting into owning all of the digital media streaming device or streaming services.
Yeah. Or that stupid watch. That's what they came up with.
Yeah.
Somebody watched Dick Tracy and said, "Hey, that's a good idea." Get that going.
Honestly, I don't care if they come up with new stuff. The stuff they already have works really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just nowhere to go from where they went.
Well, the retro VGS will be the next innovation.
Oh yeah.
in gaming.
I heard it's completely canceled. By the way.
Yeah.
Like he's finally given up on that. I don't know. That was just what some YouTuber was yelling though. I don't know if that's actually.
This just happened today. I know Pat put up his reaction video or something.
There's one guy I've been kind of like half following because he's been one of the cheerleaders of this machine.
Yeah.
So I want to know, like, I was trying to figure out, like, when is this guy going to actually finally break? Like, where's the breaking point? And it was finally today. Finally today, he put up a video saying that the thing is dead or whatever. So.
Okay.
But,
I don't.
Probably just raging then.
Yeah. Come to think of it, probably just that.
You guys getting me okay here?
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah.
All right.
Seeing you, yeah.
My internet's just going nuts. Like, it's just misbehaving, so.
Yeah, you dropped out quite a few times there, but
Yeah.
I'm seeing you now.
Right on.
Are you snowed in as well?
I was just driving in it not too long ago. I had a hockey game, so it's not going to keep me stopped from going to play hockey. It's a little slow going.
It's when I find people show up the most, right? They're like, I don't want to go anywhere else, but I'll go play hockey. It's always packed.
Well, it was actually pretty dead there because I guess they canceled all the kiddie games and stuff, which are usually before the men's league.
Okay.
We actually scored a little extra ice time because the kids weren't out before us. The ice was clean.
Nice.
Excellent.
But yeah, I don't know if anybody's talking about this on any other forum or whatever. But I'm confused. I'm just confused if whether they had an intention to release a console at all, or is it just really misplaced effort? Like they're just backpedaling the wrong way, or what? Like
Sounds
why?
like somebody basically bit off more than they could chew, kind of idea.
Yeah, it sounds like they had really good ideas to start. Like somebody described it on a comment somewhere, and they said, you know, it sounds like somebody that had a childhood dream that shouldn't have been realized. It's a little late, and but why go to the effort of making something that would appear, you know, when you have touchy YouTube and gamers that just love to react to things and explode with rage, why would you put out something that would give them an excuse to hate your product that you want to sell to potential buyers, right?
Well, that's my thinking on it. I mean, honestly, why would you even make such egregious claims if you're not able to back it up to begin with? Like,
yeah.
Before you even start that, you need to have your prototype at least set before you start goofing around with, like, raising funds and that kind of thing. And people are really quick to jump on Kickstarters or whatever you want to call them and not too thoughtful when it comes to thinking about what they really need to put in place before they get to that stage.
Yeah, I don't get the whole needing a prototype thing. Is that's just dependent on the website, right? Like Kickstarter versus.
That's a Kickstarter requirement. Is a working prototype.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
that's why they switched to Indiegogo, because that they could get the money with, and they don't have to meet their goals to get the funds on that.
I don't mind that. That was, you know, whatever. Like if I don't want to buy it, I don't need to buy it. But they didn't reach their goal or whatever, so then they tried to. Did they go from Indiegogo to Kickstarter? Is that the deal?
Yeah, this time the February 26th launch was supposed to be on Kickstarter because they went to that toy fair and proved that they had a working prototype, which was the Super Nintendo wrapped into a Jaguar shell.
Yeah, and that just seems silly to me. Like, why?
I don't know. I don't know why you would go that route and try to deceive. Like maybe he did it before with that retro magazine and was able to get away with it because there wasn't people looking into it like they were with this console. I mean, he got everybody excited. You know, everybody said, "Oh yeah, this is great." He just promised, like any question that was thrown at him, he promised, "Yeah, I could do that." Like, how much is console going to be? Oh, it's only going to be $130. Oh yeah, the games are going to be cheap. Oh yeah, you're going to be able to download stuff. You're going to be able to play modern games. You're going to be able to play old games. We're going to get sequels to games that you never like. Everything was it was all pie in the sky, you know. And when it came time to deliver, well, he didn't have anything. And if he would have went to Kickstarter after he got the Jaguar shells and said, "We want to make a prototype. We're going on Kickstarter to get money to make a prototype. We don't have anything. All we got are the shells. We have an idea." Well, okay, you get if people want to fund that, fine. I don't know why he tried to go down this route where thought that he was going to fool everybody. It made no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. Or he just, or they really just don't understand the concept of, no, you need a working prototype. Like it seems like rush decision after rush decision. And
well, he's not an engineer too, right? No. And he had a lot of problems with the engineers that he kind of hired, but not really like that he was working with. And I think that the engineers were giving him realistic goals, like saying it's going to take you a year to do this or whatever, and he was like, "I bought the Jaguar shells. We got to get this thing going right now."
Yeah. It's probably bad business practices, really. And the engineers, he probably estimated, you know, salary for however many, you know, a year of building this thing. That was probably part of this outlandish $2 million that everybody was up in arms about. But yeah, it just seems like he needed a business consultant to sit him down and say, "This is what you realistically need to put in front of your investors and your potential customers."
He's the guy that's supposed to have all that. It's the engineers that, you know, that give him a plan on like how long is it actually going to take to make this thing.
But Coleco's involved now for the branding, right?
Well, they
No.
just basically licensed their branding.
bought
Yeah,
it.
maybe it was a demand from them to do the fake prototype then. Who knows?
No, because they had the fake prototype thing going before they had the branding, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the big thing, was that they were going to go to Kickstarter without this branding.
Okay.
Or sorry, without this prototype at the beginning, and then they started backpedaling and saying, it was like the prototype thing didn't even enter their mind at the start.
Just
Me,
one of the only things I could think of. Go ahead, Yoshi.
an idea that came pretty much from a completely business marketing perspective, where the guy came up with this idea, said, "Oh, it'll do all these things." Didn't talk to the engineers to ask them, like, what can we realistically make for this price and this? 'Cause, like, there's a lot of aspects that goes into all that stuff, and if you don't ask the engineers, your product's not going to work. I'm pretty sure this is a general struggle I'm going to have in my future in the job. I see it happen. Where it's like, you need to make this. And I'm like, I can't do that for the price you want me to do it without making it crap. So I got to make it crap.
I agree. I think, though, that the idea didn't come out of nowhere. I think he got an opportunity to buy these shells. It was somebody came up to him and said, "Hey, you want to buy the molds for the Atari Jaguar shells?" And then from there, that's where the idea was, I'm going to make this old console. And this old console has to happen because he spent, I think it was $6,000 or something for those shells. Which is kind of stupid. There's nice lower third. Very good. You beat the Chrome. Take that.
This is how you solve problems.
There's an engineer for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I noticed.
Have you ever seen the engineer flowchart, Eric?
Oh, I'm not sure. Which, what are you referring to? No.
All right, I'll be back in a second. I'll show you my engineering flowchart.
I was going to tell you, Yoshi, we have a saying around where we work, which is faster, cheaper, quicker. Pick two. You can't have all three, but managers will want that all the time. So faster, cheaper, quicker. You can have two.
Yeah. I'm just isolating those options in my mind. I'm like, okay, I can have cheaper and faster.
I think I said it wrong. It's do it in lower cost, do it better, or do it faster. So it's quality, not faster and
quality,
quicker.
Speed, or
you can have quality, you can have it high quality, you can have it quicker, or you can have it low cost. But you pick two.
Yeah.
Right, let's see what Kevin's got here. I missed it. Here, put him back on.
Hold on. There.
Hold on, Kevin. All right. I have seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Nice.
Yeah. That's great. I love that.
They have one of those at my school as a joke.
Yeah. It's
WD-40 and duct tape.
That's all you need.
That's great. Yep.
Someone should make the electronics engineers version.
What's that?
Well, you switch to duct tape for black electrical tape.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then you got to think of something else because I can't think of it right now.
Canned air instead of WD-40.
What?
Canned air instead of WD-40.
Yeah.
There you go. Canned air. Yeah.
Sorry, Kevin. I think you were just finishing your point, and then we ended up going off a bit. I wanted to hear what you had to say, if you can remember.
About what?
Just finishing your thought about the chameleon thing.
No, that was it. I had no more else to say. I think that they just got those shells, and then the idea just bloomed from there, and they just stumbled to the finish line. I don't know why. The other thing too is, like, why is there such a hurry? Why is there such a rush? Like, we got to get this right away. Everybody needs this right now. Give yourself time. You know, do it in a year or two. Let the engineers come up with something good.
I
Wow
don't
us. You know?
realize how long development time takes.
Yeah.
Well, and he probably was thinking, if I hurry and do it quickly, then I don't need to pay these people as much. Instead of it being a passion project that people are volunteering their time or working together to make this together, it sounded like he was trying to hire people, and then eventually those people said, I'm not actually getting paid. See you
I think
later.
I was trying to do like a get rich quick scheme.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
kind of
maybe
what
not get rich quick, but he definitely was trying to turn the processing time up.
So basically, on a Kickstarter or Indiegogo, whatever it's called, I mean, people donate a bunch of cash for this, and what does you walk away with it?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, if it's Kickstarter, they have to hit that certain tier to get the funding. But yeah, they can not turn out a product, and that's that. I think that's why so many people funded the Oculus Rift when that came out, and then Oculus sold it to Facebook for $2 billion, and all the Kickstarter backers got dev kits. That was about it.
Yeah, that's why I haven't sent money to any. The only thing I ever supported was the Angry Video Game Nerd movie, because that was like a donation to me. You know, just go make your movie. You made a ton of good videos. You inspired me to make videos. There you go. You know, or if I'm buying DVDs from like Pat the but to me that's just like buying DVDs. You know, from Pat the NES Punk or the Game Chasers or whatever. You're not going to get them anywhere else, so you might as well get in early and grab them. But that's already a product that's already out there. You know what you're getting. But for any of these other things, like even Mighty Number 9, I didn't.
Yeah.
I waited, and I pre-ordered it, and it's been delayed so many times I canceled my pre-order because I don't know what's going on with that game. But if I kickstarted it, I'd still be out that money waiting for that game.
Yeah.
Mighty Number 9 delays.
There you go.
Yeah, I can't into that. I can't back something I don't know is going to be a guaranteed thing.
Yeah.
I can't get into that. I mean, that's ridiculous. I got hard enough time paying my bills as it is.
Yeah.
And Fairyland getting nothing out of it.
I don't mind putting money out if they say that it'll be returned if the project doesn't reach its goals. But putting it out there, just hoping that it goes through. Like, I don't know what the fail rate is, but I know that there's a lot more campaigns that fail than succeed. So they just get the money.
Well, and I don't see any fund in my dreams either.
Yeah.
Kickstarter success campaign. I think like 2 years ago there was a guy that was like kickstarted potato salad.
Yeah.
And managed to make around like
a ton of money.
Thousands of dollars raised for potato salad or something like that.
Yeah.
We just watched the whole month. We just
an eBay listing for an air guitar, and basically it's a picture of the corner of the dude's room. Like $1,000 on it. It was ridiculous. I just couldn't believe it. This was like probably 5 years ago.
What do you ship them? Air in a box?
Yeah, just ship it in an empty box.
Like,
and they're like you know, the listing was like you don't need lessons. You can just pick up and play.
Eric, do your kids ever get tired, or are they just like 24/7
the whole time?
Like,
are you asking me?
Yeah, like
Sorry.
your girl there's been jumping like for 3 hours straight, I think.
there's a one of those exercise balls.
Okay.
So she's just bouncing. There it is.
Oh, okay.
She's just bouncing on. Yeah, she's trying to. I think she's trying to get some attention.
I think she's trying to test your bandwidth.
You've made her. Yeah, I find it pretty distracting when they sit back there. It's nerve-wracking for me.
That's bandwidth and patience at the same time.
Yeah. All right, Ellie.
When me, Dean, and Luke came over to Eric's place, you know, because I put out so many YouTube videos, she's Melissa introduced us. These people are on YouTube, and they're like, oh wow, shaking my hand and stuff. I felt famous that day.
Yeah, they want to be on, but I'm not sure they understand what they're asking for you.
Yeah, they're really cute.
Of course, I guess they'll be on this one. You've been posting these, haven't you, Paul?
Yeah, I hope that nobody watches 4 hours of this thing. I just kind of figured if it's something that somebody wants to check out, 2 minutes of it just to see what we're doing, and then never watch another one. But I just, I'm actually not quite sure how to not publish it onto YouTube at the same time. So I just figured it's easier just to let it be published. I can make them private if people
I
won't.
feel like sort of really accountable for my actions when you say that.
Yeah, yeah. Ian and
People
Pat are
can
going to be
skip
scanning
through it.
over these videos.
Oh man, they're gonna hate me.
Yeah. We're going to have 10,000 of their subs flaming our videos.
That's okay. I have old joystick. Literally an old joystick.
Okay.
You guys have any problems with people trolling your channels or anything like that?
Nah, I don't do anything.
It sounds like Pam has it the worst.
Yeah.
Oh, I watched that earlier today, and I was just like, wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Talking about Pam, and remember I was telling you that. She put a video up and read a bunch.
Yeah.
Duke is giving the play-by-play.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm here again. I'm here.
Sorry,
Oh,
we're just
welcome
listening to your
back.
play-by-play.
I actually didn't see
Tell
that,
my
so.
Sorry. I forgot you guys could hear me.
No video?
Yeah, I'm in the living room with my wife, so I'm just got the camera off.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hey, Tara.
Sorry, we don't want to see that.
She says hi.
Hello.
I put the camera on, but it's dark.
Nice.
All right. Well, what you two do while you listen to our soothing voices is entirely up to you.
Anybody got some music? Do-do, 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 do-do. Oh, yeah. Retro gaming.
I could turn on Nier and just go to the big field in the middle and just let that.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, I really, that music really caught on with me after a while. I didn't care for it too much, but it really grew on me. Are you guys still playing it?
Well,
I got ending B yesterday, and I'm debating. I really want to just get Alan Wake started.
Yeah.
Which is kind of where I'm torn. And I got Shovel Knight last week, so which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
That's some music I can get behind.
Oh, that's good music too. Yeah.
Kevin, was Nier your suggestion?
Hang on.
Well, I was for it. I don't think I suggested it.
Oh, okay.
I think both P1 and P2 have been wanting to play it for a while.
Yeah.
So, and then they asked me what I thought of it, because I had my review, and I said, well, you could watch my review of it. But yeah, no, I was for it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts in under 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I was
great. Good game.
So did that come out before or after Final Fantasy 13?
That's a good question. I think before.
Was before? Okay.
Now, Nier was 2010, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought. I don't know. I'm going to check. Because I thought Final
Let me
Fantasy
check
was
real
earlier
quick.
than that.
Let me check.
I was wondering that same thing, because I was looking at Nier. I think Final Fantasy 13 is drop-dead gorgeous graphics.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I think the graphics in Nier are quite as good.
No,
so I was
Nier,
wondering.
No.
Yeah.
13.
That's what they were saying
Pretty
on the
easy to play
podcast.
that, like, Pong graphics, so.
They said that on the podcast the graphics were kind of subpar, but it didn't really take away from the game.
13
No,
is
it doesn't.
9. The first copyright is 09.
yeah, December 09 and April 2010 for Nier. So
Okay, so not too
pretty
far.
much, yeah, they're pretty much being developed at the same time.
Okay.
13 was also a much longer development cycle too, if I remember right.
Yeah.
That could very well be, yeah.
So what can I
Yeah.
expect with Alan Wake? Is that a that's not an RPG, right? That's
No. It's it's a spooky adventure game.
Yeah.
It's like a Stephen King novel in a video game form.
Cool.
Mechanically, it's a third-person shooter, but it's not really a shooting game so much.
Yeah, you're gonna have to conserve ammo.
Yeah.
Well, if you're playing on the harder levels, you've definitely got to conserve ammo.
Kind of a light survival horror, I guess, would be a better way of putting it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Resident
Evil 4.
I started it on Sunday, and I got to tell you, it's. I think it's going to be scary for me.
All I'll say is Sarah finished it.
Okay.
So.
Can we get a live stream of that, Eric?
What, with me yelping like a
Yeah.
shrieking like a...
That would be great.
No.
Come on.
No, you can't.
PewDiePie video.
Yeah, right. I played some Resident Evil, and I don't know, maybe it was the graphics at the time or whatever, because I played them in many years after they came out, and I didn't find it scary, but there was sort of a part. I think the beginning of Alan Wake does a good job of. Well, I don't know. I found the first few minutes of it very effective.
Yeah. Good way to do a tutorial for that. Good way to do a tutorial for that setting.
Yoshi, you okay?
He's fixing a console or something.
I don't know. He was like trying to show us his math homework or something. I don't know.
Dude, you don't know what's math homework. You want to see it?
Is this supposed to be scary?
For this unit yet?
I think Yoshi's had one too many power-ups.
Well, this is what we were going over last time I was in class. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
We were graphing all sorts of functions.
Oh, yeah. Just don't forget to carry over the remainder. You'll be fine.
If you know, click C.
Yeah.
Yoshi, we get enough of this on your Twitter page.
This is an interactive Yoshi Twitter feed.
I'm digging the hat, Musty Hobbit there. I like that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess we were supposed to wear hats today. Is that right?
That's how it kind of ended up last week. We all were.
Should I go get a hat?
It was either that or we were all showing off how big our controllers could get.
Not sure if there's a we in that sentence that belongs.
Well, I think the Steel Battalion wins, right? That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that was Musty Hobbit going from the Dukes up to the Steel Battalion controller.
Yeah. Just break out the Steel Battalion.
There's a hotel phone.
You travel with work, Paul?
Not very rarely actually. So when I do, I figured, hey, might as well kill some spare time doing this kind of stuff. So yeah.
Cool.
Actually, on the topic of Musty Hobbit's hat, I actually picked this up recently. The Star Wars Complete Saga Blu-ray.
Is that a different case? Is it always had that case?
No, it's a different. They just repackaged it. I don't know if the packaging is different, but it's just basically a large, regular Blu-ray case.
Now that's the version with all the additions and the stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the.
It doesn't have the original cut.
No.
But they
it's the same as the last Blu-ray, just different package.
Didn't they promise to release? Did Disney say that they're gonna get the?
Yep, it's
They said
all
it's
sorted
coming.
out?
Yeah, they
That
said
was
it's coming,
maybe.
but some of the footage is a little beyond, like, the celluloid's just kind of gone on it. Which
Yeah.
I don't know that I buy that, but
You'd think that would be like in the vault right away for historical preservation and stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but Lucas was like being all weird about it. He wouldn't let anybody have it, so.
It was still in his basement.
Yeah.
The bad part about that is if it is damaged, and if they tried to restore it at all with any sort of editions, it would no longer be the theatrical cut, and people would boycott it. So they can't win.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it doesn't have, like, dancing, CGI scenes and Jabba the Hutt and stuff like that, then it'll be
Dinosaurs.
Yeah, but if people get mad over an uppercase R where there was once a lowercase, they'll get mad at that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't boycott a version that had on shooting first, got rid of the Muppets.
Yeah.
Just let me enjoy Star Wars.
Yeah, most of the scenes in the special editions are fine, but it's the stuff that's right in your face that sucks.
I hated all of them.
Me too.
There's a lot of small changes people don't even really notice unless you point it out. Like, has anyone seen the clip of the stormtrooper hitting his head on the bulkhead?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the special editions, they just added a dunk.
Yeah.
Which is just great. It's like you can barely hear it, but it's just there. It's like bonk. We're not editing this out at all. I thought that was really cool.
I grew up on the special editions.
So did I, but
I didn't. I grew up on the TV releases that I taped on my VCR.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
May or may not have been the special editions.
Mine definitely weren't. It was back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I had
Okay, then they weren't.
VHS tapes that came out right before the special editions were released in like the theaters and stuff like that, and those were that set is legit. You can find that in thrift shops all the time.
Which set?
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, the THX VHS tapes.
Yeah, that's not edited or messed with.
That's the one I was making the joke about the uppercase R. They capitalized Rebels in the opening scroll, and people got mad about it. That was the only change.
Oh,
I never
It
knew
was the
that.
first of many changes. And the special editions were 97, I believe. So.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, the only time I went to Taco Bell in my life was when that came out. It's like I got a Stormtrooper cup.
When they were re-releasing them, and then in preparation for 1, 2, and 3, or episode 1 rather, they had the special Dorito. Were they Pogs or something in there?
No idea.
I forget what they had.
That I missed out on.
But I used to, after hockey, we'd stop and get a Slurpee and a bag of Doritos or something. So
yeah, they had some
Star Wars in there.
Yeah, they had some sort of collectible cans. It was like Coke or something with a bunch of profiles of the characters on them, kind of like how we get with Avengers now. And
Lord of the Rings.
I had a bunch of those, but I got rid of them as a kid because I was stupid.
I remember the Lord of the Rings commercials for Burger King.
The Slice and Dr. Pepper. Oh, and then they have those goblets, yeah.
Did either Kevin or Eric see Star Wars in the theater when they were a kid?
Yeah. Oh, I saw the first Star Wars in the drive-in, and I think Empire was already out when I went to see it. So it was like a summer matinee thing or something like that.
Yeah.
Star Wars was really
I fell asleep.
the year I was born, so I didn't see that.
I never saw.
Yeah.
I saw Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi in the theater. I remember them both, but I
Yeah.
think Star Wars. I was only 3 years old or something.
Yeah.
Like 77, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 79.
Yeah, like basically a month.
77.
Yeah, I was born in 75, so I was too young.
Yep.
I remember my brother going to see, and I think it was Return of the Jedi. But I was still too young.
8 and 10 months old. Wow.
10 months.
They're talking about you now.
You're getting
8 and 10 months old. Wow.
Months?
8 years. All right. You've had your 5 minutes of fame.
Why am I being presented now?
Oh, sorry. Did I press something?
You're presenting my confusion to everybody.
I was watching Hangout number 3, and I'm just watching because I stepped away. It was funny just to watch you come into the empty Hangout. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm alone again.
Yeah.
And then you're telling people, just skip ahead, don't watch me.
Well, if they're watching the pre-recorded thing, it's like, there is no point staying here. Move along. I am not saying anything.
Speaking of drive-thrus, the only thing I remember seeing in the drive-thru was the black hole.
Mm.
And I think that was what...
You mean drive-in?
That's what I meant.
Drive-thru.
If you're seeing a black hole at a drive-thru, you're getting bad service.
I went to McDonald's and watched the black hole, yeah. I meant the drive-in. But I do remember that. They would come to your car and serve you things and stuff.
Yeah. There was a drive-in in the late 90s that was still open, and like there was hardly any of them left, and we thought, oh, this is cool. Like, we haven't been to a drive-in forever, and we went there, and they were showing U.S. Marshals and Major League 3.
Oh my gosh.
And amazing popcorn. Still to this day, the best popcorn I ever had was there. But it was Northern Ontario, and it was early spring, and the mosquitoes were like the size of friggin' wasps, and we just got eaten alive. It was warm, so like you couldn't really roll up the windows. And
if I remember right, didn't you tune your radio into a station to listen to it?
Yeah, it depended on the drive-in, and yeah, this one did have the radio thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But some of them had like that. It was like a device you put on your door, and the speaker was in that.
Huh.
I remember those.
Yeah.
I used to go to drive-ins all the time as a kid. Dad would always take me to those. It was like, hey, it's cheap. Here's 2 movies.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been to one, honestly.
I think the ones I was at, they always showed like 3 or 4 movies. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But what ruins it now, well, what ruined it back in the late 90s too, was the daytime running lights that everybody had in their cars. Because people would like, it was hot, so people would run their air conditioning, and they turn on their car, and their lights are shining on the screen. And we were with my buddy Len, who was older, and he said if this was the 70s, we would just walk up to him and just punch him in the face.
Can't do that anymore.
No, you couldn't even do it in the 90s.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, Rocket.
Yeah.
Hello.
What's up, Rocket?
Hey.
Oh, hello.
Hey, good job on the podcast this month. Great episode.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
That was kind of a last-minute addition there, too, basically.
It was really good. Even for someone who didn't play the game, it was a great episode. Very entertaining.
It was very hard to... It was not very easy to talk about that game. I don't... It's if you play it, it's one thing, but like to describe it, it sounds completely stupid, basically, from what you.
You did a good job, though.
So in order, I guess to try to make it sound decent, I don't know. It came across, so that's how it came across, but
Nah, it was good. Good episode.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That was all basically P2 right there, putting it all together.
Does he know that his mic is still real low compared to everybody else?
Yeah.
Well, the music you couldn't hear. I listened to the replay of it, and we could hear music when we did when he was playing music in the background. But on this replay, you could not hear the music at all.
Yeah, I didn't hear him. I could barely hear P2 at all. He's so low.
What sort of mic does he use?
I think he just used the headphones that come from an iPhone, like the head. I think honestly that's what he does. But they don't have the production like Mars does, where he's got the mixing board. I don't think they got that kind of production there basically from the brothers. It's just basically whatever can. You're gonna have to ask them if they do everything through GarageBand or I'm not quite sure how they do everything.
I'll have to keep an eye out in my travels for a mic. I'll just send it over. He deserves to be heard.
Well, I think P1's also like that too, but he's got like the headset with the microphone, but I'm not 100% sure on it either.
But
that's a campaign I would support. I would actually seriously start up one just so that we could donate some money for them to get some
Hey,
kick-ass mics.
Mars, do you know how they do your recording? The brother?
No, it's not a microphone problem. It's because he's recording the show, and you have to. I have the same problem. You have to speak up into the microphone. That's the only way around it because everybody through Skype just has compression. It compresses your audio so it's level. So even if you start mumbling or whatever, but without that, unless you start running your microphone through some sort of filter or whatever, it's just picking up like regular mic. So yeah, so that's the problem. Like before, P1 was recording, and that's why he was low, and this time P2 has been recording for the last little bit. Yeah.
When you record, Kevin, do you have like a, I don't know, for lack of knowledge on my end, but do you have like a software program that receives everybody's individual channel of audio, or how does that work?
No, I'm on one channel and Skype is on another. You can't separate everybody on Skype.
I don't know. I'd have to ask Enzi. I just trust that he knows what he's doing, and he's definitely gotten better each one. And sometimes we have different difficulties, but I'm pretty sure he can separate our audio, so he can isolate his and mute his, and then he can isolate mine. But maybe it is like you said. Maybe it's
two of you.
Yeah, maybe it's just his and then the recording.
Kevin, don't you isolate Rambox all the time with his funny little?
Yeah, how do you separate that?
Luck, and he does a backup. I don't know if I should tell you because then he's not going to give me his backup.
Okay.
I'm not going to divulge that secret.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a trade secret. All right. Well, I was just interested.
Well, Mars, how does your mixing board come into play then? I was just curious about that.
How do you mean?
I don't know. Like, what do you? I'm just curious. Like, with all the setup and everything, how does it like lay out, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you have it like just programmed with the like how you have your sound bites ready to go, or?
Yeah. I have one computer is basically just used just for the sound bites. It's running all the time, just to play, and I just have a little program that just lets me select that. So that's on one channel. Skype is on another channel, and the mixing board and my mic is on another channel. My mixing board just mixes it all together, and I record the output of it.
Okay.
So actually, while I was using my tablet to record the output of the board, but it kept crashing. I've had to use Rambox as backup for 3 or 4 episodes in a row. So eventually, I've gone back to using the PC to record on, and yeah. So I guess the one PC does audio, like the sound bites and the recording now.
You ready to do this, Yoshi?
What?
Have you been noticing that I've been mirroring your every move?
I noticed that.
In our windows, I don't know about you guys, but in the bottom, for me, it's the bottom right. Yoshi's right next to me, so we've been like synchronized swaying in our.
I didn't even notice that.
That's something unofficially I try to copy everybody. So Kevin was doing it. Dean is usually the best for doing this. So I'll just do what Dean does, and then Curtis will do it. And then that's about as far as it gets. So anyway, sorry.
Well, I kind of got a song stuck in my head, and it won't go away.
Good boy.
So that's kind of like why.
What song is it?
Is it Katy Perry or something?
Alone now. It doesn't seem to be around.
Taylor Swift?
No.
Adele?
No, Taylor Swift.
No.
Did you guys watch Deadpool?
Yes.
No, I didn't get to see
Do you
it.
remember me saying on Retro Fandango that there's an original version of that song? I Think I'm Alone Now.
Yeah.
And it sounds creepy. Yeah. They used that song in Deadpool, and they use it very creepily.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I only knew the original version because my dad listened to like the oldies station. So then I heard the Tiffany version. I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. But yeah, then when you said that it was creepy, I'm like, oh, I kind of like
Tommy
that
James
version.
and the Shondells, Tara says.
Yeah, it is kind of like
I'm not saying it's bad. It's just creepy, is all.
It sounds like they used the echo chamber kind of effect that was popular then, right?
Like, I don't even know if you can hear that. This is the song that's stuck in my head.
Oh, nice.
Tears for
Is
Fears.
that Tears for Fears? Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Everybody wants to
That's
rule
been stuck
the
in my head all
world.
day.
So are we going to get a review, Mars, of the Deadpool soon, or what's your thoughts?
For
Is it
me?
secret?
I'll probably talk about it on Retro Fandango.
Yeah, I figured.
It's yeah.
Okay.
This is like second tier conversation or something.
What?
What, the conversation for Deadpool or?
No, I'm just saying, like he saves his good conversation for something else.
Well, it's part of the show because it makes actually this adds suspense because I want to know if Mars actually likes it or hates it.
He hates it.
I think it's more drama for the show because then I can also then if I more likely I'm going to complain about it on the forums than for Mars, you know.
I need some content from my show. I can't blow my load here. This thing. Like, people are going to listen to Retro Fandango. No one in their right mind is going to make it this far into this thing.
All right, what timestamp are we at here?
I don't know.
Did you
Hours.
watch Pat's video about the chameleon, whatever it's called?
No, I saw he posted it. I
Oh my
haven't got it.
gosh. What a debacle that thing.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it while you were gone.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, but it is a
Was
debacle.
that just an hour-long discussion about it? Because I saw like there's 3 podcasts like uploaded in the same day, and I think the second one I'm a half hour into it, and it's still just the chameleon talk.
This was a video he just put out on his YouTube channel, just like
Yeah,
a
like
10-minute video or
6
something.
minute, yeah, 10 minute, yeah.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I mean, I understand why he has such a bug up his butt about that because they did call they called them out on that first Kickstarter, and then afterwards they said, well, Pat and Ian must have been drunk or something like that.
Yep. Yep.
So I can see why they're,
It's kind of personal for them, yeah.
yeah.
Well, and Pat especially always seems to kind of have, he has a chip on his shoulder, and probably rightfully so. It kind of seems like in his early years he was kind of put down and, not thought of as a quality YouTuber or something. So he has a chip on his shoulder already. So anybody that tends to, rub him the wrong way, or, he's got an opinion. So
Yeah,
it's
I think a lot
understandable.
of that comes from the Game Chasers because they always bust his chops a little bit. But I think there's a lot of people out there that really don't get the joke that he's actually really good, but they're just put him down because I don't know. I think a lot of people just don't get it, so they kind of pile on to that.
Seems like Eric usually gets the brunt of
Oh,
that.
Eric
I
gets
thought
it.
he was.
Yeah, he
Eric
does.
gets a way more, yeah, for sure.
I thought Pat was naturally just kind of, it's nothing against him. It's just his personality. But I just, I just noticed he's kind of just one of those
He's got a
guys.
history with them. He wrote an article in one of their magazines. I think the third magazine. I think he wrote.
Oh, yeah.
He was at one point kind of teaming up with them, at least on some level, and I guess they had a falling out.
I think they did. He kind of alluded to. All he really said was, "I don't write for them anymore," and he didn't go any further. So that kind of leads you to believe that there was something going on.
Yeah.
So he might know something too. Like I said, he might have done. This guy might have done this before with that magazine. He was just able to get away with it because people weren't looking into it as much.
Well, it was pretty expensive of a magazine, but it still was. It was cheaper than that other one that's from the UK. I can't remember what that one's called. That one's like $15 an issue.
Yeah.
So if
part
you
of
don't
that
get,
is because it's from the UK, though.
Yeah. I'm trying to make that conversion rate or something.
Well, props to Pat for not being afraid to call him out. When it's justified.
Yeah. Is that magazine still going?
I think so. I don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't re-up after you guys had that nice talk because then I didn't even know about that the console until you guys brought it up on Fandango, and then it really seemed like it hit the fan right after hearing that.
Yeah.
Fandango
Yeah,
effect.
the flames are getting high on that one.
They're ahead of the curve, man. Ahead of the curve. I told you as soon as that last episode aired. That's it. It's gone. Kickstarter failed.
Well, yeah.
That's too bad.
No,
Because I do think that is a good idea. I think if they put it in the right hands and they're just upfront with people, and they say this is something that is for a niche audience, niche crowd, and you're going to pay a premium for it, I think it could work. But they just got to be upfront with people.
I said the same thing initially. Is the price point was the biggest problem initially that I had. I thought it was going to be like $100 console, but when I heard it was like $3 something, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Who's going to spend that much? And
again, that was that guy going around saying, "Oh, it's only going to be $100." He should have been upfront and said,
"Yeah,
this thing's going to cost. It's going to cost as much as an Xbox One or a PS4 because of whatever."
Right.
Well, to put all those components in it, like Yoshi would know, like that's a lot of money to put, SCART and HDMI and RGB.
It's not so much that. Like if Sony puts out the PlayStation 4, they get a deal on the processors, for instance, because they're ordering so many of them.
Yeah.
Or the GPUs or whatever.
To make a custom game, to make a game console, most game consoles have custom chips in them. So basically, these are proprietary chips that have been designed by, say, Nintendo or Sega or Sony or Microsoft. Like, you can't order these. So there's certain parts of it that you literally have to completely design yourself. The research and development that goes into making any game console, be it a modern or an old school one, is insane. Like, it's a lot of work. Because I know I'm going to be in for a lot of work because I'm going to be taking parts from that one Genesis I have that doesn't work and trying to build like a Z80 computer out of it. Well, some other stuff. But
regardless of whether it was a good idea or it was going to work, the biggest problem is you can't get anywhere being deceitful like that. It's just you're never going to make it.
Yeah.
What did you say? What was that?
Deceitful.
Yeah, they were
deceitful. Deceitful. Evil.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Gotcha.
Naughty.
Mischievous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do almost wonder though if they even knew what they were doing. Basically, that they probably got a deal buying that mold for the Jaguar, and they figured they could probably just throw something together.
Kevin just said that earlier. He's like, he probably got a deal on the Jaguar shells, and he's like, I need to put something out. Anyway, that was funny.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. It was $6,000 to buy this thing, and he thought, if I buy this, I can make a console. And that was the genesis of the idea, and he's just been stumbling ever since.
What they should have just done was just made custom colored molds for the Jaguar. That's all they really should have done with it, basically.
Exactly what I was thinking, man. Or like replacement.
That would have been a good idea.
I saw they did like a neon like see-through orange one or something like that, and I thought it looked kind of cool. Despite I never owned a Jaguar, or I played like 1 or 2 games off, and I was never really impressed. So it's not something I really needed to run out and buy. But
you know what I think would have been a better investment than the Jaguar molds? A 3D printer, because then you can just print your own damn thing, and then like however you want it.
I think that's what the guys who are doing that AVS console are doing that right now with theirs for the retro AVS or whatever it's called.
What you do now, you just 3D print stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're building, like if I was to do that, that's what I'd do. But then again, my college has a 3D printing club, so when I get more into actually like designing stuff, I'm gonna go join that because it's like $30 a semester.
You should just do that and make a living just printing off those Super Nintendo AV outputs or something like that.
I do not feel like CADing that out. I hate AutoCAD.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely hate it. Like I don't like doing it. Circuit design, I think I'm gonna like more because it's gonna be actual. To me, it's like I don't like the mechanical aspect of it, so I don't like all the mechanical CAD aspects of it, and I did take a course in it, and I found it extremely boring. I was decent at it, but I didn't like it, so I don't know how to explain that one. So I'm not exactly the best at CAD.
going back to the price point again of the Chameleon, what I don't understand is, Bobby just got a Retron 3 for like $57, and it's their own design. It plays 3 different cartridges. That's the price point you're looking for. Something that's economical, that works well. Why is this thing $300 and some dollars? And I just don't understand why it's got to be so. And this is supposed to be, we got these shells cheap. Why is it costing so much?
Well, the other thing is
the custom chipset that they can adjust everything so it'll run a certain way in the cart.
Well, they were buying all the chips American too. Everything was going to be made in the USA, whereas Retron does everything from China.
Well, it's popular practice now to actually design and test all your stuff here in the U.S., but produce it over in China or somewhere in Asia because it's still cheaper. And depending on where you go in China, some Chinese factories do turn out good products. Other Chinese factories turn out shit. It's kind of like one of those, like, you get what you pay for type factory deals. I don't know. I'm not there yet. I only know this stuff from, like, listening to, like, electronics podcasts and stuff like that. But
Yoshi, do you know what's involved in the? I forget what the console was. Kevin, you might know what they're talking about on the podcast. They're some sort of initials of a board that somebody could build. Like they were talking about building this board, and they never built one. And then people on Atari Age were saying, there's the one guy on Atari Age that said, "Well, look, I built this board in 2.5 months with very little startup costs." I forget what it was called.
I know what you're talking about. I heard that too. Yeah.
Wasn't it the same guy who? Is it the same guy who builds the NES RGB board? No, I think that might have been something to do with that guy.
It could be.
That's Tim Worthington over in Australia. I think he goes by Vile Etem or Etem. Like,
yeah, that would be him, I think.
I think like etem.net.au or something like that. I can't remember it exactly, but yeah.
Do you know much about that console board or whatnot that he was building?
I'm like not even sure what you're talking about right now. Like I haven't seen that at all, so I don't know.
It was just talk, from what I'm guessing. It was just, I don't think they really showed anything. It was just like, oh yeah, we can do this or something. So.
No, he built one. He had pictures of it. Multi-angled pictures of the board that he built on his own.
Yeah, but was it for that console though, or no? For the console?
Was it for that console? It was his own development, and he said he just wasn't sure if people would ever want to really buy it. But it was like supposed to be some sort of all-in-one console, and he would possibly develop like adapters for certain cartridges to fit. But he had like a list of, I don't know, 12, 15 consoles that it would play games for. He was just making a point of, like, there's no reason why they need $2 billion to develop this, other than they don't have anybody that wants to just build it as kind of a passion project. They got to pay top dollar engineers or something.
They didn't find an engineer that actually wanted to do it. You got to find an EE that actually wants to do it, and then actually electronics. Because there's the thing, you can't just go hire random electronics engineers or engineers in general. Just because someone has an engineering degree doesn't make them a very good engineer.
No.
They might not know it. They might just know, like, whatever bull crap. Like, there's a difference between the theory they teach you and actual practical work on stuff. And, like, I've had most of the engineers I've talked to, they tell me, do practical stuff in your spare time. You'll go ahead of all the people that are not doing the practical stuff. And I've noticed that. It just clicked because I've been screwing around with like electronics and circuits and stuff in the meantime. So it clicks easier in books and school and all this stuff. Little rant.
Well, it certainly makes for an interesting story, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I might talk about electronics too much.
It'd be cool if somebody put that much time and effort instead of building another system that you gotta buy games for. Like, it'd be cool to see somebody put together like a studio of a small team of developers, like programmers, for say 2 years just to build their own games. That would be pretty cool to see.
Well, Paul, how many people do they say are working on that AVS console though? I mean, because you saw it that by Retro USB.
How many people? Well, it was one guy that built the board.
Yeah, it looks awesome though. Like they're showing like pictures the other day of it having like a Wi-Fi adapter built into it now, plus LAN.
Yeah, it's supposed to connect to the internet. I didn't remember it having a LAN port, but again, it was just.
It's like one of the revisions they just announced like yesterday, I think, for it, where it's gonna happen because they wanted to connect to Nintendo Age or something.
Okay, I think the idea was like with the newer homebrew games from Retro USB, they'd be able to update scores to their website or something. It's kind of cool. Like, it's not something that people really care about, and they're not putting too much money into it. But yeah, it's a neat system, like HDMI out, played well. It has a separate slot for Famicom games over Nintendo and solid state, so looked cool. And it was cheap. Again, it was that price point that everybody likes, the 100 to 150. I think they said that they were gonna aim for like 130 something, like an exact number they knew.
Going back to the Retron 5, are they still having? Remember the little scandal about the emulators that they weren't supposed to be using? Is that still a thing? Are they still like battling that thing out in court?
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that.
Well, the thing is, I heard something about that because the thing is they use someone else's emulators for it, but no one wants to come forward to admit that that's their emulator that they made. So for that reason alone, like they're not going to be put on court for that reason alone. They're not going to get in trouble because no one's going to come forward and admit that's their emulator. So
a lot of the kind of like collaborative projects where like one guy will start making it and then another guy will start helping them make it, and then like
Well, what I heard
initially, emulators and stuff came that way. 'Cause that's a lot of testing and stuff to try to figure out on your own.
Yeah, I thought it was like that the emulators were not supposed. They were free, free to use, and they weren't supposed to be used for any kind of profitable situation, and they used them for profit, and that's where the glitch was, or the fault.
But then again, they could also argue
if they don't follow through on that, like if they don't, that's their thing, and they're like, oh, it's free to use, but you can't make money off of it, and then they just let them make money off of it.
They could be arguing. Well, they could be arguing that you're paying for the hardware, but
I just didn't know if that was an ongoing, if that's still up in the air, or that's just kind of in the past now.
I think this was in the past because they're selling them at GameStops now.
Yeah.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, because I think they had a topic on Pat's podcast about like there's like you print a coupon off and it becomes like $100 on GameStop or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I'm still slightly interested in getting one.
I kind of am too, for the fact that you can play Famicom games and Super Famicom games and have it translated with the the SD card. That kind of like that's pretty cool.
Game Boy and GBA slot, which is kind of cool.
I heard having a Game Gear like adapter made for it too or something. So
I know.
All about the Game Gear TV mods and Game Gear hopefully soon, but yeah, I got this clone thing a couple years ago. It doesn't even work anymore. So I'm gonna have to take it apart again and like see if I can get it to work again. And if not, I'm just gonna steal the screen.
Is that a Hyperkin?
Have you taken it apart before?
Yeah, because I was curious about what was in it, so I might not have put it together correctly.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that when it stopped working?
That might have been. Because I didn't check it after I put it back together. That and I never used the thing. So it's kind of like, why did I spend $80 on this thing? I just put it on the actual Super Nintendo.
Hey, by the way, Yoshi, I just ordered my capacitor set for my NES. I think I might try it myself. I watched a couple videos on YouTube. Didn't look too difficult.
Not too bad.
Any pointers?
The hardest part's getting in the AV box. And
There's 10. I think it came the kit's 10 capacitors, or 9 or 10 capacitors. Is that?
that sounds about right.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do, Duke?
I gotta change out my capacitors in my NES because I'm getting wavy lines from my TV.
Well,
And it turns out the capacitors are going, so I'm going to attempt to make the repair.
like, the question I have is, have you ever desoldered before?
I was going to ask you that. No, I haven't. So I saw a couple videos. One person used a desoldering ribbon, like a copper or brass ribbon, and another person had a tool, like a suction tool almost, it looked like, where you put it was like a, like a soldering heater that had a hole in the end of it, and he put it over top and it heated up, and he pushed a button and it made a noise and it sucked the solder up into it or something.
Hold on.
Is that a desoldering gun or something?
Yeah, desoldering iron.
I've seen one that's got like a bulb on it, like the suction type.
I'm sure Yoshi's gonna hold something up for me.
Yep.
Well, he's got all the equipment in the world for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He's got the tools.
Yep.
He's got the talent. Kevin, did you see that Ghostbusters? Did you see that Ghostbusters 2 poster?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Is that your desoldering iron?
This is my desoldering gun. This thing was like $300.
Oh
so.
my gosh. Yeah, I'll be using the
It's
ribbon.
a professional, like, hacko. This isn't cheap. This isn't some cheap Chinese stuff. This is, like, made in Japan, high grade, like, industrial quality desoldering.
Without that, how do I do it?
Steal one?
Send it to Yoshi.
Well, yeah, aren't you close enough? Just drive across the
Well, we
state
talked about that. That was my initial plan, but logistically, just getting it to him and then getting it back, it just would take forever. So I'm gonna try to do it myself.
What are you trying to do? Just solder something?
I gotta replace the capacitors in my NES.
Well, you don't need a $300 soldering gun,
No.
just a soldering iron.
No,
Regular
but
one
I
that
need
plugs
to
in the wall.
desolder.
Yeah. Well, you desolder with a soldering iron.
Yes, you
With
can
the
use
solder.
that. He was just showing me his fancy tool. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what Yoshi does.
Yep. You have experience
I think
with that,
you'll be fine.
Kevin?
The hard part is you have to get into this box, which this is off of a parts board. Which there's a certain way you have to get into this box, or you will, like, ruin the damn thing. That's the bad part.
Just walk it over to Yoshi.
Yeah,
That's what I would suggest to do.
Next post I'm gonna see is this burnt board, and Duke's got to buy another NES anyway. Those are three options: do it yourself and
fixing some
succeed,
stuff recently though.
do it yourself and burn it, or give it to Yoshi.
I did fix
then
my
don't worry about it.
PS2 with I had to solder some stuff in there, and that worked out pretty well. So.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, I wanted to hear about that fix. What did you do?
Well, the first fix I did was when he first
problem
bought it.
with PS2.
Yeah, when he first bought it, I had to replace the laser. So I bought
Is
it.
that the one you just bought this weekend, or?
No, I didn't buy this one. This was the one that we already had, and I was broke. Well, here's the story. So he bought it like, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago from a flea market for $10. It didn't work, so I replaced the laser in it, which required a little bit of soldering. It was $8 part from Amazon, and it worked great for, I don't know, a couple of weeks or a month or so, and then it stopped working again, and I just kind of figured it was gone. So I forgot that he had it, believe it or not, when I was asking you guys about what console I should get, and I was talking to the kids, and Luke's like, why don't you try to fix my PS2? And I was like, oh, that's right, you got a PS2. So I went and looked at it again, and I kind of determined that the problem was the door switches. It thought the door was open when it was really closed, so the disc would never start to spin. So all I did was I took a little hot glue and extended the little tabs that hit the switch when the door closed, and it works perfectly. So that's all it was. That was an easy fix, but
So you didn't really need to replace the laser to begin with?
no, that was bad. That was definitely bad because the disc was spinning before and it wouldn't read the discs. So it was two different problems it had.
To be honest, most of the issues you're probably having with caps are in this box right here. And these are not the easiest thing to take off the board because it requires quite a bit of heat, actually. Because let's see how these are put on here.
Okay,
what you're actually trying to say is to send it to him.
The easiest way is, yes, just...
It might come to that. I'm going to at least try it.
Yeah, I speak for his work. I started actually filming something for it, basically, because I was going to show it off, but
you can't just show us the console?
I was going to show it off and show a little bit of the gameplay and everything, because I have a capture card, so I was going to show, because it can do composite, S-video, and RGB, so...
Well, you'll show us, the console ports and stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. I'll show you. I opened it up, too, and filmed some of the inside just to show off, the clean work.
Yeah, we want some console porn.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get some. I'm just working on it though, so it's gonna probably be a minute because this is the first time I ever tried doing anything. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna film mine too for sure. I'm gonna put it up. I think it'd be fun. No matter how it turns out.
Okay. I got two spares because this is one that I'm planning on putting, recapping and putting back together, and probably NES RGB modding, or maybe possibly HDMI modding, depending on which one I feel like going for. But I want to do something with them.
Would it be worth it for Retro Nonsense for Duke just to send you that video box, and you could swap him with one that you've already recapped?
See, getting the video box off is the hard part.
Okay.
Because if you go to remove it from the wrong side, you risk pulling out vias, which is what happened the first time I pulled one of these off. Was I pulled off a bunch of vias, and it pretty much ruined the board.
What, a bunch of what?
Vias, basically plated through holes.
Oh, okay.
It's not easy to explain because you got to take this stupid box off, and that's hard.
Yoshi, are you just trying to scare us into sending all our consoles to you? You're just trying to generate business here?
Some broken PS3s, I don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, I've got one too. My fat keeps burning out.
I mean, they're so massive. I mean, I can't even send it to anybody reasonably. If somebody wanted to buy it on eBay, I mean, they'd probably be spending $100 on shipping.
Yoshi, I do want to send some consoles to you someday.
Smashing them on the street or something, probably.
Console.com has a lot of that.
He's showing you how it's done because he's got 2 CRTs. Badass.
Yeah,
Did you send something to Yoshi Rocket Sauce?
Yeah, my top loader, NES top loader. I had that since I got it from when I was for my birthday 4 years ago, and I just never ever used it for anything because RF was, going you.
That was not even good RF output when I hooked it up via RF.
Mm-hmm.
It had the old school lines and stuff, so it
was really rough,
Is it worse than
normal?
He modded it with composite.
Yeah, it's got the Super Nintendo back output on the back.
Dude, that's awesome.
So it can do through that. It can do composite. You can use the Super Nintendo cord, the AV, composite. Yeah. You can do S video through it, and you can do and through SCART you can do RGB. So.
Oh wow, that's great.
Yeah, nice mod.
Mm-hmm. It's like I said, I hope to show it off. I know I've recorded some stuff this past weekend, but there's a little bit more I want to record with it. So hopefully to put something together, and that'll probably be the first thing I ever put up on YouTube.
What is Musty Hobbit doing?
I don't know. He just gave up on us.
This is like watching or doing a podcast with Joe.
I can see he's got
It's like
Turtles
voyeurism here.
4 going on there.
Yeah, I was testing that cart just to make sure. Finally
But
got it
only
going.
for 5 minutes.
No.
It
Hey,
can't be
please-
worse than the
As
Super
long as he's
Mario.
not pressing buttons for 5 minutes.
There are no buttons being pressed. Apparently.
No.
It can't be worse than the Super Mario World card I had since made that I had to repair. That wasn't a very fun repair. The cart was like corroded, like really bad. I think I did post pictures of that. Let me go find it.
I just
real
fixed
quick.
these Super Nintendo controllers.
So what if you put in the game and it kind of reads for a bit and then it shuts off and you take it out, do some Q-tips? Are you keeping track of a cumulative 5 minutes, or is that?
It's a separate test.
That's a separate test. Okay.
Or at least that's what I would say.
Like, it's kind of like I can't even do it on time, and I'm not sitting there to play the game. It's like, okay, I have to make sure the damn thing saves. So I gotta plug it in, start the save file, turn it off, turn it back on. You still got a save file? Good. It doesn't. Depending on game, some games make you play forever to save, so luckily I didn't get any of those, because that wouldn't have made me happy, because then I gotta find someone to play it, because I don't know how the rules would work for that. But yeah, this was a copy of Super Mario World that got sent to me.
What even to you?
Hey,
I don't
so
know how
Yoshi,
that.
do you know how to fix games then?
Not completely, somewhat.
Because I got someone gave me a dead game. They gave me their copy of Super Mario Bros. All Stars for the Super Nintendo. But it boots and plays, but when you select the game, it just automatically restarts. It goes right back to the opening menu screen. I don't know if that's a battery issue or if that's,
That's probably not a battery issue. That sounds maybe like corrupted ROM. I don't know. I don't know enough about game cartridges yet.
I had a dead game. I had a Castlevania that didn't work. Completely didn't work.
It's possible.
For
I
the
have a
NES?
copy of Altered Beast that's pretty much turned into like a practice test cart that I use to like desolder stuff before I go to say, like before I go to like work on like an NES RGB. I'll practice on that so I can like actually, because it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it, you have to practice doing it before you actually do the actual thing. Because if it's the first time you soldered that day, your soldering is gonna suck. But oh, hi. He looks confused. He's just tossing the presentation around. But
Yeah, I still got a Gyrus or something for the NES that doesn't work at all either, so.
You got Earthworm Jim for Super Nintendo, doesn't work.
Well, they just die sometimes, you know.
I'm cleaning games, by the way, in case you're wondering.
The worst one I had was I had a copy of Jet Force Gemini that it was really corroded, and I had to just bring it back from the dead for like 3 hours with getting the corrosion off of it.
The one I have, man, it looks absolutely beautiful. Like the label's perfect, the pins look gorgeous, and I don't know why it doesn't work. Like it's not beat up in the slightest. It actually looks beautiful. I'm looking for a beat up, like version of the game so I can get the board
Try
out.
the WD-40 on it?
Yeah.
I'm going
Brasso.
guys.
Try Brasso.
Pins look perfect.
this is a copy of Altered Beast that doesn't work anymore. And I don't know how well you guys can see that, but like I've desoldered and resoldered these pads so many times now. It's just like I just use it as like a practice board.
I'm going to bed, guys.
All right,
Good night, Mark.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, buddy.
Take care.
Yeah.
We're back, Jones. Some are better than others, but man.
So, Mars, when's your convention coming up?
The berry one?
Yeah.
That's the 20th. March 20th.
That's cool.
Are you going to that Canadian Retro?
Oh yeah, buddy.
Awesome.
Is that you're organizing that? I thought that was. Are you in on the organization of that?
No, no.
That's just local, right?
It's Nintendo Hodge, who's.
Yeah. I thought I knew that for sure. I just when you said someone said your show. I thought you were.
Oh, he meant the show I'm going to.
Yeah.
Are you
Oh,
getting
no, I'm
special
more- I'm
treatment?
sure, man.
Did
I've
you
been
get the
pumping it up on my
VIP
channel.
there,
You wanna
Kevin?
watch?
What? Sorry, two people are talking. What?
You don't watch my content, man? I've been pumping it up on my channel.
Oh yeah, no, of course I watched all those. It's probably in my watch later list.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I was just saying, do you get special treatment? Like get like early access to it now, or
I didn't last time. We'll see. We'll see what happens this time.
like all the special YouTube celebrities get to get one like a day before?
I got a game reserved for me.
Uh-oh.
I'm not getting a deal on it though, but
Is it God Hand?
I'm not gonna tell you what it is.
Uh-oh.
You'll go out, you'll drive up to Barrie and swing it away from me.
Sounds like it's God Hand.
I'll tell you what it is.
God Hand.
He's saving it for Retro Fandango. He doesn't keep that
That's
kind
right.
of competition.
That's right.
I'm trying to think. You just got Vice Project Doom, right? Did you get that?
Yeah.
Joe?
Did one
Or Bill?
I got it from Bill actually.
Bill. Trying to think of other game that you are looking for.
And I walked into that store the other day that was selling Contra for $50. All the copies were gone, by the way.
Wow.
And I think Mario 3 was gone as well, but Mario 2 was still there. But they had Vice Project Doom. They were selling that for $65.
Yeah, they had a copy of it.
Just a normal Toronto price or on there? Or?
Well, I was talking to Will, Pam's boyfriend. They live in downtown Toronto. And they were telling me that the prices at that place were actually better than at downtown Toronto.
Yeah.
You know that A&C Games, the Game Chasers go there every time they come to Toronto.
Yeah.
That place is so overpriced. It's ridiculous. Like I love how they show. Oh yeah, there's this amazing a game room and everything in the basement and all this. Yeah, who do you think's paying for that? All the suckers going in there spending $45 for Super Mario World. That's what's paying for that thing. But anyways, that place is so overpriced. But yeah, apparently the prices are just they're even worse there now. Like,
I mean, the place that they go in Arkansas that they've been like 3 times, the Game Room Trading Post. I went to it on my way down to visit my buddy in Louisiana. We did a road trip and we stopped there in Arkansas on the way down there. And that guy actually was incredibly awesome because we told him, oh yeah, we heard of your show, or we saw your store on the Game Chaser. And the guy's like, oh yeah, and he opened up, he got really excited, and he's like, how about you come behind the desk here and look? Because he goes, I got more stuff behind the desk, and he's like, do you want to go up in the back room like they do on that episode? And we're like, yes. So
yeah.
And then, like, because he had nothing marked to the price, he just had like stuff just stored away. He'd just be like, oh, $5 for that, $10 for that. Like, the guy was unbelievable. Like, I would love to go back to that store because that guy was,
You don't get that at A&C Games. Like, you notice that, like, when they go to places like that, yeah, they get a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Toronto, they left Toronto. The first time they came to Toronto, they left. Sure, they got some rare boxes and whatever, but they still spent like $200 or $300, which they normally don't do. That's all there is in this town is fucking people price gouging. Although Canadian Retro looks like he had what was that place? Is that a good place?
Oh, the one I was showing there?
Yeah, what's that?
I don't really know, but man, they always have a booth at the Waterloo show, like pretty large table. The Retro Game Bros, and their prices are really decent, and like they know what they're selling, but really decent prices. I don't know about their store. I haven't been down there, but they have a YouTube channel, and they show what they got and stuff like that. And everybody who I've heard like has gone there, they always say they got good prices. So, I think that's probably like the best deal you're gonna find around as a retail spot these days. It's ridiculous, man. Like absolutely astronomical, beyond eBay prices. Every store. I don't even bother going to stores anymore around here. In Mississauga, forget it. There's no point. They have like Mario Sunshine and stuff like that for like $60, and Mario Kart Double Dash was $85. Like at Mississauga, ridiculous.
That is like absolutely ridiculous.
Do you trade in a bunch of stuff there though, or would you rather sell?
I've never traded anything to a game store.
No?
I just feel like I'm going to get totally pillaged if I do.
Like it depends on their trade credit. I guess some people don't give good trade credit, but even though our prices are high, like it's usually high on a lot of common stuff. But like when I went down to the States, I was thinking, oh great, this is where all the deals are, and I was actually missing the prices of our store up here. Anyway, so it was, it's on par with what everything else is around the world, I guess. But what I usually ended up doing, and it worked to my advantage. I know other people give this advice too, is try to take your essentially your junk stuff or things that you don't want to collect for, or if you have a lot of spare stuff that you can get anytime you need it, if you need it back. But I don't know, I traded a bunch of stuff in, and that's how I got my Chrono Trigger, Lufia 1 and 2,
Yeah, well,
Final Fantasies.
I'll tell you what they do here.
Did the game stop you? Like give you $2 and sell it for 60?
No, they tell you like something like Chrono Trigger that you can't trade in for that. You can't use
games too.
You can't use your trading credit to buy Chrono Trigger. You can buy PS2 games if you want. You can pick up some Xbox games, but for Super Nintendo, no. And they're charging $200 for the goddamn thing.
Yeah, that's really lame.
I
actually tried to do the same thing with the Chrono Trigger. Was that I'm trying to remember which swap it was. I don't think it was Waterloo. It was the GTA the GTA Collectibles Expo one. And there was a table there, and I was trying to trade in like basically half my table because there's a lot of junkers or whatever there. And they kind of went through my table and they priced out like a bunch of stuff like based on my prices, and my price is the best in town.
Yeah.
Kind of idea, I think, like as far as my table goes. Anyone who's stopped by my tables know that I'm not like gouging or anything, and I'm willing to make a deal. And I wanted to trade the stuff they wanted, and they put like a stack of pretty sizable games, and I was like, I just grabbed Chrono Trigger. I'm like, that one, and they wouldn't do it. They refused.
I mean, I guess it comes down to who wants to trade what, but our store doesn't let you trade towards a console, which makes sense because you could trade in a whole bunch of shitty games for like a rare console or something, but they let you trade in games for games.
But if they don't want the shitty games, then just don't take the shitty games. Then.
Yeah, like they won't take certain games. Like they're not going to take the Tony Hawks and NHLs and stuff. They have plenty of those. But really, anything that they'll take in, they'll give you good trade. Like I find it's like 40% the value of the game, so they're going to resell it at a certain markup, but I'll get 40% of that markup. So like I have had like the second highest trade credit ever at the store, like $440 or whatever, and really it was all just N64 controllers, like a couple consoles. This is when I was going out and buying things at yard sales for $20, and rather than bother with resellers buying it from me and flipping it for $100 the next day, I just figured, well, I'll just trade for things that I want from the store. Not the best, but it's quick money, and they actually give me a pretty decent trade.
Well, I thought that was ridiculous that they actually would, like, there were specific things in the store that, I mean, it's trade-in value, right?
Yeah.
It's whatever they're taking from you, they're taking it from you so they can flip it themselves and sell it in their store.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's just that they want to hang on to this copy of Chrono Trigger just to say that they have a copy in the store or something like that.
Then why bring it to a swap meet then if you're not willing to unload it?
Yeah, I would agree.
How does did Nintendo Hodge say anything about like do people shoplift or pocket any games? Like how do they deal with that at the
call the police? I
Yeah.
don't know.
No, because there's so many people there, I think, because I've asked people locally here if they'd be interested in doing something like that, and the one guy said that, absolutely not for us, because you bring a game that's worth something, somebody steals it, they take all your profits for that day, right?
I mean, every vendor's at their table, right? They should be watching their table.
Yeah. Yeah.
The prize stuff goes behind glass. That's always been the way.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, man. You can't just take the prize stuff out there. It walks away.
I mean, when I set up a table, I just put some stuff in it, like out front that someone steals it, I'm probably better off that they did. And,
There was some
and that's the stuff they're gonna go for because it's right at hand, right? So
there was a crappy
glass or in a container or something like that, or close to me.
We had somebody on like a DVR security system, and they took pictures. Like they took pictures of the guy. He came in and stole. It was something silly, like like a Zelda Game Boy game of some sort. But you can see him, like he came in dressed in like a white button-up shirt. He's looking around, and then he like reached over and around the glass, like a good 3 or 4 feet reach. Grabbed the game, pulled it, and walked out. Like when somebody was going to the bathroom, I guess. And like, yeah, I mean the lengths that somebody goes to steal a $50-$60 game.
That's the thing, right? Like when you're taking a look at thieves, man, that's all they think about.
Yeah.
They just think of ways of ripping people off. So they're gonna do it. They're gonna get away with it because that's what they're thinking about. That's their whole purpose of being there. Whereas, if you go to a swap or something, you've got not just that on your mind, but you've got whatever else is going on. But a thief's just got one thing on their mind.
Yep.
And then
people are gonna steal if they want to.
Planned it out ahead of time, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd like to start something like that up around here, even if it's just something small or in somebody's garage or something, because I'm getting tired of people selling stuff and taking a Mario Duck Hunt and trying to sell it to the native population out here for like $60. It's kind of insulting.
Yeah.
On lots of levels. Yeah, that's what they do.
a couple bucks max.
I know, but
That
they
would
don't
be
know, and they just
$5
think,
for that.
oh, I remember this game, and
Just rent a hall, find a hall like a Knights of Columbus or something, and just rent it out, and then get a bunch of tables, and then just tell vendors whatever, like $50 a table for the day, and then there you go.
well, I'd probably just try to keep it to collectors for a bit, right? Because there's always that vendor and collector balance. You don't want to show up and just.
I've seen ones where they're like run through game stores, right? And so they sort of host it a little bit, and then it's like sort of someone else's idea, but the game store kind of gets in on it.
Well, yeah, they get cross. I thought of that too, cross promotion.
They get people shopping in the store then too.
Yeah, somebody will buy something. So I don't know. Do I really care too much? Because I don't know. Yeah, it is a lot of work.
There's so many different swaps. Like honestly, in my area, I mean, those three. There's other ones. I'm sure there's the Hamilton or Cambridge or whatever. I mean, there's so many of them that opening up a swap in Mississauga is just pointless. Like, there's just too many of them. You'd be stepping on somebody's toes, basically.
Yeah.
Too close to their swap, so.
Yeah, it sounds like either you guys really need the swaps because it's so competitive else or any other way, but it seems like CJR still has the luck at garage sales. He
Oh, that guy's a machine. He goes out every Saturday morning.
Yeah,
I think it depends on the area you're in too. I'm not sure what area he's in, but
yeah.
Yeah, he like maps everything out, man. Like he literally has an itinerary of what he's hitting, it, and how hard he's hitting.
Yeah,
like
and
I was able to do it. Like last year, I went out twice. That was it. That was it. Because you got to get up early too, man. You got to get there. Like especially if they put video games down in their advertisement, you got to be the first one there, or else everything's gone. Because the first person there is going to take everything that's good.
Was it Musty or Rocket that was talking about yard sale or calling ahead etiquette or something like that?
Yeah, I asked that last week just to see, because I've asked somebody in the past, they've specifically noted the fact that they would have video games, and so I asked what they had, and they ended up holding some aside for me. But the big thing you were saying is always ask. So is it weird to ask the people who don't mention video games?
I just that's where I've had some good luck too. I found like a guy that I would have never found if I wouldn't have asked this lady, and she just said she's having a random yard sale. PM me if you have any questions about it. So I said, do you know anybody with old video games? So it opens it up to not just them, but anybody. that they might know of. And she said, actually, you might have just hit the mother lode. My dad buys up a whole bunch of things, and one of them is video games. So yeah, sure enough, I showed up, and he's got like this garage, like a small shed or a big shed or a large or a small garage filled with all these old games. Now, he wasn't willing to do like bro deals. He kind of was hoping for a vendor to come along and buy up everything for, $800. But I walked away with some games. But again, it was a nice find. Yeah, it is a lot of work. Like do you put in the time and the money and the gas on a Saturday, or do you want to just buy something cheaper? But
I usually just around here. There's like a local pawn shop that calls himself the Trading Post. There's a store in a town about 20, 30 minutes away, and then the next closest stores are like 40 plus 50 minutes away. And a lot of those aren't very good, so it's kind of like, eh.
Yeah.
I've noticed a lot of the retail stores usually have really crap selections now.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah, because everybody else is scooping them up and reselling them.
Yeah, everybody's reselling them on eBay or Mercury, and like I can't even find any deals on Craigslist for the most part now. It's just like dried up in the area. But I did used to get good deals from the one pawn shop. So, but I just haven't been able to afford it, and I'm not willing to spend college loan money on video games that much.
I don't know how people can get a steady collection going, buying strictly from retail, like game stores. It's silly.
Well,
it's pretty silly. I mean, I know people are desperate or they really want it, but you can't pay desperation prices for everything.
You can do that, but like you're usually gonna go through and pick through to find the cheaper ones. That's what I usually do.
Yeah.
Pick through and try to find titles that the title either that I know I absolutely want or it's cheaper. So I'm like, okay, I'll pay you a couple extra bucks because then I know it works. You have the disc buffing machine, you buff it out, and all that type of stuff. It's like one
Sort of begs the question, like if you're gonna go in and only look for games that are cheaper, you're just better off buying like a quality title that's expensive versus a bunch of cheap titles.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if you were gonna do retro gaming and something you want to do, I would just buy EverDrives basically for every console you wanted to do. I mean, if that's something you really wanted to do, or just play on a PC, and emulate it all. Because in my opinion, there's no reason to start collecting right now. Like if you want to start today playing retro games, there's no reason to with the prices how games are right now.
You're making like big money and not having to support anybody, where you have like this giant, so you have like a house paid off, you're not paying much in that, and you're having a giant excess of money. Yeah, you have plenty of money to go collect whatever you want, but like there's trade-offs with all this stuff. So it's like you don't spend so much on this stuff before it's just like. The point I slowed down was like, I'm buying all these games and I never have time to play them all. I have more games than I'll probably be able to play, so it's like, whatever. Some of them I don't think are worth playing, so like Circus Caper, stay away. Stay away from Circus Caper on NES. It's horrible.
I think what I'm gonna do, Yoshi, is send you a parcel, and then when you send it back to me, make sure to include your street address on the package, and then when you go to MagFest, I'll just happen to be in the area and swing by your place. I'll take some of those games off your hand. So that's my strategy. That's my pro tip for anybody looking to get into collecting fast and cheap.
Find someone's address.
Just find Yoshi.
Address and snatch all their games.
Yeah.
It's not very nice, man.
Get a U-Haul truck, fill it up. I'll say Musty. I'll say there's a couple places not far from the convention too that sell games too. Okay. So they're open because they don't have their booths and some of the prices. Because you're going for the original Xbox, right?
Original Xbox, and then I've got a small list for NES and Super Nintendo.
Because there's a place that does it's pretty decent prices for their Xbox games, where I would say they're usually below the eBay price. It's seriously like a mile or two away from the convention.
Okay.
That's one of the places I normally hit up like once a week to look for games because the prices aren't too bad. There's a couple other places not that far away from the convention too. So if you wanted to check something out like there, because I know you're coming up for it now. So
Yes, that's confirmed. I'm really excited.
Is that Midwest?
Yeah.
Yep.
CC Midwest?
CC Midwest.
That's right.
Because I know the next convention coming near me is, I think, Too Many Games. And that's near Philly.
That's one I'd like to go to.
I was saying on Mustang. A lot of the vendors. There's a couple there that like are just garbage and they won't like barter with prices, but the majority of them will. And a lot of them too will do trades too straight up. So if you have like doubles or anything like that, a lot of guys will be willing to do trades or straight up swaps right there. So I would recommend bringing a couple doubles with you too or something like that. If there's something like you just don't want to spend the money on, see if you can make a trade because I've done that before there too. So.
Yeah. I suggest bringing a bin of doubles to a show and just have a list on you. Type it up ahead of time, bring it in, and just show it to like.
Well, I wouldn't bring a bin. I would bring a backpack. That's what I would do because you don't want to be going and carry around this tub of games.
Well, and not have a car there in the trunk, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Just bring a shopping cart.
Parking lot deals. Yeah.
I've seen that too, though. I've seen parking lot deals, though. So.
Yeah.
I do parking lot deals all the time, man.
Not parking lot deals. I mean,
she's buried on Mars, and I did parking lot deal. I think, didn't we?
That's where we first met.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm really looking forward to Milwaukee. I think that'll be a stepping stone. Yeah.
I mean, this will be like my 4th year going to the convention, so you know it's. I think you enjoy it. To me, it seems to get better every year, basically.
That's good.
I mean,
they should, right?
The presenters last year were kind of but like they've had some really good presenters over the years. Like they had the guys from Raven Studios because they work out of Madison. Raven Studios are the people who made the X-Men Legend games, and Marvel Ultimate Alliance. They made those games. So listen to those guys. That was a really good presentation, and they were handing out games to if you wanted to ask them a question, so you can come pick out a game if you want from one of the ones they've made. And
are they still around?
Yeah, they just basically work on Call of Duty games now, though.
Oh right, yeah.
Because they get paid. I think they said basically they get paid more money by Activision because they sell so many more million copies. So that's why they basically just work on like the multiplayer aspect of Call of Duty now or something. So.
Right.
But yeah, they're still around.
Because yeah, they did a few first-person shooters too. I think.
Quake 4.
I can't remember which one.
Quake 4.
That the one?
Right.
Maybe.
I think you're right.
You know.
I think I remember seeing the Raven logo on that one.
I actually want to play this game again.
Rhapsody. I was gonna say, I know. Well, I was kind of disappointed in the one like a couple of years ago because they were supposed to get Billy Mitchell up from it. He was supposed to be there for the convention, but I think he got sick like the day before. Like he was supposed to do his presentation, so like he had to cancel at the last minute. And I don't know if you know who Billy Mitchell is.
No,
yeah.
Of course we do.
Yeah, from
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, King of Kong, basically.
Yeah, he still holds the record for Pac-Man, right?
I think so, because he's in that Chasing Ghosts documentary too. But I always like they always call him Silly Bitchel and everything. I always thought that was funny.
Yeah, they did Ravensoft. They did a string of crappy first-person shooters. They got Quake 4, Wolfenstein, the 2009 version, Singularity.
I like that Wolfenstein game from 2009.
Who said that?
I did. I enjoyed it.
Oh my god! All right.
Singularity is supposed to be good.
No, it's not. Ask Eric. Oh, he's not there.
Go ahead.
He tried playing it too.
I'm not a huge first-person shooter guy, so I guess it was one that I haven't played. I hadn't played one in a while, so maybe that's why I enjoyed it. I wasn't as picky as some people.
Yeah, I do have Singularity.
Yeah,
I haven't played much of it yet.
Yeah, because it's not very good. That's why I haven't played much of it.
Yeah, I couldn't do like my 500 game backlog. That couldn't have anything to do with
If
it.
it was that good, you would have kept playing it. It's not that good. Trust me. Hexen, they did the Hexen games.
Yeah.
For the N64, then it's gotta be excellent.
No, the Windows.
Oh,
version.
that's why it's garbage because it's a PC.
Sure, yeah. First-person shooters on a PC are terrible. You're
That's
right.
what I always said.
Right,
Why do I
right.
press the P button to shoot? You know.
P button to shoot? You're doing
Why do
it
I have
wrong.
to hit space to jump? And that's just tomfoolery.
very complicated. Very complicated. Right.
It's too many buttons. Way too many buttons.
I know. We go play your what do you have? You got the was it Leapfrog? Is that what's your console of choice?
Leapfrog.
Oh, is that a Canadian thing? Is that a Canadian thing? You never heard of the Leapfrog?
What's that?
Look it up.
That might still have too many buttons. You're gonna have to go back to the Atari 2600.
My son has one, Leap Pad.
Yeah, that's a good collection to get into. There's a
There you
whole
go.
bunch of Leapfrog games out there.
I see those little cartridges all the time.
That would be an epic collection.
Is that a Canadian thing only? Because I've never heard of this console before.
It's a little
That
kid.
guy's got a Leapfrog collection going.
See if I can
Yeah.
find out
He's got a
about this.
Leapster room.
And you could send the Leapfrog little handheld to Yoshi, and he'll get it backlit LED modded for
There
you.
you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
he worked up
I
there.
think there's like a kit made for that, and I don't really feel like trying to develop it for a Leapfrog because there's gonna be no market for that.
That's going to be your bread and butter, Yoshi.
It'll be the next big
Make
market.
it-
You'll be the only one.
Backlighting Leapfrogs for the Cartridge Club. We're going to make it a club game of the month.
Oh, that'd be epic.
Elephant Math or something like that.
I think we'd be better off doing a Game Boy game as Game of the Month, and
No.
like having a bunch of people buy backlit Game Boys.
We got to burn through the Leapfrog library first, and then maybe we'll think about doing a Game Boy game. I don't know what Game Boy game we're going to do, because really the two big ones are Link's Awakening and Metroid 2.
Well, you're also like, there's also the Pokemon series.
No, forget that. No.
Well,
I wouldn't mind trying Mario. I've never played it. The Mario Adventure, the Mario Land series, Super Mario Bros. Land, or
Yeah,
have to
actually,
do-
those would be pretty good.
You
Like
have to
number
do
two,
the second one.
yeah, the second one where Wario becomes a factor or becomes a character.
Wario Land 3's pretty good. Mario Land 3 Wario Land, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
because
love
the
to do a
first one.
Wario game.
The first one is, you know how people will say like you can beat Sonic in 60 minutes. You can literally beat Mario Land in 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's not
That's if you know what you're doing.
Like,
This
if
part-
you don't know what you're doing, it's 45 minutes.
This game's seen better days.
Yeah,
Are you talking about the first Mario Land or the second Mario
the
Land?
first one. The first one's really, really short and not very hard at all.
But I mean, there's Final Fantasy Legend, but that's actually the start of the Saga series. I got like Kid Icarus. I got a Mega Man 3 game, but like seriously, if we were gonna do Mega Man, it'd have to be like the NES series
No.
or Y.
I gotta go get that Return of Samus before it disappears from the local store now that James and Mike did their video again.
Oh,
I
Metroid 2.
managed to find all 3 Donkey Kong lands.
You know, I was worried for a moment too when the club was doing Burnout 3, because as soon as like what's it called, like the week I was going to go get it, like James and Mike did Burnout 3 on their show.
Yeah, I know, eh?
And I was like, oh great, here come the price spikes, because
Yeah.
and I think there was like a small one on eBay, but like the local stores didn't like update their prices, so I was still able to find my copy for like $6.
That floored me too, because I was pushing for that game for so long, and the brothers hadn't even heard of it. And then when it finally got to be club game of the month, it was like they come out with that video.
It seriously was like that week of or something, like the week
Yeah.
before. I think we were supposed to like the new month and going into playing it. So
This is a really good one.
I doubt it. It's a Final Fantasy game.
You got to make sure that they're
It's
on.
even actually less likely for the club to play it because it's the first Seiken Densetsu game, Secret of Mana.
True. And I think the general consensus was that Secret of Mana is not as good as people say it is.
Yeah.
It isn't.
At
And
least that
there's
was
Secret Evermore, so
I'm not at that episode yet.
we've covered that series pretty much.
We're like,
Or as much as the club is willing, probably.
If you really like Secret of Mana, you might not want to watch that episode.
Well, you won't be able to watch it. You'll be able to listen to it.
I'll watch it with my ears.
So, are you a fan of Secret of Mana?
I don't know. I don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
I just picked it up, so.
Oh, I see. You're waiting for the club to tell you whether to like it or not?
No, I just have been. I've been absorbed in other RPGs right now, so I haven't had a chance.
Well,
Don't hold your breath on getting recommendations for Secret of Mana here.
Who did like it in the club? I know. Well, Dean recommended it, but I thought there was
Everyone
a few
on the
others.
podcast.
Wait,
Everyone.
If I recall, I said in the podcast that Final Fantasy Adventure was a better game than Secret of Mana.
I don't know. I'm a fan of Collision Detection, so.
Is that true, or is that a clickbait comment?
I think it's true, but I think I'd get quite a lot of arguments on that, depending on how much people like Secret of Mana. But I like Final Fantasy Adventure more. I think it flows better, it plays as a game better, it's just all around better.
Musty, how much more?
Except for
Did you get any more
graphically.
endings for Nier?
Except for what?
Except for graphically.
Yeah, which, whatever, who cares? It looks nicer. I like the 8-bit style.
I got through ending B.
I think if you're just gonna play it to that point, that's like the best play to play, because there isn't the only thing different for story wise is like the slight endings are slightly different. So I don't think like the majority of the other two endings aren't.
I don't know. I think it's like there hasn't been any other game that I've seen that I just sat and watched it erase my files before.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing to say, oh, it's going to erase your files, and you think, oh, what would that be like? But to actually sit there and watch a game, like just take your hours of gameplay and wipe it away, it's kind of neat to watch it go through all that function.
So does it wipe all of your saves? Like
Yes.
if
All of them,
if
everything.
I created multiple,
You create a multiple, it doesn't care. It's the Terminator, man.
It completely uninstalls it too, because I installed it on my PS3 to save on loading times, and it wipes the complete uninstall. So if you want to play it again, you have to install it back onto your console, too. So.
Yeah.
What about cloud saves on the 360?
That's safe. That's safe. It's whatever you pick. So if you choose your how like you could choose between the cloud or your hard drive, right?
Yeah.
If you choose the hard drive, it'll erase everything on your hard drive. If you choose the cloud, it'll erase everything on the cloud. So it's one or
It's
the
almost
other.
like you could decide to save it in the other spot.
Yeah, you can also do a USB stick as well. You can back it up.
Okay.
I backed mine up on the cloud.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I think the grind at this point, I really kind of want to shift gears. If I want to really see, if I want to see the other endings, I mean, yeah, I could probably get there in a night or two.
It'll probably take you less than a night.
Yeah.
Because it goes by so fast, you're skipping through all the cutscenes. Like the thing that takes the longest is to get all the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a couple of side missions you have to do to get one or two.
Yeah, when Mars means a couple, he means two basically. There's like two to buy basically. I'm not to buy. I mean, you have to like
have to get.
You have to take the parts back to this guy, and then boom, there you go. And
you got to go to that temple that's in the desert a couple of times. You got to clear out all the enemies out of that, and then it tells you where to grab your weapon. And then there's another one there where you have to get some. You have to collect some things. So as long as you got motor oil, goat meat, and I think it was pumpkins. And pumpkins you could buy anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think pumpkins or eggplants or something.
I think it's eggplants.
Yeah. So you had 3 of each of those for one weapon, and then you got to do a couple of side missions for the second weapon.
Okay.
The rest you can buy.
And you could do a separate for if you're doing if you have all the weapons and you're gonna finish it, what you can do is just save right there in that last temple right before it. So then you just go to the second after you do the third ending. You just go back and then just go back from that last save. So you're right at the beginning of that final battle again or something like that through the temple, and then you don't have to do the whole fourth playthrough. You can get it done in 3 playthroughs really. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's really only one more playthrough and the boss rush at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I need to decide too. Like, am I gonna look at some of these achievements and stuff? Because there's still like half of those left on top of it.
There's a lot of ridiculous ones like that. I think Liam was saying that half of them have to do with fishing, and fishing's got to be the worst part of that game.
Oh yeah. Will pass on that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But the endings do give you a lot of points, though. I think one of the endings was 200 points or something.
Really?
If that's what you're into.
Yeah, I'm a bit conflicted because, yeah, I guess I couldn't transfer my Wii stuff to my Wii U at the moment because my Wii is soft modded, and that would make my Wii U soft modded, which would disqualify me.
No, my Wii was soft modded. I was still able to bring everything over to the Wii U.
No, I mean, like, if your Wii, because I have a soft modded Wii, so if I transfer all the data over, the homebrew channel gets transferred over as well.
Well,
So,
as long as you don't go into the homebrew channel and start playing.
Legal.
Yeah.
Okay. But I was going to use it just for the Wii mode, but I don't want to, like, transfer all the games over, but because it's like I still want to actually use my Wii. For whatever reason.
Right. Actually, I can't. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't soft mod my Wii yet. I can't remember.
I did that years ago, and now I don't even like ever use. Well, I did use it for like I used it for like Japanese SNES games and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good for that.
Because otherwise, it's like kind of ridiculous to get that stuff set up.
For sure. Well, guys, I got to split. I did an hour of OT. So, thanks for helping me out with that.
Hard at work, I see.
Yeah.
You only stayed because you were getting paid to be here.
That's right. That's right. Well, the overnight guy said he wasn't coming in because he snowed in. So I just had to. So I took 5 minutes to set up Stephen Colbert, and that's it. That's an hour of OT right there.
Huh.
All right, guys.
See you, Mars.
We'll see you.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
So what's up?
You see that
I'm
Paul's...
putting a green controller for N64.
I saw that.
It's disgusting. I have to. It's
Did you rip the whole thing up? Rip the whole thing apart?
Nah, I'm not gonna rip it apart, man.
Wimp.
So it looks nice and then restyle it.
No. You gotta do that, and you gotta do take the analog stick apart and put a little what do you call it? The little I'm trying to remember the name of the loop that goes inside it too. Put it in there so you get that perfect stick movement basically.
Oh yeah.
That litho whatever something I can't remember, lithium I don't know, lubricant or something like that. I don't know.
Lithium grease?
What's that?
Lithium grease?
I think so, yeah.
It's not gonna loosen it up. I want it to be tight.
It's perfect. I'm saying it snaps right back into place, and
I don't know. I got lucky with my N64 controllers. I got like 4 of them that are still in good shape.
They'll never powder up, I'll tell you that. You'll never get them to powder up anymore, that little crack anymore. It's,
Mine are screwed. I've had the same two since I got it, and they are completely done.
Yeah, that's like the one reason that
This controller, I don't like it at all. I use them as sale bait so I can get stuff I want.
Anytime I see a colored N64 controller, snag it immediately.
Yeah.
I do have a third-party controller that I use, but it's not great.
I will never buy a third-party controller. They're always trash. No matter what,
They are.
no matter what console they're for, they're always trash.
But hey, it's better than not being able to play the console.
I guess, but I will spend the extra money to buy the official equipment.
Yeah, I should probably get a new controller for it.
Yeah.
Or at least order a replacement stick, because everything else is fine.
Yeah, the replacement sticks are super easy as long as you have like the right screwdriver to open the controller.
Yeah, I do.
Changing that is so easy.
Yeah, I literally.
I wouldn't buy the GameCube stick though if I were you. I would just buy like the regular sticks.
Yeah.
Because the GameCube ones, there is like a slight delay on some of the. Sometimes it works great for Smash Brothers, but sometimes it's like you'll notice it when you're playing like Mario 64 or something like that. You'll notice like when you head up, you'll see that slight leg movement, slight leg,
Yeah.
It also depends on how much you've played the N64. Like if you've never played it, that probably wouldn't bother you too much. But if you played it a lot, you'd notice it off right away. That's like if I go use some cheap third-party controller for whatever console, like after just using a regular one, it's like I can tell it's kind of cheap. Though not all third-party controllers are bad.
I mean, like I bought one like the Hyperkin red ones or something like that. It looked like the official N64 controller, but then you put the battery pack in it or the rumble pack in it. The rumble pack falls out. It doesn't lock into place, and
that's funny.
It's like I said, like I don't know. And I bought a PS2 one, and it was garbage. It completely fell apart when I pressed the start button. Like I said, like I will never
third-party controllers. Third-party controllers are pretty good. Logitech ones and stuff. Those are good.
This is the best NES controller I've ever found.
I'll buy it if it's made by Hori. I'll buy it.
Which one?
Hori makes great third-party products.
This is the best NES controller I've ever found.
Play my N64. I don't really play it. I would play it if I had a good controller, but I hate this controller with a passion. I know there's ones out there. I want one of those like gamepad type ones.
What was are you talking about like the Hori ones? The Hori N64
I don't know if they're Hori, but they're like the layout's more like a regular controller. Like it's
because the Hori ones are kind of made out like the GameCube controller.
Yeah, the Hori mini pads.
Mm-hmm.
Those are expensive though.
I know.
Yeah, but anyway,
I have one of them, but like I'm really jealous of Pete Dorr because he's got like 30 different colors of it.
Yeah.
He's got, I think Jason Heine's got a couple of them too, or something like that. He's got.
Anyway, the last thing I was gonna say about the N64 controllers, I mean, it was I literally got to the point. It is really easy to take those apart. So I took my two controllers, took out both the sticks, and I took them apart and took the best parts from both and put them together. Still sucks.
That's bad.
Yep.
It's just a horribly designed, built controller, I think.
The controller is fine.
I just didn't play it.
Terrible, but to be fair, it is the first
it feels perfect in my hands. I don't know why you guys complain about it so much.
I like
something that's useless.
Controller. I was a little kid when the N64 came out, and like I played it a lot.
Yeah.
My childhood was like Super Nintendo and then N64.
It drives me nuts. I'll see some people play how they play on the N64, and it drives me nuts. Like absolutely.
It's infuriating and hilarious to see people use that controller. It's like, I don't know how to hold this controller.
Seriously, I've seen people, and it just drives me nuts. Like and
I don't have three hands. You have one brain. Figure it out.
I've played like Mario 64 so many times that like I don't speedrun it, but I play it very aggressive, and I'm doing a lot of crazy jumps with when I play Mario 64. But when I watch like some of my friends play it, they slowly play it, and I'm like, oh, I mean, like I see them like they're like freaking out when I'm playing. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I've done this 100 times. So like I'm so used to like the controller and the layout and the long jumps and wall jumping in that game that but like I watch them play, and it's the slow. It drives me nuts. Like I can't watch like other people play, some platformers.
I still like this thing.
Yeah, it's a great controller.
I like the 64 controller. It depends on just like I meet people that don't know how to hold it. Like I've seen people try to hold it like this and try
Yeah,
to
that's what I was
use.
just saying, where it's like infuriating and hilarious. They can't figure it out.
You either hold the middle prong or you hold the left prong.
Yeah, and
And the
you don't
right
really have to
prong.
worry about it that much because barely any games use the D-pad.
This is
Barely.
true.
Bad
You-
design.
The D-pad and
It's
the L
not
button.
bad design.
It's fun to do.
Hey, if
No.
that wasn't for that controller, you wouldn't get analog sticks or rumble
Yeah.
packs.
The only thing that's bad about it is the analog stick, and it was the first one, so they get some slack for that.
Yep.
You know that kids in third world countries that don't get to use an actual soccer ball, they tie a bunch of rags together, and they're pretty good with it because they learn to adapt. But once they actually touch a real soccer ball, they realize what they've been missing out on. That's kind of how I feel with the N64. You poor deprived kids
Then you just don't know how to use it.
that grew up with an N64 controller. You're in between 3D gaming and platforming. You don't know where to go.
I went Genesis, Super Nintendo, N64, PlayStation. I was fine.
I went from NES. I'm one from NES. I'm still all the way through basically. So I've made the transition. I made the transition.
Yeah.
From every console basically. you get used to it every console you play.
Yeah.
That's what drives me nuts. Like I have a buddy who's had PlayStation. I've known him since like we were freshmen in high school, and he had a PS1 in high school. So he had PS1 and then he went PS2. And then he got a 360 because all his coworkers got 360s at the time. So he got a 360. And then I remember he made the excuse for me when we're playing, like, I think maybe like PS3 or PS4, that he's like, I just can't get used to this controller. I'm like, you had a PS1 and a PS2 for a good chunk of your life, and you want to try to tell me that you can't play games with a PS controller anymore, or a PlayStation controller anymore. You know. The PlayStation controller has literally not changed basically since like they've made some slight changes and that's about it.
I think that eventually, after you've played enough different consoles, you can pretty much pick up any controller for any console and manage to use the controller.
It might just take you. It might take you like 20 minutes, but you'll get used to it.
Yeah, you get used to it and you're able to use it, and you're like, okay, this works. Except for some consoles where it's
unless you are committed to not learning how to hold it, like most people with the N64 controller. You're committed to holding it wrong, and that is your excuse.
Or maybe they just designed it wrong.
Yeah, they designed perfectly.
Some people are designed with like some people have like an extended spine. It's not necessary, but it's there.
I mean, some of us have 3 hands.
What?
It's not supposed to make sense.
I'm just trolling, I grew up playing Mario Kart and Mario 64. Wave Race.
I can't Mario Kart 64 anymore. Like, I suck at that now. I picked up Mario Kart 8 and I can barely play any of the old ones now. It's like, why am I good at 8 and bad
I love the waggle, like how you have to just like waggle the guy until he starts drifting and
hold down the R shoulder button and you just flick back and forth with your thumb.
Yeah,
that's all you gotta do. You'll wait till it starts turning red and then you let it go.
I can't play like GoldenEye. I'd have to play for a long time to get back into it again.
Yeah,
it's so different from what you do now.
I've never lost it. I still got it with GoldenEye.
Still got it.
I understand.
I still got it.
That is very hard to get back used to.
What's called? I'll give you maybe Mario Kart for a minute, but like I'm still really good at the battle mode for that too. I'm really good at battle mode for Mario Kart 64.
It's gonna sound strange, but I never really like got into or liked GoldenEye much at all when I played it.
For shame.
You had to have that game for multiplayer.
I still don't have it, so ha.
People don't always like everything, so whatever.
Why don't you trade a copy of Die Hard for it?
When GoldenEye came out, you couldn't find that anywhere. That was like you had to travel for miles to find it in a store. The Christmas it came out.
Well, it also came out, I think, at a time where there wasn't that much on the console.
But that game was a game changer. I'll tell you that. Because You can say all you want about your Dooms and your, on your PCs and whatnot for first-person shooters, but it was GoldenEye that changed first-person shooters, in my opinion.
Got a lot of people into it.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't have to defend console logic when Mars isn't around.
Oh,
Hey, me and him, he does not like Doom on the N64, and I like Doom on the N64, so
I've never played it. I've never played it.
And I think his big argument is the music. I think it's more than anything is the music. They have like Pantera and Slayer on the PC version, and it's just
stroking his PC.
It's a Dell computer, so it's gotta be garbage.
Man, Doom 2. It's so fast.
Found a whole bunch of Doom floppies at a garage sale once. That was fun.
You should have picked them up and sent them to me. I need
All right, I would have. They might still be there, actually.
Want some? It wants some. But yeah, I can't even play this thing till next year. I have another one sitting over here that's like near identical to it. So. Oof.
Anyway, back to adapting to controllers for a second. I do have a confession with weird not being able to adapt for a while. When I got my 360 in like 2008 or whatever it was, I could not do racing games for whatever reason. Just the controls were not making sense to me. Like, I got how to do the controls, like what buttons to press, but the handling. I could not handle cars in that console for some reason for a long time.
To be honest, I still don't even like this controller that much. I've never really liked this controller.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I like 360 controllers. It took forever for racing games to click in my mind for some reason on that console.
I think the issue I have with it is like your D-pad's crap. If the D-pad's bad, the rest of the controllers just bleh. The D-pads are important to me. It's actually used like playing with the D-pad in a lot of games.
Yeah.
They don't need to do that so much anymore. Whatever. Anyway,
anybody play Red Dead? This is kind of a 360 specific question, but or not really 360. You can play it on PlayStation. But anybody play Red Dead Redemption?
Not yet.
Yes.
Which one? The second one or the first one? Red Dead Revolver or Redemption? Yeah, I've played that one.
Redemption, fantastic. Yeah.
Musty, were you a big Redemption guy?
So it's funny, that came out the day after I started at my current job. So as I was going through training, that was before you had to know all the responsibility of being where I'm at now. So every morning it was 2 hours, and every night it was another 3. I would pour through that game.
It's actually funny, one of the reasons why I haven't played it yet. My mom plays games too. She played that, thought I had already played it, and spoiled the ending for me. I picked it up and gave it to her for Christmas. It was for her. I gave it straight to her, hadn't played it at all, and she spoiled the ending for me. I haven't touched it because that's like...
It's not like it's unpredictable.
Yeah, it's DLC pack is great too.
But it's just like, why? And that annoys, like, I know what's coming, so I just...
Hey, so this is probably one of my brother's first gaming experiences, or big gaming experiences. So he got Zelda for the NES back in the day for Christmas, and my mom became obsessed with the game, playing it. She would stay up late at night trying to figure out how to beat Ganon, and eventually she figured it out, right? So, Zelda, the original Legend of Zelda.
Oh.
And so she figured out how to beat the game, and then my brother hadn't beat it yet, so she's over his shoulder. Oh, you gotta get the bow and arrow. Use the bow and arrow on him. Mom, go away! You're ruining it, Mom. And yeah, he didn't talk to her for like a week until he beat it himself. She spoiled Zelda, the first game that he played. So, yeah. Anyway. But yeah, you should. I don't know. I was big into that back in the day, so this is before I kind of went cold turkey. I did modern gaming, PlayStation 360, all that stuff, and then I kind of went cold turkey into retro because Just didn't have time for too much modern stuff anymore. So, but before that, I did a lot of Red Dead Redemption. That's a really fun environment. I don't know. I'm not a big GTA guy, but I do really like Red Dead, and there are a lot of people like that for some reason. So
I think Q Dog's trying to stay away from spoilers, so we should be gentle.
Oh no, I wasn't.
We're not talking the story.
Yeah.
He keeps taking the headset off.
I don't think he's worried about
And he's
spoilers.
yelling at us.
We're not talking about the story.
So the end of the game. I really like.
So
the
when you get the
story.
Master Sword in Red Dead.
But we played a
collect the 8 emeralds.
Did you play mostly campaign, or did you do any multiplayer?
I didn't do any multiplayer in that.
Multiplayer is so fun, and that's probably where I spent a good 3/4 of my time. Like, I completed that game, and I don't complete many games. I was kind of running out of time by then, but I completed it all the way through, and did a lot of side missions. I don't know about all of them, but
Hunting was fun. Hunting was
hunting was fun. Yeah. So did you do the cougar? Or I guess I don't know.
I think I did. I mean, I think I went through the whole thing.
So in multiplayer, you can do kind of like group hunting, and the objective is to, basically kill like the lead animal or whatever. So in this instance, it was cougars. Like, mountain lions were coming down and killing people, so they're like, go and kill the mountain lions, but be careful, they can blah blah blah. And so me, my brother, and I think another friend of ours were going hunting cougars. Well, they start mauling us to death, right? So they're chasing after us, and it's kind of funny because it sounds like a cat running behind you. Sometimes you're running in the field, and all of a sudden you just hear wow, and your buddy's getting mauled by a cougar. Well, along comes this other person in Red Dead, and if you play enough multiplayer, you kind of learn that people basically just pull out their gun and shoot you, and then you go and revenge kill them, and then it's just back and forth feud, basically kind of trolling each other wherever they spawn on the map, because you can see where they spawn, and you just follow them down to that corner, kill them there, they spawn up here, you go and follow them up to that part. Anyway, so that's usually what happens. Well, this guy comes up to us, and we all have our guns ready, but he just stands there and stares at us. So his avatar is just sitting there like this, staring at us. And so me and my brother are talking to each other. We're like, what's this guy doing? I don't know. So he starts running in circles around us, and then we start running circles around him. So it kind of becomes this unofficial game because we couldn't hear his mic at all. So this kind of silent cat and mouse game, not shooting, just running around each other. Meanwhile, the cougars were ambushing us from the mountains, so they're tearing us apart. And but there was enough of us that eventually we said, hey, instead of shooting the cougars, why don't we try punching a cougar? And so that was really hilarious because these cougars would be flying, in midair, and we'd be like, ah, punching the cougar, and it goes, meow. Then we just gang up and beat on the cougar for like 5 minutes, and then it was pretty fun. I don't know. Just fun.
Anyone who skipped to this point in the Hangout and just caught that without context is going to really question what we're talking about.
Red Dead Redemption. So I don't know. I'm hoping that it can be I think I mentioned it one time, but if other people are interested, it'd be a fun Cartridge Club game. There's definitely enough to talk about. But I'd even hop back online to play it.
Did you play the Nightmare DLC pack or something like that too?
Yeah. That's a good. That's a lot of fun too. I kind of played that with my 2 brothers, so that's basically just survival.
I had to get that from my mom after.
It's got some cool stuff in there too, like the 4 different like power horses and everything. They're supposed to be like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, where you're like like there's and then there's a unicorn. I can't remember where the unicorn was at, basically.
And they even have like the side mission, basically like kind of like similar to Gold Rush stuff. Just rescue the town and try to keep everybody zombie free. But they put a lot of work into that game and then the expansion. I actually wanted to. I should have. I don't know why I don't. You don't know why you don't buy these things when they're on sale. But they had the Game of the Year edition, which had the whole thing built into it.
Mm-hmm.
I should have bought that because eventually, DLC will break down and whatnot.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to have it all on one.
I mean, I bought mine on a separate disc because they sold it eventually separately too, or something like that. So I have mine, with both one on, the one game and then the other one on, whatever. Because I got one for Christmas and then the other one I just bought because it was like $20 or less or something like that. So.
Yeah, I think in Game of the Year editions they usually fix all the bugs and they have a clean game in case there's any game breakers. But anyway, I really like that game. And punching cougars and hunting bears was also really fun because that was like whatchamacallit, when you had the bulls in the ring and you play whatever with them, chicken, I don't know. Anyway, we basically played chicken with the bears, and we wait until the bear was charging right at us, and then we'd sidestep and punch it in the ass. And then the bear would go. It sounds so stupid and immature, but it is. But it's really fun. Cougars and kicking bears.
Yoshi's not so subtly in the chat saying he needs to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep soon. It's like late, and I have class early in the morning.
That's a sweet minute, or oh damn it.
What, man?
Norwal shirt. Yoshi.
I don't think it's a Norwal.
It's a Norwal.
I think it's like a Sky Story High robot.
No.
That
Look, it's got a spike out of its head. Looks like a manatee. It's a dolphin with a spike.
No, it's an Eva. I think we need to get more people watching anime here.
All right. Stream over. See ya, everybody.
Okay. Me and Steven Eider are probably talking everyone's ear off about Evangelion in upcoming.
Evangelion.
I'm gonna keep calling it that just to annoy everybody now. So
that's how you do.
I've started saying it that way, and it keeps coming out that way, so I can't help it. But we're gonna probably do a hype cast on that soon.
Yeah.
Where we're supposed to.
As soon as you watch the last movie.
Well, yeah, and I have time to actually record it.
Yeah. Be prepared to be very, very confused, even more so than previously in Evangelion. I watched that movie and I could not tell you a thing that happened because it is so confusing.
Well, also, it's like a giant cliffhanger, and it's been like 4 years since they put it out, and you still haven't gotten the last part of the freaking thing. So it's like they're doing True Gainax fashion here. It's like, oh, we're making a 4-part series. Here's 3 parts. Wait for the 4th.
Yeah. Gainax is an animation studio, for people who don't know.
I was going to say, what are you guys talking about?
Gainax made Evangelion and a bunch of other stuff.
Pretty much always ends their shows in cliffhangers.
Yeah. Everyone's
up ways where you're just sitting there going, what? Why? Why? Like, I remember the first time I saw the Eva ending, I'm like, that's it? Like, the end of the TV series, I'm like, that's it? What?
And everyone is even more confused than you were because they don't know what Evangelion is. So
we can talk about the N64 controller if you want.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to talk about that.
There was an Evangelion game on the N64 in Japan.
That looks pretty sweet right there.
I saw a copy of it in Access. Except the guy went like...
That was not an invitation, Yoshi.
Ooh, that's a great one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
How's the stick working on that one? Is it clean? Is it, is it a little... I always hate when... My big complaint is when you get like a really worn-in N64... when you get that worn in ones, you know, you can feel the groove because someone was really digging in the N64 analog stick.
It crunches when you're.
I hate that. I mean, even when you try to like lube it, it still isn't like perfect. You know.
That's what happens when you throw the controller like garbage.
How do you prevent that from happening? Like if you have a really nice, firm.
The thing is, I've never done it, but I think certain games like almost will ruin it. Like the first Mario Party will like ruin the analog stick.
Yeah.
Like there's certain games like
or rotate it, it's gonna ruin it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like the first Mario Party, there's people that would have taken it and they went and did like this thing to make it spin fast enough to win the game.
They literally sanded down the analog stick on the bottom of it.
Because like they'd push down on it and then like get good grip, and then just so like you're pushing on it and you're not supposed to push down on that stick at all.
If you played N64, if you own a controller from the beginning, you know, like you owned it, like you bought it from day one and didn't play it like that, it should be fine. Because I still have like some controllers that I've never even like opened up or did anything to them because they're still perfectly fine.
And like my friends get mad because like we'll be playing the first Mario Party and that rotating mini game will come up. Like, yeah, don't you dare rotate my stick.
The thing is, just don't even play Mario Party 1. You play Mario Party 2 if you're gonna play a Mario Party game.
Yeah, dude, Mario Party 2 is so much better.
It still is the best Mario Party out of all the Mario Parties that come out, basically.
Yeah. I've never played any of the Mario Parties on my N64 or in general, but on my N64, and there's still like dust coming out of my analog sticks.
I mean, you could always play Mario Party 8.
Or you could not, like a sane person.
Do you own Mario Party 8, Yoshi?
I'm holding it.
Oh, okay.
I think he owns it.
I think I own it. And I think it's one where
Or it's a very elaborate ruse.
And there's a mini game where you just go.
Like, that's a controller I never liked the Wii mode. I never liked the Wii mode at all.
He plays that mini game all the time.
Yoshi,
sometimes the game's not even on when he's playing it.
You do that with or without the jacket on it? use that protection on the Wii or no?
None of my controllers have like the Wii condoms.
Okay.
The remote condoms.
Yeah.
I don't use them. I don't even have straps on them. And I tell my friends, if you throw it, I'm punching you in the face. Don't throw my controller, please. It's not that hard to hold on to the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how people have launched those through televisions.
There goes my TV.
That happened a lot.
I have a theory. I think it had something to do with young kids or alcohol.
And it's especially bad when you combine young kids with alcohol.
What?
It got especially bad if you combine young kids with alcohol.
You know what's even worse? Fine. What's even worse is...
Go ahead.
I'm just making a joke. You know what's even worse is combining young kids with N64 controllers. That's a crime.
Anyway.
Warps your mind.
Okay, joke's over. Sorry.
PlayStation,
yeah. I think it was Jason Heine or somebody who said like they got it and their friends like launched it up into the ceiling. And it's I'm ordering a bunch of straps off of Nintendo.
I saw a guy launch a Wii remote into the ceiling.
Yeah, how much did they say that cost to mail out those new straps with like the thicker rope?
I don't know.
The thicker rope and all the remote condoms they had to send off.
I still can't believe they sell Wiimotes for $40 right now. Like if you want to buy one at the store, it still costs $40 to get a Wiimote. You know, I can't believe Nintendo's still charging that much for a controller for that console.
I got lucky because I found I had a couple Wiimotes and I found like the Wii Remote Plus modules for like $5. So I bought all of the ones that the store had. So it's like I have now like 4 Wii remotes capable of Wii Motion Plus. So it's like I'm never gonna need another one. I don't think. It's like that's all you use it for. If you got 4, you're not gonna need more. That's how I looked at it. Well, I have plenty of controllers though. I need to get a Pro controller for the Wii U. Haven't done that yet.
Why don't you just get a GameCube controller?
I have 4 GameCube controllers and the GameCube controller adapter.
Did anybody buy the new ones? Like, how do they measure up compared to
I bought 2 of them because they're awesome. And
Yeah?
they're better, I think, too. I tell people my
That's
friends who
cool.
are trying to get, they're like maybe buying GameCube for the first time. I say just don't even buy like a used GameCube controller because these are better because
Really?
they come with a 9-foot cord, and the original GameCube controller comes with a 6-foot cord.
Oh,
So
nice.
it's like you get that extra 3 feet. I think it's really really makes up for the difference too, and it feels identical in my opinion too.
The buttons, I would imagine that's the benefit, I guess, is that Nintendo made it so they can make it as good or bad as they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They didn't cheap out on it too. It's just a GameCube controller that's officially licensed and doesn't feel like third-party crap.
That's pretty cool when you think of it. Like, how many other consoles re-release, a fan favorite controller for their current system?
Well, it is like the fight stick for Smash Brothers, basically. Like how if you ever watch people play Street Fighter, they have to have a fight stick or something like that to play.
Yeah, but nobody's re-releasing N64 controllers, that's for sure.
Maybe on the anniversary.
I kind of am hoping for it.
Maybe they could soup up that D-pad or the analog.
That's the D-pad has never been the
problem with it.
Yeah, the D-pad. Yeah, the D-pad just sits there.
Unless you're playing a wrestling game.
Yeah.
You should see it mounted at conventions, and people are like, I'm trying to sell off the used controllers and whatnot, N64 ones, and people are just sitting there for like hours, like checking out the stick movement on these things.
Some people are too picky. I actually prefer just to have a slight little loose part
dude,
right
it's
there.
$12. You're not going to get a better deal on an N64 controller, and it's tested and it's working, and there's no broken parts.
I found there's an indoor flea market that happens like once a month, not too far from my house, and the guys like noticed there's like a father and son have their own little video game table there. They know me and my buddies. We only come there to like, oh yeah, they give us a little special treatment. They're like, yeah, you get to come behind here. Don't worry about it. And I'm just digging around, and I found a box. They had a tropical blue one, which is kind of one of the harder controllers to find. I was like, hey, how much do you want for this? Granted, the analog stick was pretty smashed up, but I'll just replace that. I have like other colored ones here. Basically, I could just rip out the analog stick, and you would know the difference at all.
They make replacement sticks now too. Like some of the guys in one of the Facebook groups I frequent, like they bought a 10-pack of replacement analog sticks and then just split it between the two of them, and they look great.
They look close, but they're not identical.
I haven't tried them, so
they're slightly different in the grooves and like what's it called. Like I would spot it right away, and I would say, hey, what kind of shenanigans are you trying to pull here? And like. I was very upset at one of the tables a couple of years ago at the Midwest Gaming Classic because this couple, they had the ultra rare Donkey Kong 64 banana controller. They had 2 of them, but they replaced them with the GameCube replacement stick for it. And I was just like, they wanted like top dollar for it. I'm like, no, I'm not giving. I was like. They're like, yeah, but we have the better stick. I was like, I would have gave you that money for it if it was the real stick in it, but since you replaced it with, this, I'm not paying that kind of money for it.
Is the stick on that one a different color? Couldn't you just swap it out?
No, but they wanted to pay they wanted the price for what you would pay for it off eBay basically, but they replaced it with the GameCube replacement stick, and I'm not paying. If you're putting a replacement stick, I'm not, paying for it because you want to put a replacement stick in it,
Yeah.
I want the real thing, basically, yeah. I want the real thing. I can't. I kind of was upset with them that they did that too. I'd rather have had a broken stick than you put a replacement stick in it. But I don't know. For the ultra rare controllers, that tropical blue one, I found that in his bin. And I was like, hey, what do you want for this? It's kind of broken. And I was like, but I'll take, and he goes, oh, that's not for sale. And I'm like, what? And they're like, oh, and all of a sudden, like, that was in the box that I guess was covered up and said not for sale. I'm like, well, that's why I explained there's like a giant Rambo knife in the box and everything too. And I was just like, oh, I guess, I'm sorry. And they're like, oh, well, like, don't worry about it. You're a good customer here and everything too. But yeah, there's a lot. There's like the see-through color ones.
Yeah.
Like the orange one. The
watermelon. What's the orange one called?
Orange.
Canadian Retro, you know, probably. Definitely.
Vice.
Vice.
That's a GameCube controller, right?
Fire.
Yeah, there's the
Fire.
watermelon. There's grape, or something. Yeah, let's look this up because they have funky names.
I think it's
played
fire.
them. I don't know the names of them.
N64 controller color.
There's jungle green, atomic purple, fire orange, grape purple,
red, green.
Grape purple, ice blue, smoke gray, watermelon red, gold.
Yeah, it was ice blue. Is the one I had, yeah.
I have an ice blue one.
Of course, there's jungle green, dark gray, Pikachu blue, Pikachu orange, Japan only. Japan, who cares?
Hey, I kind of want those Japanese variants.
Yeah.
That bad boy right there. I got that and the console at a Valley Village.
I'll take that off your hands.
No, you won't.
Come on, you were just saying how shit it is, basically. I want the.
Come on, it's like perfect, pretty much. It's got a little bit of waggle, but
You just want to hoard it for a console you're never gonna play.
Yeah, he does have a point. Give it to someone that'll love it.
I played it. I remember there's a video of me playing it.
Every orphan deserves love.
Yeah, like I was talking with Vox about it because what's it called? Like me and him were working trades and everything, and like there's like these Japanese games that were never released in North America, basically. They're just like one's like a dating simulator for the N64, and I think it comes with a detector, so like it's like judges your heartbeat for it basically too. So it's like like if you're I don't know how like well that works, but I just wanted to play it because. It's supposed to be like, like how you answer your questions or something. I don't know. It seems just pretty stupid, but I was like, I gotta try this out.
The Doki Doki meter.
Yeah. There's like that, and there's like sumo wrestling and all this little stupid stuff. But that's my go-to console besides the NES.
Anybody have the Pikachu console and controller?
No, I always see it everywhere, but everyone wants way too much for it.
Much like every other piece of N64 anything right now.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is with that basically is like it drives me nuts when I see it in stores because they're asking for $15 to $20 more than the eBay price, and I'm just like, well, why would I pay that from you guys?
Immediate gratification though, right? Somebody comes in on the weekend, it's right there, right?
And there's
I don't know any better, right? They're like, oh, cool, and they just buy it. They got the cash.
Yeah, somebody like. That happens all the time in our game store. Somebody walks in, they would just want something fun to do on the weekend. They see a Super Nintendo. Actually, better yet, they say, "Oh, why don't you buy this? Why don't you buy this Retron? Piece of Actually, no, the FC Twin. Those things are pieces of shit. By the way, they sell them an FC Twin. Give them a 2-week warranty, and then they sell them Super Mario and Donkey Kong. They walk out of there, they just spent like $250 and payday for them. Happens all the time.
Yeah. I've seen it too, like at a few shops where like when people come in and then there's a pawn shop that I do some game hunting at, and that's what they always say. Anytime someone wants to come in and buy a console, now granted they have the consoles there too, but they will like try to upsell you on the Retrons even. Granted, like I said, the Retron, because they will do the Retron 5 is the big sell for them, basically, where they're like, well, this plays 10 different consoles, you can play everything, because they're like, I don't know if I want a Nintendo or a Sega, and they're like, well, this has got it all right here.
Yep.
You can even do Game Boys. And like and like the big sell is because a lot of people don't have CRTs anymore, that they all have HD TVs, and they're like, oh, this plays HDMI, so.
Yeah, they mark those up nowadays. You can buy them retail, but even game stores just mark it up to like $200 or something. That's crazy.
Oh well, no. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna call it a night. I'll see you next Tuesday.
See you next time.
Yeah.
See you guys. Bye.
So, Musty, do you mostly collect? Like, what's your method for collecting. You don't have to share what you don't want to, but
Sure. No,
when you want to go collect something and you're really into it, where you go?
So mostly it's there's a couple secondhand shops near my area. I live about a half hour south of a second largest city in Iowa, so I will usually go up there. There's a couple Goodwills. There's a couple of these secondhand shops. I don't mind going to retail because we have the smaller, like not your GameStops type level. It's called Video Games, etc., and they're a lot smaller, and they don't tend to get a lot, but they do have retro stuff, and sometimes it's priced pretty favorably. But so I will go in there occasionally. I find that those type of stores will sometimes do like a lot of buy two get one just throughout the year, especially on their older stuff. So those are ways that I can capitalize. I think with the Xbox in particular, I found myself like there was a pawn shop I found and I picked up 11 games for $8. But I picked through everything that had a manual basically and just took all of it. That was early on, and those were mostly sports titles. So I don't know that I guess I didn't overspend, but I don't know that I necessarily did more than just add titles to a collection. I tend to try and find like my top 5 to 10 titles that I'm really looking for and go after those. But the Facebook group that I'm a part of, and I mention them a lot in my videos, those guys, some of them are the weekend warriors and the ones who are going after it constantly, posting Craigslist pickups, and then I basically just look for the stuff that I want and I try and trade off the stuff I don't need. Like right now, I'm not hanging on to any of my Sega because I have just loose copies, and it's like if I really want to start collecting for Sega, I want to go complete because that's how I remember those. But I just picked up loose ones because that was what I was able to find in the moment. But so I guess that's kind of it. I mean, I used to be very much just buy whatever I could find, and then I kind of dialed it back to okay, let's have a little self-control and let's be a little more focused.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. When I started, I mean, you can go back and I was putting up videos like every 2 days of Goodwill pickups.
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of those finds were absolutely phenomenal, but I see some of it and I'm like, why did I even bother waste? Like, even though it was like the game might be 3 times the value and I paid $2, like $6 game for $2. I'm just like, why did I even bother? Like, I'm never gonna play it.
Yeah.
I pretty much unloaded all that stuff like on the cheap to people, man, because I had to get rid of it, and I got like almost $2,000 like in games here as far as numbers of titles I got.
Yeah.
And that would have been way higher than that. I unloaded probably like 100 PlayStation 2 games that were all different. Like there was no doubles.
It's very easy to unload PS2 games because you find so many. And then you look at your collection and you're like, why do I own half these? And you just take them all off the shelf and it's like, gone. Nothing like a good purge for your collection to refocus.
Yeah.
Well, I've purged my N64 stuff twice so far. Yeah. Like, down to just the console. Like, I have no N64 games right now because I had an opportunity to pick up some higher end, or at least higher price than I'm used to picking up Super Nintendo games, and so I didn't want to miss that opportunity,
And another point to that is who wants to play with that controller because it's a piece of junk.
I started a thing.
Yeah, but I think that's what it is I've got myself my, I have my console that I grew up with the NES, and then I have the console that I sidestepped for some reason with the Super Nintendo because I went Genesis Sega CD PlayStation, and then sort of on the back end snuck back around to 64. And then I've got the Xbox, which I can always find stuff on the cheap for that console, like just constantly. And then I'm hoping the 360 stuff starts to come down, because right now I have maybe 10 games for the 360, and there's a lot of titles that I have, like, I was always trading constantly. It was always pick up 2, play through them, trade them back, and then maybe have to only throw $5 more at another game. And I really kind of regret that. I really wish I would have hung on to some of those, because, your original copy of BioShock, or granted, I can find that for less than $10 now.
But it won't be your original copy of it.
It won't be the copy that I played, And
I wasn't really collecting at that point, so I burned everything. When I had a modded 360,
Gotcha.
I didn't have that kind of connection to like I do now to physical copies of things. And even though burning is physical copy,
not legit. It's not a legitimate copy.
Yeah, I mean, I got rid of all that stuff though, and once I started collecting proper and whatever.
Well, like I just picked up a couple original Xboxes from a guy who had 3 of them, and he didn't want the other 2, so I took those off his hands, and I want to mod one of them just so I can have a MAME, or just have something that makes me not have to buy EverDrives, And I think that'd be the cost-effective way to go about doing that. But I had a modded Xbox when in the later years of the original system, and then I had lent it to a friend. And when it came back, I think the chip had unseated itself, and then stupid me threw it away instead of trying to get it fixed. Because I was like, well, I can't bring this into a shop, and I didn't have a good sense for what to do with it, so I pitched it, and it's ridiculous that I would do something like that, knowing where I'm at now. It's just kind of it's stupidity.
Yeah. One thing I'll say that I go for original Xbox stuff now too. I'm starting to build up that collection just because, partially because of the graphical improvement, and just focusing more towards exclusives for PS2 and transferring over to Xbox stuff, just for like more permanence in collecting. But of course, there's original Xbox games all over the place. But what I have trouble with is finding them in good shape, because it's like everyone gave their Xbox games to their dog. What happened?
I have a couple with teeth marks. Yeah.
It's not necessarily just the actual biting, but it's like they're all freaking terrible condition.
Yeah.
That's on that one system in particular. I don't know what the deal is.
Extra tasty plastic or something.
People just didn't give a damn about the Xbox.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love that original Xbox. It's a great system.
Yeah, I just meant about keeping their games in good shape. The people that bought it, that audience.
I don't like everything, but
these.
I mean, I got some of the nice, decent titles on it for sure, man. Like
the trip cords were a great invention.
They were a good invention, except
that's good design. Unlike this.
The multiplayer console from Nintendo that has the shortest cord ever. Like, come on, Japan. Not everybody sits 2 feet from their TV.
But I found a source. For these in the wild. So I got, because that pickup that I had with the 2 consoles had 6 controllers with it, no breakaway cables. So I lucked out at a Goodwill nearby and got them for $1 a piece.
Yeah, Value Village usually, they don't care. They get stuff in, and half of the time they're not there. So I have a bin of those things, but my Xbox keeps, I think the laser on it's broken or whatever. So that's the other question I wanted to ask you guys, because you all seem to be more into collecting. Not more into, but you are fans of collecting disk-based systems. Like, what's your feeling on collecting disk-based games? Like, are you doing it more for just to hold on to the physical and something to look at, or do you have a lot of confidence in them lasting, long enough for, say like the NES or Super Nintendo's age? Because solid state, I mean, theoretically it should last longer than moving parts like a disc and spinning disc and all that.
There's some risk with the drives, and one of the things that I've been looking for, because there's like 4 different drives for the original Xbox. I think the Philips one's the most reliable one.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you look when you pop the tray out, there's different configurations. So you can find, I think it's I'm not going to be able to speak facts, so I don't want to throw out the names, but 2 of them are more prone to fail than the other 2. So if you can find, it's either the Samsung or the Philips drives, I think are the good
It's
ones.
the Thompson one or something like that that's garbage. I think it's
that's it.
Yeah. I should probably check my Xbox.
I pulled one out of the
I happen to have 4, so I should look at them.
How do you know which one is better or not?
There's the actual disc tray is different.
Oh.
So when you pop open the tray, you'll be able to see, like, one of them has different holes cut out, or they have a different orientation on the.
Mine's definitely the shitty one because it just says it can't read a disc, and then you put it in the 360 and it reads fine.
Gotcha.
Maybe that's the problem Mars has been having. Didn't he say he was having that problem too?
Yeah.
No, I told him just find one and swap the disc thing, because
Find one to swap the drive.
you can just swap the drive. It's easy.
I did it.
Yeah.
This tool when it comes to electronics. So.
Yeah.
Can you? Is there a way to mod the original?
Yes.
To get the games on it?
You can do. There's a soft mod kit out there that takes one of these breakaway cables and has like it's like a thumb drive on the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I showed it to you guys last time. I have one.
Yeah.
I think J-Rock showed it too.
If I can do that, I might just do that because I like the system. I like the feel of the controller. I'm just tired of dealing with discs not reading. And to be honest, load times and spinning discs aren't something that I really miss or want to rediscover.
Yeah, with the Xbox, if you load the games onto the hard drive, they load faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Anyway,
that
speaking of mods on the Xbox, is there any way to save a completely bricked console?
I don't know about that. Bricked and what? It doesn't work at all?
Yeah, it was
probably
modded. I picked up one of the clear ones. I don't remember the name of it.
I would just swap the guts with another one. They're all the same. There's nothing special.
Yeah.
Guts.
Yeah, but that was clearly modded. As I looked at the bottom of it later, I bought it for $5 and I tested it, and it did not work at all.
Yeah.
So.
I might be. I know everybody's been going gaga over the Xbox mods, at least in the Cartridge Club. So
yeah,
something on my list. But again, it's.
I've got a spare working.
You can do a hard drive upgrade too. What you have to do is you have to soft mod it first, and then there's just a matter of. There's a couple of things you need to do. It's not really too technical. Anybody could probably do it.
Yeah.
And then you can get a hard drive upgrade, so you can put like a larger size capacity hard drive in it, and you can upload or whatever FTP over a ton of games or.
Somebody sells a third-party hard drive or something.
Yeah, because it's like the hard drive is assigned to the actual console. Or sorry, the hard drive is assigned to the console, so like it has to be that certain one. But with the soft mod or a chip or whatever, you can trick it to accept it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do that because
that's what my old one had. They actually had the chip that was like the Executor 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so I guess getting back to that question is, so when you have the games and stuff, are you looking at them as like a long-term solution for being able to play those games, or is it more just because they're cheap and it's something else to put on the shelf? Because I know it seems like the turning of collecting has gone from, like, it's kind of fork in the road. It's either stay with cartridges and just pay the price what they're asking, or like Yoshi said, you either collected early enough that it was cheap, or you're collecting late and you have a job that you can afford to pay those prices for, or you just have the patience of a saint.
Yeah.
or the blend of the two. But
Or just good luck on deals.
like Kevin's a good example too, right? He can't collect disc or cartridge stuff, and he can't find deals, so he's like, oh, I'll collect for a system I can afford. So
yeah.
I don't know. For me personally, I just don't see the value for it in my own collection or my own enjoyment of it, because again, just the frustration with the discs and the lasers and load times and spinning and all that. Plus the thing sounds like death when it's reading a disc sometimes. It's like, Darcy says, is it always that noisy? No.
Well, it's funny when you get to the
same sort of argument when you're dealing with, as you know, so I'm playing a yellow controller now. as you're doing, like, say, like an emulation plan, so people have the cartridges or whatever, but they're loading all the ROMs or whatever onto a modded Xbox kind of idea. So they're not really playing those original ones. I think the benefit of having the disc is if you want to take that and put it onto your hard drive of your Xbox, you can do that, and then you have it there. I haven't had any problems with any of my games. I'm fairly certain they all run. I haven't had anything break down or degrade. So, and I don't treat my stuff like garbage. That's why they don't get scratched. And if they are scratched, I can resurface them with the JFJ. So,
I guess I'll add to that with my explanation for collecting for cartridges too, because people can flip collecting on its side and say, well, why don't you just emulate, or why don't you just get an EverDrive or something, right? It's the same thing if you're going to play. So for me, when I came to that decision, to go one way or the other, I said, well, these cartridges are only around for a certain amount of time. They will break down eventually. So my conclusion was, why don't I just enjoy them for as long as they're around, as long as, it's a finite amount of time for anybody in human history or gaming history, if you want to say it that way, to be able to actually enjoy the cartridges, enjoy the games and the way that they were designed originally, the press in of the NES and push down, I enjoy that custom. So for me, with the disc-based game systems, I just think there's going to be a lot shorter of a time for me to enjoy, the Xbox or the Xbox 360, right? Maybe I should have gone with the PlayStation. But so for me, I just think rationally, I think there's still more time for me to enjoy the solid-state cartridges than there are with the Xboxes, because they're already proving to be, a much higher fail rate than even the older systems that are 30 some years old.
More moving parts, more problems.
Yeah. So that's my rationale. So what do you guys do with that?
I found some in horrible shape, and all I do is clean them, and they're good to go.
Yeah.
Never really had a problem with one.
So what do you guys think on, do you think about that, or is it just something to collect for and you haven't really thought about that for yourself?
Like with my disc stuff, I've never had anything fail, so I'm not, like, as far as consoles, I've had like a Xbox 360 red ring on me.
I had multiple red rings.
My original Xbox, the tray got stuck, I think. And that's about it for my stuff. Like, I take good care of it, so it lasts.
Yeah.
I've had I got into the Xbox late enough, the 360, that I haven't had any red rings or anything, and none of my other consoles have failed. Funny enough, the only console that I have that's actually failed on me is a Game Gear because of the capacitors.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can never find a good working Game Gear. You're lucky.
It worked really well for 5 years, and then I completely busted when I said, I'm going to play Streets of Rage 2 on the Game Gear for the Cartridge Club Game of the Month as a bonus thing. And I'm like, put it in, completely stopped on the spot. It's like, oh, lovely, I'm finally playing this thing, and it's not working.
No, I stopped. I don't collect for Game Gear. I gave up.
Yeah, Anyway, so that's my perception on on that. Because maybe it's just how
yeah.
I look at my games. Is I look at the shelf of, this is all gonna be brick someday, and I won't be able to play it. But so I just figure if I'm gonna have it on the shelf, it'd be nice to last as long as it can for me. But if you guys don't think about that, then that's probably
Yeah, I mean,
So
I
what are
think
you gonna do
I
that
think
everything's bricked, right? Are you gonna take your collection and just like trash it?
yeah.
Or what do you do, right? Like you have a
Yeah.
bunch of non-working plastic bits in your man cave kind of thing, and then you go, okay, well, I'm gonna get some system or a PC and then just emulate these titles that I have here, right?
I mean, I guess eventually emulation will be the only choice left,
Yeah.
right? Like, but I just think, well, I'm going to put money into cheaper games, but they may break down. The systems might break down sooner, or go with something that's solid state, and even though it's older, it still seems to work more reliably, at least more predictable. Like, I just hate moving parts. Like, it seems like going the disc route was almost like going backwards in time. We had spinning records, and then I would think that solid state drives, boards would be, well, you can make. I mean, look at a flash
They're
drive,
a
right?
hell of a lot more expensive, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and the cartridges were expensive to make, so that's why they went disc.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, NES.
Then,
Expensive to produce. That's why discs do so well, is because they're so much cheaper.
yeah. So I can see, and this is circling back to the Coleco Chameleon thing. So I can see where they might be kind of on the same page as me, where they're just kind of exasperated with discs and scratching and motors failing and trays and stuff. So it's just it wasn't very well executed, or maybe not thought out as far along as they should have, rather than just a pipe dream or reminiscing about the glory days.
Well, and if you look at I think the Xbox PS2 generation is kind of that last generation before the console makers really started to care. They always care about money, but they really started to shave to get the bigs out of every single copy. Because in the 360, that's where you started to see people go to online manuals. Then now there's not even the manuals incorporated into the back of the cover art. So this was still, like I was just looking at, like, even I have Alan Wake here, and even the manual on this it's still full color. There's still nice artwork in it, and but you just don't get that anymore. And you got that even more with the cartridge-based stuff. The problem that I have with cardboard and paper for those is the price is astronomical right now. And it's because they are rare and there aren't going to be more of them, and that's the tough part.
I look at this is maybe another tangent, but I know people grumble and we like to complain as collectors that the prices are going up higher and higher, and is it ever going to end? But I still think there's an end to the bubble. I don't know how much lower they would go from what they are, but my perception is at least they're not being thrown in the dump, because it's amazing to me this day and age and yard sales and stuff. I had somebody that told me at a yard sale, when I asked about, hey, do you have any games? Know anybody with games? They said, oh, well, I did, but I threw it out. Well, when did you throw it out? 2 weeks ago, when I was sorting through stuff for the garage sale. I'm like, so let me get this straight. You want to sell me old Christmas decorations and toilet roll holders, but you didn't think to save a box of electronics next to your VCR.
Somebody's bound. Yeah, I mean, the fact that people
are throwing them out. So I think at least it gets it into the hands of somebody that will value it, and maybe it won't be $2 a game, but it'll go from $20 to $8, $10 again.
8 or
right?
10.
So it'll happen eventually, and at least
Yeah.
it deserves them for people.
There will
that
be
believe
a
in them.
collecting crash, if not a gaming crash.
Yeah, because the people who want to play it again, I'll say this is too expensive. Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
They got to
Everyone's
sell them.
already doing that.
They'll try to sell. Nobody will bite, and then they'll just say, the heck with it. I'll just get rid of them, and that'll bring the price down too. So I'm not hoping for a big crash or anything. That's not really going to happen. There's still value in them. It's
I've
just
had that sort of discussion before, and I said, I wouldn't mind if prices dropped and, blah, blah, blah. And people are like, you have a huge collection. Wouldn't that bother you or whatever? That, say you had, I don't know, expensive game, and I've got a couple that are quite expensive. Like, say, just like a $60 game went down to $30 or something. It's like, yeah, but I didn't pay $60 for it. I paid $5. So
and you're collecting to keep it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you're not. If you're collecting for the profit, then yes, you'll be pissed.
Yeah.
If you're
though,
then
the value of the collection went down. It's like, not really, because I was never planning on selling it.
Yeah, you'll learn a hard lesson too about what true investment means too. A gamer investment is a lot different than a life investment.
Yeah.
So you can turn it for a profit, but any investor is going to tell you that's not the best. These are very dangerous stocks to hold for a long time because they're going to burn out. So just buy them to enjoy them.
And it's weird. I've got some friends who they're starting to like pick out the games that people aren't talking about yet for like the Super Nintendo, like the really obscure stuff.
Yeah.
Like Pieces is one of them. It's an Atlas title.
Oh yeah.
And it's less than $20 right now, and I'm sure that once
you're mentioning it on the internet.
I know.
But
we're 4 hours in. We're good.
Yeah. 4 hours into a thing that no one was going to watch anyway.
Jumping forward.
Yeah. So I mean, but they're starting to find those games. I think. Your Captain Novalins and your
those type of things. It's been mentioned on lists. That one's screwed already.
Yeah.
But so maybe in the back of my head I picked Xbox because that was like my first real adult console for me. I had picked that up when I was 20 years old, and so my entire 20s that was kind of put me down the Xbox path. But then also it was the thing that I could shift away from when I realized that, I don't want to spend $250 for Evo if I can avoid it, but I can get the most expensive item on the Xbox. I can get that for $120, or I can luck out and pick it up for the cost of shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Because they're still around.
Yeah.
You know what a good old console is that you can still get a complete collection for relatively cheap, comparatively, like game by game, like as a whole, Intellivision. Because there's a butt ton of super cheap games for it. Like an expensive game for that is like $30.
Yeah.
And then you've got like the top 5 most expensive ones. They're like a couple hundred, and one's $1,000. But on a game per game basis, it's not that expensive, and you can just avoid the $1,000 game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like volleyball. Who gives a damn?
Nice.
Yeah.
It's the glory of the Intellivision.
I don't know.
Anyway.
Well, I guess we got
Side tangent.
three Canadians here, but I don't know about you guys, but there's just no interest for anything other than Nintendo. Like Sega's kind of, but it's basically just Nintendo, Super Nintendo. Even Super Nintendo seems to be higher than Nintendo these days.
Yeah. Super Nintendo is where it's at, I think, man.
And
collecting goes, the NES would probably follow that, though.
Yeah. As far as like games
that's why it's all
in the
expensive.
top 40 for each console, I think Super Nintendo has the higher price for
game per game. Super Nintendo games are more expensive.
Seems like they go for like $50, for a large portion of those games. Like people will buy Turtles, Contra, the Final Fantasies, Chrono Trigger. Like, these are all games where you could charge $50 and still that'd be a really good deal for those games. So NES, like, there are some high-priced games, but it seems like that has a top 40 that's like 100 or above, but the Super Nintendo's top 40 is like 150, 200. Like, people just will pay out the nose for those things. So.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences is with the NES, that top 40 is on the verge of rare. Like, was it Dusty Diamond? No, like the softball game.
Yeah.
Like I don't know that I've ever seen a copy of that. But you get your expensive Super Nintendo games, and a lot of those aren't rare. Final Fantasy III is not rare.
They just hold the value because people don't want to get rid of them.
It is in the wild.
They're in high demand, so they sell a lot.
Earthbound is not rare.
Yeah.
It's just sought after, which makes it slightly more scarce because there just aren't as many
people getting rid of it.
It was already kind of slightly less popular, and then couple that with more people wanting it. Yeah. RPG fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like you've got your NES games. You got Metal Storm, which is up to like in the low hundreds now, and that was a $60 game 2 years ago. I'm trying to think of other ones that are on my I have 16 left on the list that I'm working on for Nintendo and.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Every Mega Man is expensive now. Not like over 100 expensive, but still pretty expensive.
Yeah, I need 5 and 6. And 5's the one that I'm afraid of. That's in like the 80 to 90 range, and they don't.
Yeah, one of them is 90 now.
I lucked out with 5.
I looked at the NES games on price charting because I'm like, do I really need to buy the Mega Man Legacy Collection? Then I do on price charting, and yes, I do.
Mega Man 6 I found at a yard sale, and you're gonna hate me because he even offered me just a empty N64 box with the cardboard, and I said no, I'm not collected for the N64. I could have used it as trade-in fodder, but anyway. That aside, he had a stack of NES games, Mario Duck Hunt, Snake Bit Rattle and Roll, some other titles like a pinball game or something like that, or Marble Madness or something. And of course, then he had Mega Man 6 in there. So, and he's like $5 for everything. So that was a nice deal. That was, again, I'm going to say it a lot, but that was another one where I said, hey, do you have any old video game stuff? And he went into like this weird trailer, the trailers that go on the back of like a pickup truck. He had that jacked up on like Cindercrete blocks, and that was where the games were. You would have never seen it.
In a trailer park?
Yeah, it was worse than a trailer park. And he was gonna throw all these things out. So
yeah, that's shocking.
Saved me. Yeah, it's amazing how much.
I'm sure it happens on a daily basis. Just you don't hear about it because who's going to advertise the garbage?
Only the people like me that ask and have to mourn the loss of those Nintendo games.
Yeah.
Can't believe. Yeah, just as much as there's people that throw out games, then there's people on the other side that are like, this Mario is an antique and it's worth $1,000. I saw it on PawnStar, or I saw it on Storage Wars. So,
yeah.
Those people now, I just laugh directly at them. I'm just like, ha oh,
didn't watch
funny.
That episode where the guy at the game shop's like, yeah, it's worth $20.
Yeah.
Was it did you guys all watch Nintendo Quest?
Yeah.
No.
So they've been talking about a scene that they, I guess, won't ever air, where they got into this family's home and they thought that they had something special, and it was the gold cart Zelda, and they thought it was worth like $20,000.
They thought it was worth its weight in gold or whatever the hell. Or maybe it is. Gold's not good right now.
Gold probably wouldn't even be worth that much.
Yeah.
And then he had to break it to him, and things got apparently very, very testy, is what it sounds like. Yeah.
Like he tried to break it down for him, or he just told him that's not very rare.
He was honest with them about it and saying that it was a $20 game, and they got almost on the verge of like hostile with him, is what I remember hearing. Yeah. They had to get out of there quick, and they decided not to use the footage.
Yeah. Probably, unless they needed it for evidence later.
They should have used it. I mean, because that's part of the
Just
struggle
censor
too
the-
in collecting is
just
dealing with
censor any-
idiots that don't know what they're looking at, or they haven't done any research. They just assume that, A&E tells the truth. So
Yeah, just hide their address and their faces, and just don't show anything that would identify them.
Did they have to get people's permission or like?
I would think that, I mean, they invited them into their home, so I would hope that they would have signed a waiver going into that. But
I guess you're walking in with huge cameras or whatever, right? What you're doing.
Well, and they're small too. They don't want to have some sort of lawsuit, especially if they're friendly Canadians going down to the States.
Yeah, there was one time I kind of had it didn't get heated or anything. There was nothing exciting there. But I went to the one of the thrift stores here. I'm lucky to have 5 thrift stores near me without having to even take a bus or anything.
Nice.
But of course the one game store here is total garbage, so that kind of makes up for it. But and I went into one of them and they had Secret of Mana there. I'm like, oh my god, Secret of Mana in the thrift store, and it's $60. And I went up to the person like, look, seeing that kind of thing in the thrift store is just going to aggravate people. If you're going to try and get eBay prices, there's nothing wrong with that. Get it for your charity, but do it on eBay because it's not going to anger anyone.
Yeah.
And they did exactly that. It's like, I don't care. Just don't show me what you have. Go to eBay, sell it that way, and you're not going to anger me about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Valley Village, is it even a charity anymore?
Not Value Village, but all the ones around me are charity ones. One's a Bible Temper one, but I get the best frickin' deals there. I literally walked out, they had way too many games, sorry for getting up, but they had way too many games one time, so I just took them in, I have some time. So I took all their games out, checked them all to see if any discs had been stolen, and sorted them into 3 piles. Will sell, won't sell, might sell. And I just said, here's the ones that are going to sell. Here's the ones that might sell because there's a niche that looks for these. And here's the ones that are just not going to sell because they're either bad or really common. And they said, okay. And I said, what are you going to do with the bad one? The one you're going to do with the not going to sell pile? It's going to give them to my favorite customer. And they handed me the pile for free.
Oh, nice.
Wow. That's pretty.
And it was a stack this high of PS2 games.
Which just sorted it differently then, eh?
Not really. I would have been honest about it. There wasn't anything super great in any of the piles.
Oh.
But I left the wrestling games in the maybe because there are people that look for wrestling games. But if you're gonna clear space, no, you don't want King Kong in there. No one's gonna want it.
That store that Dean and I went into, where he got 70 PlayStation games or whatever, PS3 games. They've kind of gotten to know me a bit, or they recognize me at least, and know that I bring business and bring friends and stuff. So it's nice to have a little reputation with some of those guys. So
yeah,
it's nice that they gave you the stuff. You've probably been in there before, so
oh yeah,
they knew you weren't trying to screw them. So, but yeah, it's different. It's interesting to see Canadian. What's your name? I never asked.
Canadian, what's his name?
Can I ask your name? I guess I should say.
I mean my real name?
Yeah. What's your given
your
name?
Foreign name. What do you think he means?
Troy.
Or do you? Troy. Okay. Or do you? Sorry, I should ask. Do you not like to share that?
Originally the reason why I never really wanted to share it is I am a school teacher and I didn't want kids finding me.
Okay, yeah.
So that's the reason why I didn't want to, but they've all found me, so it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, no, the kids will find anything. If you lose something,
they stumble across my channel. I'm like, why do you want to watch my YouTube channel of me holding up video games and saying, I paid $5 for this $60? What do you care? You don't like this stuff. You're 13 years old. You don't care.
Yeah.
Why do you like this? And the other part is, you don't even want to listen to me in the first place. I sit here all day imparting great knowledge on you, and you just fall asleep. So why do you want to go home and watch me on YouTube? It makes no sense at all.
They get a personal connection that way. Maybe retro gaming will change their life in that they're somewhat interested in their teacher now.
Well, they were trying to talk to me about it a little bit, and I was just like,
cool.
Saying like the benefits of it to them. Like I don't have to sit there with load times. I don't have to sit there with updates. I don't got to sit there trying to put together a group online or blah 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 blah. All the downsides of like modern gaming, sitting there through cutscenes that last like half an hour just to get into some gameplay, stuff like that, right? And they're like, well, what do you play or whatever? And I mentioned like Mega Man, and they're like, oh, whatever, blah blah blah. And I was like, try it, you'll be in like a puddle of your own tears like within 30 minutes. Like,
all the best is taking a retro system to kids. Nice. Or what was I going to ask, Troy?
Yeah.
Like you have a lot of games as well, and quality titles too. So, what is your where are you getting most of your stuff? Are you yard selling?
It's all Value Village.
Really?
Used to be Goodwill till Toronto Goodwills got shut down due to mismanagement.
Yeah.
So that's totally out, which cuts down 2 of the 5 stores I used to go to. I basically went to 5 stores. That's how I did it. And then game shows, I'll trade off stuff that I have, or I'll sell because I am a vendor at like a lot of different shows. When I used to find a ton of stuff, that's what I would do, sell off doubles.
So are you selling off a lot of like PS2, Xbox, like low grade, like low value stuff to build up?
The one swap in Waterloo, which was last March, I walked away with about $1,800 in 4 hours.
Nice.
And I sold everything and anything. Man, my table was smoked like constantly. I can't tell you what I put into that as far as the number of games, but there's no way it was that much money. Like I was selling, I was selling like $2 titles, $5 titles.
Yeah.
People were coming up and they were just like, and I'd have like, mind you, my prices, and I'm not like self-promoting or whatever, but I go like, okay, I go to say price charting kind of thing or check eBay, and then I like undercut it by like 20% already, and they come up and they're like, oh, you got this for $8, give you $7. I'm like, sure. So I was unloading stuff like crazy, like it was just unbelievable in that regard. So that's. But then I would like get like a bag full of games from the show. People come up and grades, blah blah blah, and I'd be like, yeah, I'm interested in that. I wouldn't take stuff I wasn't interested in from people though.
Yeah.
Nice. So just basically buying low at the thrift stores or
and then just selling off what I can, and then like for instance, I think I mentioned the other one, but I just picked up 22 like Super Famicom games off of eBay, and they're basically bought like based off of these things, these Rock Band dongles, Guitar Hero ones. This particular model right here goes for like $40 on eBay. So I sold like 3 of those or whatever I found in thrift shops for like $1 each, and got like $120 worth of games.
Nice. Yeah, I guess I could put more effort into that. It starts to get pretty greasy around here, like. When you try to give somebody a good deal, you sell an NES with 2 controllers and a game for like $60. I think that's a good deal.
That's a great deal.
And people are the guy would come along and buy, he wanted 2 consoles at that, and then he'd post it the next day, $1.20, 1 controller, no games.
Yeah.
And I'm like, come on, it's one thing if you're gonna buy and pay a good price for everything, but
the problem, I don't know if you do it, but like you can see what I'm doing right now, like I'm cleaning everything, right? Like spotless. And sometimes you go to game stores and it's not even that clean.
Yeah.
Right? And so I mean that's the way I do it. I mean if you get something from me, it's pretty much a good deal.
Yeah. There's a couple guys that are like, I wouldn't call them, the negative connotation, reseller kind of thing. But there are guys that do buy and sell quite a bit. But again, they're taking their time and their money to buy a lot of games for $150. So they're putting the money down that not everybody has. And then if he buys, a game, say like $2 a piece at that rate, and he wants to sell it to me for $8 or $10, and I'm already saving $10-15 off of a retail price, that's not bad. I appreciate that, because again, it's valuing their time and their effort that's put in. But yeah, it's when people buy stuff from you and you
And then go to resell
go
it.
out of your way to give them a deal, and then they just basically resell it on you. It's like, and then that native example happened to me. Like somebody bought my Marios, and turning around selling Mario Duck Hunt for like $30-40 to kind of the people on the reserve and stuff that don't know any better. So it's like, thanks for asking for a deal or bundling and saving, and then just using it. So essentially I'm the workhorse, and then he just takes it and sells it to some naive market. So I just stopped doing it after a while. I just collect things and trade them with people, or I'd actually rather just deal with the game store, because at least it's fair business. I understand going into it, I'm going to get 40% of what they're going to charge, and they have rent to pay, and
employees.
That's fine. Yeah, that's respectable. So
I can see what you're saying there. I mean, I could understand, like, let's say I'm selling something on Kijiji or whatever, which American guys probably don't know what that is, but that's Craigslist.
Yeah, I hear STC talking about that a lot lately.
Yeah. And I go to sell something on that or whatever, and somebody's paying my asking price. If they want to go around and resell it, that's their own prerogative. I don't mind, but don't come in lowballing me on my price and then upselling it like 300% what you got it from me from, and try to sell it to someone that doesn't know any better. Like that's just rude, man.
Yeah. I was actually going to say something similar about, like, if they're paying what you're asking, and then they try and get like double or whatever ridiculous amount more than that, I would see that and just laugh at the person. It's like, good luck. I already got my money. I wasn't going to charge more than that.
They must be able to pull it off, because they were doing it if they weren't making money.
Either that's really, really stupid.
Like, there's a certain point where, I mean, you got to realize too that these are all used games. Somebody bought them for retail and have since sold them for less than they were worth, and it's gone up and down. But
or more.
Again, what was I thinking? Yeah, it's just have some etiquette about it, I think, and it just drove me wild, so I just stopped. Instead of still just buying and amassing stuff and selling it the right way, I just kind of gave up on trying to do that, because
basically it soured it for you.
Well, when it goes up so high, too, at what point does it become extortion as opposed to charging a fair price, right?
Yeah.
Like, is $1.20 worth it for an NES? They're essentially charging the game store prices.
If it's in
that
the box, I mean, yeah. If
it's in the box. No, this is like a loose, dirty NES that they've cleaned and tested and made sure it worked, which basically means like they wiped it down with.
Yeah.
A cloth for 2 seconds. But
there's a guy that I know on so in my area there's a lot of local like buy, sell, and trade or garage sale sites on Facebook, and so I have people who look out for me and like will mention if they see something, and so they told me, oh, this guy's got an NES and 15 games, and I was like, oh, okay, what are they asking? $200. And I looked at the games and they're all commons. There's not a game there that, based off of, if you look at price charts and if you take price charts as gospel, I don't think there's anything there that's more than a $15 game. So, if you call the console 50, I don't think a $10 average per game is reasonable, and so he's going to get somebody to pay that, I'm sure of it, which is kind of unfortunate. But it's not my problem, and those aren't games I'd be going after anyways. And if there was one in there that I wanted, I'd probably just target that game.
One of my problems is having something online or whatever, like on, say, a Kijiji type thing, and someone's like, you have something you're like, okay, like willing to do trades kind of thing, and then they offer you just something stupid for what you're offering.
Yeah.
And they're holding back too, because you also know, like, because when they respond to you, you get their whatever, like you can see what ads they have, kind of thing as well.
Yeah.
Right. So they're showing you what they got, but they're only showing you like an eighth of what they got, and they're showing you the stuff that isn't worth what you're at all, and they're just trying to rip you off big time.
Yeah.
And then you point it out to them like, come on, man, you know, like, let's do this honestly and like equal trade kind of thing. That's the point of it. This is a double of mine, and those are obviously doubles of yours. We know what we all got this stuff for. It was $5 a pop. So
yeah.
Yeah, I hate when guys can't admit what they got a deal on, right? They get it at an extreme price discount, and then all of a sudden it's jumped up higher than eBay because they have an app. And again, this is another guy in our area. I have an app that tells me what the game is worth, not only online, but locally. So it adjusts the price according to population and stuff. I'm like, what sort of bullshit are you trying to sell me here? Like, I know what you got that for. You know, on average, you got that game for like $5, and now you want like 70 for a game that's really worth like 45. No, I just stopped. I just stopped dealing with them altogether. So.
Yeah, I don't know, though I've found a few people like locally that are worthy of dealing with though too at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, this is
They
just the bad example.
Drops, and they know, and we all know what everybody paid for everything, and you know, if I got a $45 game and you want to offer me a $35 game, we all know we paid $5 each, so we'll sort it out, and you'll get me the next time. And
Yeah.
It all depends on what you want too.
I have a good amount of guys too that I just say to them every time I see them or we do a deal. I say, you know, it's great because we have a good understanding. We know, you know, to help each other out. I'll give you a fair price. Like, if I'm gonna buy a bunch of games, I don't really want to pay $400 for them. I'll pay you $250, and you know, or do trades or negotiate there. But you know, give me a bro price and you get it back, right? So, yeah. It's nice to know that that there is good amongst the bad. It's just the resellers really just get to me.
yeah, I got both N64 here controllers that are cleaned and tested. Do you guys, anybody interested? Only $75 each.
75, yeah. But $12, that's a good deal. I mean, they would sell easy here for like 25, and that's actually a good price.
Sell them for like 15 Canadian.
Yeah, we can
Those
do
are
a 25.
colored one, maybe 17. I'll put 20 on like a colored one. I'll take 15 or 17 for it, kind of.
Yeah, that's good.
And I mean,
price to reduce.
3 hours cleaning like five controllers. So
yeah, you gotta price it to be ready to reduce it a bit.
But when you shop with Canadian Retro, you get your choice of color.
I gotta change the joystick on the red, but I do have the 4 colors that I wanted was blue, green, yellow, and red. Just because it's easy to say, grab the red controller or grab the green.
Yeah. I'm trying
you take the red controller or the blue controller?
That goes with the console. And then I've got a bunch. Here, I'll show you how I got this set up here. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. See these 2 shelves behind me? It's kind of hard to see through the couch.
Yeah.
But in behind these shelves, they actually roll out. I don't know if you saw that.
What? Secret passage.
Yeah, it's like Secret Passage style.
Secret tunnel.
I got a watermelon. Watermelon-y. I don't know if you can see that. Probably not.
Nope.
No light. There's no light back here, but that's like a watermelon red or whatever.
Nice.
Black.
Disease light.
Like a little.
No one's gonna get that reference.
A little shoe organizer back here, and I pull all my controllers in it.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I designed those myself.
I love shelves. If anybody listened to the latest STC, anybody?
I did.
You didn't?
No, I have. I have.
Oh, you have?
I did
So
today.
Joe was serious, or at least we've been talking about doing a shelf podcast. I think that'd be
Shelf cast.
That
shelf
on that shelf right now are like massively disorganized though.
Actually, I would listen to the shelf cast. I'm in the market for new shelving.
I'm interested in that sort of stuff, and you can get people like like think of people like CJR, or there's the one guy that has like 44 systems all hooked up and ready to go. You could fill half hour and an hour possibly talking about that stuff with two people plus a guest. So,
Troy, which shelves are those?
These ones here, well, I made them. They're
oh, nice.
They're just wood, like from Home Depot.
Yeah. Like 2x4s or
they're 2x. Wait a second. These are 2x2s. Sorry, I'm not even pointing at it. You can't see them. These are 2x2s, and then the uprights are 2x3s or maybe 2x. I think they're 2x3s. And yeah, man, just paint them and screw them together. And if you want them at whatever height you want, you just screw it in where you want it, and you can unscrew it and reorganize them if you want.
Yeah, I'm just looking at stuff at Walmart though. I'm too lazy to build my own stuff.
Yeah, I've got mine. Mine are Target.
Probably it doesn't really take that. It took me a little bit to do this just because I just had a few problems with the studs in the walls and blah 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 blah. But
if you set up the stops on the saw, you just chop them.
I needed to do it down here because I needed the space. Like all down here, man. I needed to maximize this. That's why those things roll out.
Yeah.
Shelves over there, they roll out, all that kind of goodness, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about maximizing the space down here.
Yeah. Problem with Target must be how it is that they went bye-bye in Canada.
Yeah, that's
it's
the 3 shelf. Yeah, it's those 3 shelf ones with the adjustable top and adjustable enough.
Yeah.
I'm kind of struggling because we're probably going to move into. I'm in a townhome now. I could totally I could shelve this whole wall if I wanted, but I will probably be moving in a year, and so then we come down to, do I just wait, at least get by with maybe adding one more of these for now, and then go from there. And that's probably what I'll end up doing. But I want a more permanent solution. Like I want, or maybe more modular permanent solution as opposed to this, because it's fine, but every time I do a pickup I have to adjust things. Like the Super Nintendo shelf is packed right now, and I am only going to keep going. So
I had to do this because I was basically just using I have 2 of those shelves, the one that I rolled out there or whatever. I have 2 of them, and they were double stacked. I mean, I have a video on it showing how it was set up, and they were like double stacked. All the places I was out of room. There was no room for anything else, so that's why I put these guys up behind me and over on that wall there.
Yeah, the thing with me right now is like I don't have that large of a collection, relatively speaking. I have a huge collection of like people that play casually. They'll look at my collection and go, "Holy crap, you have a ton of games, like 500-600 maybe at max." Probably less because I did a purge to sell some stuff. Yeah. But I just don't have the collection to warrant making an entire wall a shelf.
Yeah.
That'll be like empty. It'll look like I have 3 things on it.
It fills up pretty quick though.
Yeah, if you buy a ton of games. I don't.
It's like water on dry ground. It will find the cracks.
Well, yeah, and I'd like to get one of those glass type, like display case, not massive display case, but like a corner display, so that I could, put some of these games facing outward with the Nintendo Power that came with it, that kind of stuff.
Some of the key stuff that you really like, and you don't want to have it get dusty or corrode and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I have my shelf of Final Fantasy stuff, and I told myself this year I'm going to complete that entire, like at least the mainline Final Fantasy game collection. Like that's one of my goals, and it's not going to be that difficult if I can get the Super Nintendo ones out of the way. I have the rest. But
I cannot get into Final Fantasy. I don't know why. I have tried several of them, and it's just not happening.
Yeah, it was funny that it was, for me, it was a young age. I tried it. My parents were opposed to it for their thoughts on teaching magic and whatnot. It's totally,
I love the magic thing.
Yeah, right? It's like,
Oh, you have those kind of parents, do you?
they didn't
I know as far as like not my parents, but I know other.
Work with the devil and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Darcy.
they'd heard the horror stories of Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that too, and you know, I think there was some movie was there a movie with Tom Hanks where things went really, really horribly with
Big?
It? No.
Yes. That well-known
It did go pretty horrible.
I'll need to figure out what movie it was that they were talking about, but there was something about, like, you know, the people, like, channeling something that they shouldn't have channeled as a result of their Dungeons and Dragons game. And
oh, jeez.
Right?
Oh,
So
my gosh.
they have this, you know, so they were, like, not all for it, and then I missed it until I caught on to 7, like, a year later, after 7 came out, and then 8 is by far my favorite, which is a strange thing for people to hear.
Yeah. Don't tell Gaming Pilgrimage.
That's fine. I won't. But no, I totally love Final Fantasy VIII, and it hit at that weird time where I was, like, between relationships, and I totally identified with Squall and that.
Yeah.
So it was weird.
I actually think that might have been my first Final Fantasy where I played the demo disc of that. I never went past the demo disc, but I really enjoyed the demo of that one.
Yeah. It's a little more dialed back, I think, for the casual person. And I think that's probably what put off a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because then 9 went back to, you know, where...
hardcore style.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the job system, and went back to where 2/4 was at, and all of that. But
yeah, but I played. Yeah, but I played like the version of 3 on the DS and 10 and not as much of 12. I'd probably enjoy that more, honestly. And Type 0, as I just started that up, and woof, that's sketchy. Just because of the remaster not being done too well.
Sure.
But I just haven't gotten into any of them. I don't know why. The only one I've actually gotten into enough to really enjoy is I was in the 3rd beta for Final Fantasy XIV, the current version. I really liked that. But all the other ones just don't grab me for whatever reason. I like RPGs. I like turn-based battle systems. Final Fantasy doesn't do it for me.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's going to be really weird to pick up.
The original one I played back in the day, it was like one of the ones I had. And, oh man, did I ever dump a number of hours into that? Because I can remember, like, I didn't have Nintendo powers, man. It was all just my brain.
Yeah.
Working on it. Like, that's the only way to get through it.
Yeah.
Wish I had that kind of time again.
No, I know, man. I put so many hours into the original Final Fantasy. It's nuts, but then I went into Genesis, so I missed out on, like, all the Super Nintendo ones.
That's what I did.
And then
Even if I had that time again, it's different. Like, you're an adult now, so there's a lot of other things to do with your free time, and it's just not the same anymore.
Yeah.
You used to sit in the basement.
Well, and that's the thing with it too, man. There's so many other things to do now than I think there was.
Yeah.
As far as, like,
things I enjoy too. Like, I can't just play games all the time. I like spending time with the family, or going for a walk, or watch sports, and different times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The thing with Final Fantasy that bothers me the most is, like, I keep trying to get into it, and it's just not happening.
Maybe 15 will be it for you, because that'll...
Maybe. I downloaded the demo for that from the other thing and from Type 0. I'm already forgetting the name. Yeah. I like Kingdom Hearts, so maybe that'll do it for me doing 15, if that ever comes out.
So, Musty, you got Turtles in Time, and what was the other one?
Turtles and Wario's Woods.
Nice.
It took a long time to get back to that.
Well, I always like to see people's... Fidnet, did you get any?
I got nothing this week.
No anime.
I did put an order in on Mega Man Legacy Collection and Transformers Devastation, though.
Troy?
We're here.
What is that?
You don't recognize this one, you shouldn't be a collector.
Well, no, I mean, like, is there something different? I'm waiting for.
It's the Yoshi special.
Like, showing me.
Is that their Nintendo tape player?
This thing was in just horrible shape. It was so disgusting. I tested it out. It was like there was nothing was gonna run on it. It was so loose, the cartridge connector and everything. And I cleaned this puppy up, and it works beautifully now.
Nice.
Didn't have to put an extra cent into it to do it.
Controllers?
No, but I had an extra one, so I'm just gonna team it up with it, and then
Power?
I'm just gonna find an AC adapter that works for it. There's lots of AC adapters at Value Village that work on these things, man. You just gotta find a 9-volt one, basically.
Yeah.
You're set. So that's all you need, because the AV out's just
a
cord. So
I've started to hunt down, because the color on the output is, when I get this right, it's red and yellow, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I've started to seek out those 2 cable cords, and just because it's fun to say that that's what you got with it, because I imagine that that's what they shipped it with, right?
I don't think they shipped it with any of that. I think it was just
just RF.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they didn't actually come with the cords. I guess they assumed people had them all over the place.
I thought somebody, I forget who I was watching, but they're like, oh, the Nintendo AV cable, and they pulled up that thing, but...
No, maybe they did.
Maybe.
That's also on the model, too, right? Like which one you got.
Yeah. I wish I kept my RF cable, which is weird to say, but apparently the NES RF cables are really good for Intellivision.
Oh, yeah. I have a whole bunch of them.
That's what I heard before. It's been a long time since I thought about it, so I could be completely speaking out of my ass.
I might have to
research before you take anything I say.
Because I have that in television I was holding up earlier, but I have no way of hooking it up, so I'm sure I can find an NES one.
Yeah, or you can just get one of those converter boxes, like, I don't know, they had those boxes like, those old TVs where you screw it in. You get one of those. I have one of those with a converter to coax, and that's what I use. That's what came with mine.
I'm trying
It
to.
wasn't an official thing. It just was sold with it.
Yeah. Because I just want to sell it. I don't want to collect for it. I have some Intellivision. I'm going to get rid of them all, I think.
I think I like the games themselves more than the collecting it to play on the console.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they look cool. The box art was cool back then.
Yeah. I have a weird attachment to the Intellivision just because I had a Star Wars.
Nice.
Yeah. Those are hype.
Yeah. I might be messaging you later.
I have that and Return of the Jedi and Spider-Man.
Nice.
Return of the Jedi wasn't for the Intellivision.
I think these are Intellivision games.
No, only Empire came out on Intellivision. Not sure there was a Spider-Man game either.
Oh no, this one's for Atari, yeah. Spider-Man.
Yeah. Is the Empire at least for Intellivision?
The Empire's Atari too, yeah.
Wah, wah.
Actually, the Star Wars one is this is Atari too. I got
it. The Empire is the only Star Wars game that came out on Intellivision.
I got a bunch of box and television games though too, but I haven't interested in them really. I think the artwork's cool. That's why I picked them up, but I'm not gonna play them.
Yeah, I have all mine loose with no overlays, so that's kind of difficult, especially with like Sub Hunt or whatever the hell that game's called. Good luck figuring that out without a guide if you don't have the overlay. But I had a plug and play for Intellivision for a long time, and I really liked those games for some reason, so I finally have one, and I don't play it at all, but I like it. I want to play it though.
Do you have the Xbox compilation?
No, I haven't seen that for a good price around.
Yeah, I can't remember what I paid for that, but I have it.
Is it Intellivision Lives? Is that the one?
Yeah.
I think I have it.
Yeah, but there's some kind of interesting games in terms of like early RPGs. Like they have the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons games on there. One of those is kind of the standard Atari looking game. But Treasures of Tarman or whatever it's called. Yeah, I need to find that. But Treasures of Tarman is the one I believe where it's a really early 3D dungeon crawler, and it's on the Intellivision. So that's really interesting.
I should take a look through my doubles pile. I might have another copy of that Intellivision game. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think it's expensive.
Where are you at
I don't think
in Canada?
Just outside of Toronto, Mississauga.
Okay.
It's like one city over.
Yeah, I'm in Vancouver, so shipping.
Yeah,
But I'd be interested to see what you have for doubles and stuff, because I haven't gotten any Intellivision games since the initial 25 game drop, and if they're boxed, I might buy them again anyway.
Yeah. I got a bunch of them, and I don't know, man. It's just like I look at them and I'm like, they're cool.
Yeah.
But again, it's the box thing. I don't really want to hold on to the cardboard.
Yeah. Cardboard bothers me, but for some reason, not so much with Intellivision.
The boxes I got are pretty beat up, though. They're not in great shape. Some of them are okay, but some of them are buggered.
If they have the overlays, they're still pretty desirable.
Yeah.
Just in terms of playability.
Yeah, for sure.
I need to find an Intellivision 2, because I know that Intellivision 1 is going to bug out at me at some point.
I don't even know which model that one is that I was holding up earlier.
Model 1. The Model 2 is kind of more standard NES looking, just because it's a gray box and the controllers slot in at the top, but they've got interchangeable controllers. So you can replace the controllers on that one. On the Model 1, they're attached, so if a controller breaks, you are screwed.
Yeah. Now that I know I can use the NES thing to attach it to a TV, I'm going to check it out, because then I can test the system.
Do research on confirmation for that, because I do not remember.
No.
But I know I saw that before where I'm like, oh, I can use the NES RF thing, and I sold that a while ago, damn it. I haven't seen another one. Granted, I
don't remember if I do have one lying around. I'm sure I do. I have one in the box, but I don't want to open boxes to get at him.
Yeah.
Did any of you guys see my Periscope last week? Or
for that certain NES game?
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah,
okay.
That's the first and only Periscope I have actually watched.
But Dusty or Troy?
I didn't.
I don't recall seeing it come up on my feed.
So, as much as I get to complain about local dealers and not getting good deals, I can't say that I don't get any good deals. But so, does anybody remember seeing the pile of games that Dean got next to the ones that I got?
Yeah.
Like the Game Boy Advance games. So the story with the Game Boy Advance games was I told Dean, all right, barter for your games, get it to the price that you want, and then I'm just going to have mine sitting next to your pile. And so the guy said, yep, he agreed to the price. When he went to go get the bag, it was probably about this far apart. I just took my games and pushed them right close to his pile. And he even said, like, oh, but I'm not going to bag those games, meaning my games. And I thought, oh, I might have to pay for them anyway. But then he came back and said, just because they're going to shuffle around the bag, you won't be able to find them. So we kind of laughed because, anyway, I'm walking out of there with 4 free games, 4 GBA games. Yoshi's Island, Mario Advance 3, Ultimate Spider-Man, Mario Party Advance, and Pokemon Greenleaf version.
Leaf Green.
Leaf Green, yeah, there you go. So those 4 games, and I kind of was holding on to them. I was going to sell them possibly. I had them listed for a good bro price for anybody, really. I didn't even have to know them. Nobody really bid, which is fine because I had plans to take them to this pawn shop. And there's the game that I was kind of looking at, but I didn't want to pay that price. It's one of those like $100-some games. It's pretty decent, but you don't want to pay that price. So I went there thinking they're not going to negotiate. They're a pawn shop. They just want their money. They give you minimal. They'll take as much as they can from you. So I went in kind of little sheepish, but I said, hey, I got a deal for you. I wonder if you're interested in bartering for some of the games that you have. He said, well, show me what you got, and we'll go from there and tell me what you want. So pulled out the games. He starts pricing them out for what they'd be worth in trade credit, and keeping in mind that I got these all for free, so
Yeah.
anything that I get from him would be great. So he said he'd give me 20, 20, 20, and 5. So right away I get $65 trade credit for this game that I'm looking at. And so the game was listed at 100, and then he had a Dogwood controller for 30. With the trade credit and then like a little bit more of a discount, I ended up paying $30. So essentially 15 for the Dogwood controller for the NES, which I needed, and it actually was in better shape than the one that I had. So now I have 2 for the top loader, completes that, and then 15 for this other game. So it was kind of almost highway robbery at that point, because
almost
spending $30 on just that game alone, pretty good deal. So the game was Gargoyle's Quest 2 on the NES. So,
that's awesome.
But I was watching that game for 2 weeks, and I was worried that they would put it out on the floor, because I talked to them on the Monday. I think they said on Tuesday they had some games they might put out. I went back Tuesday. He's like, nah, man, we haven't been able to price them out yet. Come back tomorrow. I'm like, great, I'll come back tomorrow. So I come back on Wednesday. I begged him just to look at the box after, he priced a few of them. Thankfully, the ones he had priced out, Gargoyle's Quest was in there. And it was like the last game in the pile, too. So I'm like, $100. Okay, well, I'm just expecting him to post it. Somebody will come along and buy it. But yeah, I was watching it for 2 weeks to see if it would go out. They actually never put it out on the floor. I had to ask them about it, and he almost thought that it was already gone, and then they went back in the office one last time and found it. So yeah, after all that, was able to make a really sweet deal, and plays great, label's great. So that was one that I didn't think, I'm like, I'll either find it or I'll never buy it, because I'm not going to pay whatever people are asking.
That way with everything, then I either find it or I don't. I'm at the point where I don't need anything else really, like as far as a must-have. I mean, there's a couple things to be like, oh, it'd be really nice to have that, but I can live without it. So if I see it in the wild for $5, I'll buy it. If not, I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it.
Yeah, and you kind of enjoy the hunt more that way. Like it's, in a way, the hobby has kind of taught me a bit more self-control than I might have had before, where I could buy, what I wanted, but I'd be paying full price for stuff. Anything.
And
like
organizational
DVDs,
skills.
Buying food, just kind of learning to focus on certain things, and so it's kind of been nice that way. So yeah, held out, found a good deal, told all my friends, and they were like, "You gotta be kidding me!" You're fine. Yeah. So of course I texted Dean right away.
Yeah. How do you like your 70 games now?
Yeah. He got a good deal. He got them for like less than $3 a piece, I think. So,
oh, very nice.
Yeah.
That explains the size of the pile.
Yeah.
Partially. Anyway, speaking of just looking for random things, I don't know if that's a good segue, but screw it. Troy, since you resell stuff, do you happen to have like any for sale copies of Dark Cloud 2?
No, I don't even have that in my collection, actually.
Okay. So this will be a less likely thing, but if you happen to ever come across a manual for Dark Cloud 2, I'd be interested in that. Like just a loose manual or something, because I need that complete.
Alright.
I got the game for a good deal, but I don't have a manual for it.
No problem. If I find it,
yeah.
I have no connection.
Just figured I'd put it out there.
Yeah.
Or is it my turn in Retro Go Fish? Does anybody have an Earthbound for sale or trade?
No, I have it. Not for sale or trade.
I had two.
It's one of those ones where somebody. Sorry.
I was gonna say I had 2 other pickups that I found this week too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is it a Cloud 2 manual?
No, it's not. I have Dark Cloud too, but I don't think I'm gonna part with the manual. But
if you change your mind.
If I change my mind, or if I find another one, because that game is wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Undesirable.
I got a second copy of Fable.
Nice.
Complete, and then I got Wrath Unleashed.
I am actually aware of that game.
It looks like it's a fighting game, but it has
It's basically a board game.
So the board game reminds me of Destroy All Monsters.
I have not played that,
Godzilla.
but it's like a strategy board game thing. It's been a long time since I've played it, but I think I got that when it came out.
Yeah, I got this one. This one had been sitting there for a while, so it was $1.
Yeah, that's probably what that game's worth.
And it's complete, so.
Yeah, I want to get a hold of that again, just to see how it is.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely one you don't hear people talk about.
And it's LucasArts too, which is
I didn't actually know that.
That's surprising. So yeah, I'll need to take some more time with that at some point.
Yeah, actually, the Dark Cloud thing, I found that, I believe it was for $5 in the thrift store.
Nice.
In the same Bible Thumper thrift store that gave me the free stack of games. I find so many RPGs there. I don't know why. Not like so many desirable, super big RPGs, but all the RPGs I have from thrift stores are from there. In one shot, I got Disgaea Hour of Darkness, Suikoden 3 and 4, complete mint for $6.
Oh.
And then, like, the following week or two later, I found for $1, I think, the greatest hits version of Final Fantasy Tactics.
Nice.
So for those of you who do the thrifting thing, is it an everyday thing for you guys, or is it like, do you have a pattern?
I have a pattern, man. I just go out after work and I hit up the shops. I don't have time to do it on the weekends. On weekends, I suck at them because they don't put things out, it seems like, on the weekend.
Yeah. It's like Monday or Friday you have to go.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I
want to go 3 times a week.
And I try to beat people that I know are hunting at the same time.
Yeah.
I managed to do it today. To show you, unveil the findings. This isn't recorded in a pickup video yet, so you guys are getting a sneak peek.
Nice. All right.
Anyway, my take is I want to do it several times a week, but I've been really bad. I haven't gone in like 2 weeks, but I need to. I do a whole town run, and it's a good exercise too because I just walk everywhere. But I've got like 5 places to check, so.
I'm kind of the same. Or I'll answer Musty here too. Like, I like to go as often as I can, but it's not really a pattern. It's more just as often as I can afford it. And my strategy isn't so much thrift shops, because most of them are like charities, but they want to get money out of it. So I don't really put much stock into whatever they get. So I'm more of a in the wild guy.
I ignore because they suck.
Yeah. All right, there you go, Troy.
It's like an Sonic Ultimate Genesis collection.
Oh, nice.
Like 40 Genesis games on it. PS3.
That'll be
and some Master System and other games, arcade games on there.
System games on there. All like major huge ones are on there. I don't know if they don't list it.
They've got, I believe, all the Phantasy Stars on there.
Yeah, all the ones that were on.
And Master System, you can unlock that one.
You can unlock that one, yeah.
And they've got like Arcade Shinobi, Ultra Beast, and they've actually got the Master System Golden Axe Monsters, which is a really interesting Zelda clone.
So that's pretty hype right there. This also came out as well while I was there.
Oh, very nice.
Ooh.
Yes. No manual, though.
Drift?
Yeah.
Nice.
No manual, but whatever. I didn't have it.
Well, it didn't come with one anyway.
Oh, it didn't?
I said it probably didn't come with one anyway. I don't know for sure.
You can hear Musty's cat.
Beats me up.
Yeah, she's
Just look up an unboxing. See whether I can with them.
Well, those are my 2 finds today because the guy who usually beats me at that store didn't go out because I didn't see him when I was there. So.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's a One Value Village, and this guy like he's there like clockwork, and he's there like 10 minutes before I am every time.
Yeah.
And so if I get something there, I'm like so lucky because I still go because one day he's gonna be puke or have gonorrhea or something, and
that's where the CIB Earthbound will be.
Yeah, that's exactly what'll happen. So I just keep it up, man. Like it's been dry lately. I honestly, I go out, I don't find much of anything anymore. Just junk titles, work titles. I don't buy them.
Yeah, which sucks, but you gotta keep going because then you'll find stuff.
Still out there.
And my 2 Goodwills closed. I already mentioned it before. My 2 Goodwills closed.
Was that you that posted the video of the people on the streets rifling through garbage? Like it was like apocalyptic stuff.
Yeah. They were just out there loading up their cars.
It's disgusting. It's like, what are you even getting out of this? Like,
well, it's the donations, right? So they're going through. And like when I got there, because I was just going there like regular old day. I didn't know they had shut down, so I was just going there to like go in. And then I was like, what's going on here? And then I read the sign on the door said they were closed for good, kind of thing. And
they didn't bother.
Because it was just like the vultures, then they're just like. Right in there. It's just disgusting. And then like they were going through piles of garbage that I'm sure had already been picked over probably like 100 times over.
Yeah.
They're still picking stuff out of it, and I was just like, I didn't even look to see if there were any names there. I was just like, I'm not even gonna sink to that level. I refuse to join these people in this like carnage. Disgusting.
What was I gonna say? You do you find that, or do you believe or whatnot that people are kind of picking, like not picking ahead of time, but have an in with certain stores?
I haven't got a sense of that. I mean, I know some people that are definitely on a more sociable level with the people there. I don't know if they set things aside for them. I don't think they do.
I think there's, at least in our
that guy, for instance, like I see him talking to the people who work at the store. And there was a pawn shop next door which closed down. Of course, another source of games gone now for me.
Yeah.
But like they would have set that aside for him. They would have known.
Yeah.
For sure.
I have a friend that's actually well in with the employees at the local EB, and they set aside like RPGs and crap for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I've always been really good terms, especially at the Goodwills. I was on good terms with people that work there, so like they'd cut me deals, and they'd just be like, because you come in here all the time and you buy stuff, so kind of thing.
I definitely get a sense that at our Value Village that either somebody that works there is into collecting or has a friend that collects, because they just never give out anything. Every once in a while you'll see like a Super Nintendo AV cable that sneaks out, so it's like nice. So
yeah.
And you're keeping the games. Like they put out like a Genesis 2 with no power, no controllers, no AV for like $30. And that's the crap that we get to sort through.
On it. With my Value Villages, at least, that they do put the stuff out. It's just I'm never there at the right time.
Yeah, that's nice because then nobody's playing favorites. Somebody probably actually sticks to a policy.
There is one store I go into, and before when the games came out, because the games used to come out sort of like around noonish kind of thing, so I could get there at lunchtime and score whatever was coming out. Basically, it would be coming out on the cart, and there's a gentleman there that would like hand me stuff. There'd be like, oh, yeah, there's some stuff in the back here, and then like bring it out to me. So that was I got some Genesis stuff that way one day.
I don't have a permanent in with anybody, but like there's usually just windows where I kind of get along with somebody.
Yeah.
And I can ask about stuff, and then they'll either have it that they haven't sorted through yet, but I never had like a permanent. Like some guys, I just blatantly ask now. Like I just say, hey, like who do you hold games for? Because there's nothing out here, and they'll say, well, we have people that pay us $15 for any console working or not tested. So okay, so that's where it goes. Because there was like the one thrift store, like things would be coming in all the time, and they were like, and that's where I got my SNES Junior or Super Nintendo Junior for $5, and games like for $2 or $3 a piece, and then all of a sudden it went dry. And I think again somebody.
Just the fact that I'm able to find stuff tells me that they're not setting it aside. Like,
yeah. When you can't find anything, like when you can't even find like a Madden game,
right now, it's anything because I know exactly why. One of the stores I go to, they bring their stuff out at like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm at work, so I'm never gonna find anything there really, unless somebody's like bypassed it or didn't notice it or whatever. The other one, that guy always beats me at, and the other one literally has nothing ever.
Yeah.
I think they might have somebody who has an in on it or something, because I haven't seen things in there in a long time.
Somebody.
Junkers, so the leftovers, somebody's getting there. I don't know what time they bring their stuff out, but those are my stops, man, right now, and I'm not finding much.
Yeah, there's some stuff that flows through, but it's still in the wild somewhere. It's just less and less, but it's still there.
It's out there. That's why I keep going, man. I won't give up.
Well,
it's the treasure hunt for games.
So long as people are still throwing them out, there's still other people that aren't really caring too much about what the value is, right? So,
I mean, a lot of my Super Nintendo stuff I didn't really find at the Goodwills. I mean, I found them quite a bit, but some of that stuff I've done, like Kijiji deals, things like that, trades at shows. So I'll trade off games, and then I'll get Super Nintendo games.
Yeah.
Watch a lot of my I went into this thing or whatever, and I traded some GameCube, some blah blah blah, original Xbox, PS2, and then I'd come back with a bunch of cartridges, right? So that's really what I'm doing with it. That's how I get my stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't see it in thrift shops, except for Earthbound. I saw that in the thrift shop.
Nice. That'd be a good one to find. Somebody at our local store.
That's the score that made me famous.
Yeah.
$4.99, and I got $1 off because
nice.
I had enough points.
$4.99. That's a good one.
I don't even want to know how much stuff I've missed not going the last 2 weeks. It irks me to even try and think about that.
The worst part is when you see somebody get something right in front of you and you just missed it by like seconds, man. That's the worst.
Yeah, I actually went to that same Bible thrift store, and I went and I got the Suikoden and all that, and the Suikoden 3 and 4, not any of the earlier ones. Anyway, and they said, actually, you just missed some PS3 games and stuff. And they're like, don't tell me that. I would rather not know.
It took me a couple weeks.
I went and picked up like a Super Nintendo sports game because it was like half off day and it was like $1. I just wanted the back of it so I could put it on something else.
Yeah.
And, like, oh yeah, a whole whack of them came out the other day and someone just bought them. I'm like, don't tell me this, please. Like, I don't even want to know I don't even want to imagine what I missed out on.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, they left the one sports title or whatever behind it.
Especially since that I was buying all RPGs and they were all meant. It's like, you missed some PS3 games. Like, oh, don't tell me. Because I don't want to know what I missed. And actually, the same thrift store, the GameCube component cable for $1.50. Same place. It's also the closest one to my house, so super lucky.
Yeah, you should be going there like multiple times a day. Make sure you
multiple times a week at least.
If it's
like a date, like go in the morning, go.
Those good finds happen so intermittently. I would go nuts if I went multiple times a day. It would drive me insane. It's like, there's nothing here. Why is that poster from the Starsky and Hutch movie not sold?
As a teacher, I have the summer off a couple months there. I should probably just sit inside of like Toulouse or Valley Village and just sit by the glass case.
Yeah.
Pull up a chair and just be like, have a handheld system or something and handheld gaming on and just sit there waiting for stuff to come out.
That Starsky and Hutch poster isn't a joke either. They have that. It's been sitting there for several months and it really weirds me out.
You should be hitting the yard sales heavy then.
Yeah, but there aren't any right now because of
like Troy, I mean, in the summer.
Yeah, they'll probably be starting up really soon.
It's too hard for me to hit yard sales. My son's got like skating and swimming and that's all in the morning stuff. So I've done it and I've struck out a lot. Like
Yeah.
kind of thing, really.
Or you strike out like 20 times, and then by then you hit a good streak. And
but I try to map it out and stuff, and I just go places and like I
yeah.
find the damn sale, and oh man, it just never ends.
Well, the trick is to kind of learn the neighborhoods too. Like, I always think of like how I can up my percentage, like my likeliness to find something percentage, and that's just kind of a made up statistic in my head. But you know, I always think, okay, neighborhood. I could go to brand new neighborhoods. Am I going to find used games there? Nah, most people don't move there with them. They would have sold them at the last place they moved from. So I go to old neighborhoods.
Yeah, I try to go. When I did, I was going to like 80s neighborhoods looking for NES, like or Super.
Or like multi-dwelling units. Like sometimes people that will live in like apartments or fourplexes or townhouses, they'll still have their stuff because they lived there for a while or they moved with it. But usually houses, people don't move with stuff. Yeah, I'll call and ask ahead and just kind of extend my reach on the spot because sometimes that really pays off. And you gotta think outside the box with because if everybody just goes to the curb and looks and moves on, well, what's going to make you any more likely to find stuff than the next guy, other than just beating them to the next sale? So yeah, getting creative and asking is good, but. I should get started up in yard sales again this summer. It's always fun.
Yeah.
It's the best prices. It's most thrill of the hunt.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with anybody over prices. It's like, I don't know, what do you want to sell it for? $20, $10. No big deal. So
I don't have a car, so that'll be fun. Trying to figure out the best routes on foot.
Yeah.
I did see a boxed NES system. And the guy had games, they just weren't at the house because he's like at his mom's place or something like that. And he had the box system there. And I was like, you got any old video games? And he went into the house and brought it out. It wasn't even out in the garage sale. And I was just like,
nice.
Yeah, Mike, what do you want for it? Kind of thing. He's like, I don't really know if I want to sell it. I might want to play it. Kind of thing. I was like, And as soon as he brought it out, there's like another guy came over and was interested too. And like he honored it. He knew I was there first, talking to him about it, so he was having a conversation first. And then he's like, "Oh well, I'll message you. Like I'll go find the games or whatever and stuff." And like message him back, and he's just like haven't really figured it out yet. I'm like, oh god, that was like in the summertime, and that was horrible, man. That could have been a good score, but I mean, like obviously what the guy probably did was like, well, people seem to be interested in this, and then they went and looked it up. So they were for $30 or whatever. So
yeah,
because I already have a box NES system. I mean, that would have just been to, recoup cash or get games.
Yeah, it's always tough to know when to pull the trigger or not. I usually shy away from like a system with a few games as opposed to a lot of games with no system. So. But because I mean, again, I'm not really in the mood to flip a console so much as I am to pick up games that I need and maybe sell a couple to my friends that need a good deal. So
yeah, things like NES though, they sell like crazy here.
Yeah,
like there's a group called Junk in the Trunk, and I see people post them on there, and they're like $120, for a loose system and loose NES with like Mario 3 and a couple other games, nothing major, and people are like interested, next, interested. They all want it, and it's and it's like way overpriced. I wouldn't pay $120 for a system with Super Mario 3, 2, or whatever.
No,
too much. Like that's overkill.
Well, somebody, it's probably sold and taken down already. Otherwise, I'd show you the picture. But they. I asked them at the yard sales, oh yeah, I think we have old Nintendo and a lot of games. They said, oh, we have a lot of games. So I'm like, oh, sweet, there could be a good chance of finding something. So they actually did call me back. I came over, they had this bin, open up the bin, and like the Nintendos are shit. Like the door on one of them is completely off, it's gone. The other one had like a big chip out of the corner, and it had like stickers, like bumper stickers on the console. And then I'm like, oh, maybe there's going to be some games. And I don't know whose dad or uncle owned this Nintendo, but they had Jack Nicklaus Golf. They had NES Open Golf. They had Golf, and then Mario Duck Hunt. And the only game that would have been worth something was like a Mike Tyson, where the label was just like destroyed from like Mike's head down, and that was it.
I have that. I think I have that copy. Just a second here.
Oh, you have that gross copy?
Yeah, it's like.
And they're like, I'm like, how much for everything? They're like, oh, I looked it up on eBay, and right then I'm just like,
the other half of that one.
yeah, that's it. We could combine the two.
Yeah.
It was nasty. Like, so yeah, they posted it online. They're like $150 or best offer, and I couldn't believe it. People were just like, next, me, please. And sometimes I just think people jump on Facebook just to, I don't know, just to mess with people. Like, really? You're gonna buy that $150? You don't even know if it works. Yeah. The Facebook hype. Some people just want to be next in line, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Then they never follow through, and then the next day they're like, still for sale.
Yeah.
That's
that stuff doesn't sit there long, and it really, the weird part of it is I'm not really recognizing the names of the people that are interested.
Yeah.
Like buddies' wives, that kind of thing.
Yeah, or maybe they just chime in because they think that their husband would like it, but like,
I've had people try to play me with their wives like so many times. Their wives know nothing about video games. They're like, I'm selling a system, like blah 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 blah, or some games, and then you're like, yeah, oh, great, what do you want for it? It's like 3 times eBay prices. And I'm like, well, I'll offer you this much for it, and just like go way under like what it's worth or whatever kind of thing. And they're like, well, I have to ask my husband. Like, okay, I know where this is going.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to barter against you, and you're just like, all right, goodbye. It's not worth my time. So
it's like, yeah, I know your husband's really selling it, but you're using her account to make you not look like a douchey reseller or something.
Yeah. No, I've had that too. Oh, I won't. He says he won't accept any more or any less than this. And I'm like,
yeah.
No, sorry, I'm not paying you $100 for a pirate NES card. So my rule is I don't pay more than like $25. So.
Yeah.
Do you have any pirate cards that you want to sell?
No, I have some pirate cards if you want to see a few. I got one that's worth like $190.
Oh, okay, is that the 90 in one or the 190 in one?
Yeah, this guy right here.
I don't know why that is worth more. I think it's just one of those games where somebody paid $100 for it one time, and then it's just
never
gone up
that much. Yeah, that one there.
It's one. Oh, sorry. Here, let me do
190 and one. I don't know if he's got it for you.
190 games. Yeah. What's the front look like?
Well, it's upside down, but.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll take that one.
Yeah.
They were selling it, and they're like $80. I'm like, you know what? That's one of those games where I'll find it for like $5.
Yeah.
Because I doubt that it's rare.
It's not that rare. I found it.
No. Yeah, if you can find it.
I got this. It was in a deal I found online. Guy wanted like $70. Had a NES system, bunch of games, nothing too fancy, but that was in there, and I was like, yep, okay.
I don't know, there's something about them that I just really enjoy. Maybe it's just the excitement of, ooh, what's on this one, or what sort of fun.
I got a little bug for that too, man. Like, I got quite a few pirate cards. Most of them are Famicom ones, which is kind of weird, since I'm not in that region. But
Biddy, you saw that sell for $15?
What?
You seen that sell for $15?
Seen what sell?
Oh, I thought it was the multi-cart.
No. I was talking about this PC and Mac game I found for $1 one time. The internet has not heard of it. It's called Mortalis.
Nice. What other ones you got there, Troy?
Oh, here. Let's grab a few.
Yeah, grab them all.
I think I might need to call it.
Yeah, sorry.
Got this
No,
no name one.
Pretty
You can
late.
head down
I'm
it.
falling asleep. Which one's that?
I don't know. It has no name on it. It's all in Japanese.
Don't have that one.
All in moon lettering.
I mean, all I have to do is print a different label and I'll buy it.
Yeah.
That's what else? Those are the NES ones, but then there's
Got some good NES ones. What are you gonna head out?
yeah, I think I'm gonna take off. I gotta get up early.
What is it? 2:30?
No, it's 1:30 here.
1:30?
I'm central.
Alright.
I'm central
Oh
time.
yeah, that's right.
I'm the one that's super late. It's like 2:30 in the morning.
You got to teach tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, nasty. All right, Musty. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. We're probably gonna be done here.
All right.
Nice.
Good chatting with you guys.
See you Tuesday, if not sooner.
Yeah, we will see. I'm not sure about tomorrow night, but at some point I need to hang out with my wife. So.
Exactly. All right, man.
All
See
right,
you
we'll
later.
see you around.
Thanks for coming.
That's it.
So I got this one that's like a bunch of Tetris games and then Adventure Islands on it.
Nice.
72 in one, which is like one of those ones that probably repeats over and over again. I can't remember even what's on it because it's all in Japanese.
Nice.
And then this one here, this 3-in-1 cartridge, it's got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, Ninja Gaiden 3, and Double Dragon 3.
Mm.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then I've got this one that's like 1,000,001 or whatever. And it's got like, I don't know if you can see it there, but it's got like Mario Sunshine art. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is very odd.
Yeah. And then this is this is a legit card, I think, the Batman. But I just grabbed all of them because most of these are bootlegs.
Nice.
There's another one.
Yeah, this looks like the Mega Drive Asian version of Batman.
Yeah.
I've seen that around once.
Yeah, this is the Famicom version, but yeah.
Oh, Famicom.
Then MC Kids Hack, but it has like Mario in it.
Nice.
RoboCop.
Wait, Mario in the McKids game?
Yeah, and then I have another one that's like buried in a box somewhere that has, I think I showed it last time though.
Nice.
When we were doing this.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it'd be crazy to collect.
Oh, and I have a couple of like GBA ones or whatever as well.
Nice. Yeah. No, I don't know. I think they're fun. I think it's kind of a neat point in history, I guess, where the battle for, piracy and non-licensed games being put on the system, and plus they just look cool with the labels, and it's kind of a thrill to put in, see what you get. So it's kind of my weakness. If I see one, I'm like, I really want it.
Like I have a clone system that I like use because some of these, I can't really use them on the NES because you have to, need an adapter. And then the Retron 5 doesn't read some of these, so.
Oh, really?
Clone system to do it.
Nice.
Or I guess I could go get a Famicom, but I really don't need. I think that one I have might be a clone system, or it might be a Famicom that looks exactly like one, but. Yep.
All right.
Leg ones that are cool.
Yeah. Well, thanks for showing them.
No problem.
That's a nice 190. That's one on the list.
Yeah.
So, I have a Canadian made. I don't know where all of them were made, but this one clearly says made in Canada. And then I looked up. So that one's it's like a dark gray cartridge with like bright or like fluorescent orange label. That one's pretty cool. And the other one that I know for sure was made in Canada, I forget what town they said it was made, in Halifax or in Nova Scotia somewhere. And they just said that's where they made this 31-in-1 cartridge. So it's kind of cool. Neat history. Get to see where they're made and things like that. So anyway, though, we should should all hit the sack, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm about to pass out.
Starting to, as Fitnet would say, we're starting to get to the mumbling phase. So
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun though.
Yeah.
As always.
I was lucky my hockey game was early tonight, so able to join you.
There you go. Yeah, it was good. Good visit. I might try to mess around with getting YouTube to work on Google Hangouts tomorrow, but yeah, this is kind of the main deal Tuesdays. So
Yeah. What's the thing for tomorrow?
well, like I'm just trying to utilize streaming video through Google Hangouts. So
Yeah.
and with the YouTube app, it's kind of cumbersome, or there's certain restrictions because you're watching it with multiple people and they have to accept the terms. So what I'm going to try to do is just basically screen share the video, but in order to carry the audio, I need to essentially mix it on a software program and then put it out to the broadcast as my audio, so I can talk plus have the audio from the video come through. So I'm going to work on that. Might be a little easier to do, but anyway, that's all I'm going to do tomorrow, just because I have free time after work, sitting in the hotel. So, all right, gotta let you guys go.
Yeah.
But it was fun. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, see you. Have a good night.
Bye.